The 9,260th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is threats to international peace and security, sea level rise, implications for international peace and security. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the Secretary General and the distinguished ministers and other high-level representatives. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Austria, Bangladesh, Bahrain, Botswana, Canada, Chile, Costa Rica, Denmark, Dominican Republic, Egypt, Fiji, Georgia, Greece, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, India, Indonesia, Ireland, Islamic Republic of Iran, Italy, Jordan, Kenya, Kiribati, Latvia, Lebanon, Liechtenstein, Maldives, Marshall Islands, Mexico, the Federated States of Micronesia, Morocco, Nauru, Netherlands, New Zealand, Niger, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Portugal, Republic of Korea, Samoa, Saudi Arabia, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Slovenia, Thailand, Tonga, Tuvalu, Ukraine, and Vietnam to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. His Excellency, Mr. Shaba Qureshi, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Bogdan Aurescu, Co-Chair of International Law Commission Study Group on Sea Level Rise and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, and Ms. Coral Pasisi, Director of Climate Change of the Pacific Community and President of Tofia Niue. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following to participate in this meeting. His Excellency, Mr. Silvio Gonzato, Charge d'Affaires ad interim of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations, and Mr. Odd Reidar Humlegrad, Special Representative of the Interpol to the United Nations. It is so decided. I propose that the Council invite the permanent observer of the Observer State of the Holy See to the United Nations to participate in this meeting in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of Item 2 of the agenda. I wish to draw the attention of Council members to document S/2023/79, a letter dated 2nd February 2023 from the Permanent Representative of Malta to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council, transmitting a concept paper on the item under consideration. I now give the floor to the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Gutierrez.
Mr. President, Dr. Ian Borg, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta, Excellencies, I thank the Government of Malta for shining a light on the dramatic implications of rising sea levels on global peace and security. Rising seas are sinking futures. Sea level rise is not only a threat in itself, it is a threat multiplier. For the hundreds of millions of people living in small island developing states and other low-lying coastal areas around the world, sea level rise is a torrent of trouble. Rising seas threaten lives and jeopardize access to water, food, and health care. Saltwater intrusion can decimate jobs and entire economies in key industries like agriculture, fisheries, and tourism. It can damage or destroy vital infrastructure, including transportation systems, hospitals, and schools, especially when combined with extreme weather events linked to the climate crisis. And rising seas threaten the very existence of some low-lying communities and even countries. Excellencies, the World Meteorological Organization has just released a new compilation of data that spells out the grave danger of rising seas. Global average sea levels have risen faster since 1900 than over any preceding century in the last 3,000 years. The global ocean has warmed faster over the past century than at any time in the past 11,000 years. Meanwhile, the WMO tells us that even if global heating is miraculously limited to 1.5 degrees, there will still be a sizable sea level rise. But every fraction of a degree counts. If temperatures rise by 2 degrees, that level rise could double, with further temperature increases bringing exponential sea level increases. Under any scenario, countries like Bangladesh, China, India, and the Netherlands are all at risk. Megacities on every continent will face serious impacts, including Cairo, Lagos, Maputo, Bangkok, Dhaka, Jakarta, Mumbai, Shanghai, Copenhagen, London, Los Angeles, New York, Buenos Aires, and Santiago. The danger is especially acute for nearly 900 million people who live in coastal zones at low elevations, and that's 1 out of 10 people on Earth. Some coastlines have already seen triple the average rate of sea level rise. I've seen with my own eyes how people in small island developing states in the Western Pacific are facing sea rise levels up to 4 times the global average. In the Caribbean, rising seas have contributed to the devastation of local livelihoods in the tourism and agricultural sectors. Rising seas and other climate impacts are already forcing some relocations in Fiji, Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands, and elsewhere. Flooding and coastal erosion in West Africa are damaging infrastructure and communities, undermining farming, and often costing lives. In North Africa, saltwater intrusion is contaminating land and freshwater resources, destroying crops and livelihoods alike. Somalia is also grappling with saltwater intrusion, contributing to competition over scarce freshwater resources. And around the world, our water planet is melting glaciers and ice sheets. According to NASA, Antarctica is looking an average of 150 billion tons of ice mass annually. The Greenland ice cap is melting even faster, losing 270 billion tons per year. And consider the hundreds of millions of people living in the river basins of the Himalayas. We have already seen how Himalayan melts have worsened flooding in Pakistan. But as these glaciers recede over the coming decades, over time, the Indus, Ganges, and Brahmaputra rivers will shrink. And rising sea levels, combined with the deep intrusion of saltwater, will make large parts of their huge deltas simply uninhabitable. We see similar threats in the Mekong Delta and beyond. The consequences of all of these are unthinkable. Low-lying communities and entire countries could disappear forever. We would witness a mass exodus of entire populations on a biblical scale. And we would see ever fiercer competition for fresh water, land, and other resources. So, Excellencies, the impact of rising seas is already creating new sources of instability and conflict. We must meet this rising tide of insecurity with action across three areas. First, we must address the root cause of rising seas, the climate crisis. Our world is hurtling past the 1.5-degree warming limit that a livable future requires, and with present policies is careening towards 2.8 degrees, a death sentence for vulnerable countries. We urgently need more concerted action to reduce emissions and ensure climate justice. And developing countries must have the resources to adapt and build resilience against climate disaster. Among other things, this means delivering on the Loss and Damage Fund, making good on the $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries, doubling adaptation finance, and leveraging massive private financing at a reasonable cost. Second, we must broaden our understanding of the root causes of insecurity. That means identifying and addressing a much wider range of factors that undermine security, from poverty, discrimination and inequality, violations of human rights, the environmental disaster like rising sea levels. That is why, for example, the Peacebuilding Fund is actively supporting grassroots resilience efforts against the efforts of climate change. And we must also improve foresight and early warnings to prepare and protect vulnerable communities. One prime example is our plan to ensure that early warning systems against natural disasters protect every person on Earth within 5 years. Troisièmement, nous devons aborder les conséquences de la montée des eaux sur les cadres juridiques et les droits humains. L'élévation du niveau de la mer provoque littéralement un rétrécissement des masses terrestres, entraînant de possibles litiges liés à l'intégrité territoriale et aux espaces maritimes. Le régime juridique actuel doit être tourné vers l'avenir et combler les lacunes des cadres existants. Oui, cela inclut le droit international des réfugiés, mais il s'agit également de mettre en place des solutions juridiques et pratiques innovantes pour faire face aux impacts de l'élévation du niveau de la mer sur les déplacements forcés de population et sur l'existence même du territoire terrestre de certains États. Les droits humains des personnes ne disparaissent pas lorsque leurs foyers disparaissent. L'an dernier, la Commission du droit international a examiné cette question et exploré pour y remédier une série d'options qui consisteraient notamment à préserver le statut d'État malgré la perte de territoire, à céder ou à attribuer des portions de territoire à un État touché, voire à créer des confédérations d'États. C'est essentiel de tenir ces débats pour trouver des solutions et je salue les délégations de la 6e commission qui se penche activement sur ces questions. Nous devons continuer à œuvrer pour protéger les populations touchées et garantir leurs droits humains essentiels. Mesdames et messieurs les représentants, le Conseil de sécurité a un rôle essentiel à jouer pour mobiliser la volonté politique nécessaire afin de relever les défis de sécurité dévastateurs que pose la montée des eaux. Nous devons tous continuer de donner à cette question toute la visibilité qu'elle mérite et à soutenir les vies, les moyens de subsistance et les communautés vivant en première ligne de cette crise. Je vous remercie.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Shaba Goroji. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank Minister Ian Borg and the Permanent Mission of Malta for holding this important debate. We are in a new era of history, one of cascading, interlocking, rapid and sweeping crises. We cannot deny that climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our generation. It was the single most raised issue by your world leaders during the high-level week last September. It is the single biggest galvanizer of young people marching in your streets because our inaction is robbing them their future. It is an issue that demands focus and coherence across the UN system. For the General Assembly, this means accelerating action on climate and water. For ECOSOC, it means addressing the social and economic aspects. And if we want to tackle with the whole of the UN approach, as we should, the Security Council has a role to play too. Excellencies, according to the ancient writer from Syria, Publicius Syrus, anyone can hold the helm when the sea is calm. But our seas are not calm today. They are rising. At the current rate, as it has been mentioned by the Secretary General, sea levels will be higher by 1 to 1.6 meters by 2100, according to the World Climate Research Programme. That means that in less than 80 years from now, 250 to 400 million people will likely need new homes in new locations. You don't need me to tell you that the displacement of hundreds of millions of people is a security risk. In the Nile and Mekong deltas, some of the richest agricultural regions in the world, 10 to 20% of arable land will sink beneath the waves. These and other fertile river deltas are now rice and bread baskets for their own countries and regions. They are also vital pieces of complex puzzle of world nutrition to feed our growing population. Losing these areas can have knock-on effects around the globe. Climate-induced sea level rise is also provoking new legal questions that are at the very core of national and state identity. What happens to a nation's sovereignty, including UN membership, if it sinks beneath the sea, including their voting rights as well? There are rules about the creation of a state, but none about physical disappearance. Who cares for their displaced population, as it has been rightly asked by the Secretary General? Or how would even the first changes of shorelines influence maritime borders? And how would that affect exclusive economic zones? I welcome that the International Law Commission and the General Assembly's 6th Committee have taken a proactive stance by considering these issues for urgent debate. Excellencies, we know the risks, and we see the uncertainties and instabilities that we are going to face. And we can't doubt that these will open the door for conflict and dispute, endangering global peace and security. And where this door is open, this Council has a responsibility to act. It is critical to invest in prevention today rather than address the implications of food scarcity and mass migration tomorrow. We can agree it makes sense morally and financially. And it can take many forms. We should integrate climate analysis into our planning for conflict prevention and protection efforts. And we should recognize the significance of climate action as a key tool of peace building. Science and data offer impartial evidence to direct our decisions. Science tells us that whether cities or countries disappear depends on whether we as humans counteract the threat. The Paris Agreement and its targets for mitigation, adaptation and finance offer our primary defense against this risk. We need to collectively raise our ambitions. the General Assembly is doing its part. Just last week, we held a briefing by eminent scientists on the links between climate, conflict, and cooperation. I heard the urgent calls made for world leaders to take a whole of government, whole of society approach to these issues. We have the data. We have the frameworks. What is needed now, as ever, is the political will to act. We need bold actions, not unfulfilled promises, as President Ramkalawan of Seychelles put it in September. Excellencies, many of you at this table will remember 2012 when Hurricane Sandy forced UN headquarters in New York to close for an unprecedented 3 straight days. Storm surge from the East River came over the FDR Drive and rushed into the lower levels of the UN. There were fish swimming in the basement next to the UN servers. In the aftermath, the UN faced sharp criticism over the silence and lack of preparedness. More than a decade later, I turn the question to you today. Are you prepared? Are we prepared? Have you done your part to uphold the collective responsibility to manage climate-related security risks? Have you learned the lessons of prevention? Have we learned the lessons of prevention? If you do not change direction, you may end up where you are heading, as Lao Tzu wisely observed hundreds of years ago. Climate emergencies open new windows for cooperation and inclusion. So let us strengthen our partnerships. Let us encourage local expertise to guide our resolves. We have enough crises on our plate. Our agendas are packed, and they are expanding. It is our time to transform. I will work to support Member States to ensure that the General Assembly plays its part in that. I implore the Council to play its part. If not, I fear the PGA in 2100 or even in 2050 will represent fewer than 193 UN member states. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Koroshi for his briefing, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Bogdan Aurescu.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, I would like to thank the Maltese Presidency and my colleague Minister Borg for this invitation to brief the Council on a highly topical subject, sea level rise and its security implications. I'm speaking today as a member of the International Law Commission and co-chair of its study group on sea level rise in relation to international law, but also as Foreign Minister of Romania. I would like to inform you that in preparing this intervention, I have consulted my colleagues co-chairs of the study group, Professor Soral from Turkey, Galvao Teles from Portugal, and Ruda Santolaria from Peru. My message today is clear. Sea level rise, which is a direct negative effect of climate change, has obvious implications on security and stability around the world. It creates global problems affecting the international community as a whole, therefore requiring global solutions. That is why the UN is rightfully at the forefront of the efforts to address its consequences, to find appropriate solutions, and prevent the associated risks of international conflict. Sea level rise poses a real risk to over 2/3 of UN member states, which are likely to be affected directly or indirectly. The science is clear on this, as shown by the most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports with regard to the alarming projections of sea level rise. Indeed, a growing number of expert assessments conclude that this phenomenon presents mounting hazards for human and state security. The negative national and international security implications and consequences linked to sea level rise include affecting the coasts, which because of this phenomenon are pushed landward, and therefore affecting the baselines, their actual position being likely impacted by the physical changes of the coast's positioning and configuration, and the maritime zones that are measured from the baselines, territorial sea, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone, thus threatening the coastal states' entitlements to these areas and the access to the resources therein. This loss of resources on which the littoral populations depend for their sustenance is likely to prompt increased competition over natural resources, and together with a deterioration of living conditions, also forced migration and displacement of these populations. Sea level rise can also impact the coastal military installations and critical infrastructure. And most importantly, it can prompt the loss of state territory. Indeed, sea level rise is an existential threat for low-lying coastal states, and especially for small island developing states, which may consider their statehood and sovereignty in danger, as their land surface may be totally covered by the sea or become fully uninhabitable. What are our options when dealing with the security implications of sea level rise? This phenomenon needs at the same time policy changes and legal changes. We need to react quickly and efficiently, including by using all political, legal, and institutional tools provided under the UN framework. Since the state's coasts are the first to be affected by sea level rise, there are at least two options of action to protect the coasts, and thus the state territory, its population and their rights, the maritime zones and their resources, in a word, the affected states' interests and rights. One such course of action is to physically protect the coast through coastal fortifications and consolidation. But this is highly costly, and small island developing states and many low-lying coastal states simply cannot afford these costs. The international community must find innovative instruments to support such efforts. Last September, during the high-level event, Staying Ahead of the Curve, Climate Security and International Law, organized by Germany and Palau in New York, in the margins of the General Assembly High-Level Week, I made the proposal of creating an international voluntary fund for this purpose, and I renew this proposal today. The second option is the use of international law, taking into account the needs and appeals from member states, as well as the fact that sea level rise effects represent a pressing concern of the international community as a whole. The International Law Commission promptly included, upon the proposal of the current co-chairs of the study group, the topic sea level rise in relation to international law on its active agenda in 2019. This was followed already in 2020 by the elaboration and presentation of a first issues paper, which I co-authored together with Nilufer Oral, focusing on the law of the sea aspects related to sea level rise, which generated ample and fruitful debates in the ILC in 2021 and in the Sixth Committee in 2020 and 2021. In 2022, a second issues paper was presented by the other two co-chairs of the study group, being dedicated to statehood and protection of persons affected by sea level rise. It was thoroughly debated last year within the ILC and the Sixth Committee. And as we speak, Professor Oral and I are finalizing an additional paper to the first issues paper, which focuses on certain important aspects also related to the law of the sea, thus developing the analysis from the first issues paper. What legal solutions can be shaped? As far as the law of the sea aspects, it is obvious that for all states affected by sea level rise, the maritime zones established under UNCLOS are central to their economies, food security, health, and to their livelihoods. Therefore, the concept of legal stability, security, certainty, and predictability in relation to maritime zones is of paramount importance. The additional paper we are working on is focusing inter alia on this essential concept. One option to ensure this much-needed security was already proposed by the co-chairs in the 2020 first issues paper and endorsed by states from various regions of the world, as evidenced by the submissions to the ILC and by the quite large number of statements presented in the Sixth Committee, but also by the collective regional and cross-regional declarations, such as the August 2021 Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the Face of Climate Change-Related Sea Level Rise, of the 18 Pacific Islands Forum members, and the September 2021 declaration of the 39 heads of state and government of the Alliance of Small Island States. This possible solution refers to the interpretation of UNCLOS that there is no obligation under this treaty to keep baselines and outer limits of maritime zones under review, nor to update charts or lists of geographical coordinates once deposited with the UN Secretary General, and that such maritime zones and the rights and entitlements that flow from them shall continue to apply without reduction, notwithstanding any physical changes prompted by sea level rise. In other words, preserving or fixing or freezing the baselines and outer limits of maritime zones is crucial to the legal stability and security, thus allowing for safeguarding the rights of the affected states with respect to their maritime zones. At the same time, as analyzed in the 2020 first issues paper and its 2023 additional paper, and supported by the member states in their submissions to the ILC and statements before the Sixth Committee, legal stability and security mean that sea level rise cannot be invoked in accordance with the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties as a fundamental change of circumstances for terminating or withdrawing from a treaty which established a maritime boundary, since maritime boundaries enjoy the same regime of stability as any other boundaries. Such possible options are perfectly in line with the need to preserve the integrity of UNCLOS and the balance of rights and obligations included therein. They are also in line with the mandate of the study group, which provides that this ILC topic will not propose modifications to existing international law, such as UNCLOS. Beyond the law of the sea aspects of sea level rise, another part of the urgent answer to be given by the international community must be to address the increasing humanitarian consequences. I do believe that global solidarity is key here. We have the duty to prevent situations in which vulnerable countries have to choose between responding to climate change and their own development. In order to avoid possible situations of de facto statelessness, we can have in mind a few measures: preserving the fundamental rights and the conservation of the identity of persons that are compelled to settle on the territory of third states as a result of such phenomenon, safeguarding the rights of the affected states with respect to their cultural heritage, preserving the right to self-determination of the affected populations, and enabling through international cooperation the granting of financial and technical support to the affected states when exercising their rights to preserve their own existence. The impact on local populations, which is the human face of sea level rise, is already quite visible in the most vulnerable areas. For such populations, solutions should be based on international cooperation between affected states, third states, and international organizations and other relevant stakeholders. Vulnerable groups such as women, children, the elderly, and indigenous populations are likely to suffer the most. It is also crucial to involve local populations in the decision-making process relating to their possible relocation. Without such measures, the impact on the human rights of affected populations and the displacement internally or cross-border of such populations have the potential to cause instability and conflict and to constitute a threat to peace and security. Also, since territory has long been considered one of the requirements for statehood, the submerging of land poses obvious threats for the territorial integrity of states and even for their existence. This is a novel situation for international law, and the possible legal implications should be assessed accordingly. Mr. Secretary General, you have mentioned already some of the solutions. The 2022 second issues paper, as well as the last year debate dedicated to it in the ILC, examined in detail past or present experiences or situations based on which such legal options might be identified. But the possible international law options are not limited to the ILC work. The advisory opinion already requested in December to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea and the one under preparation for ICJ following the initiative of Vanuatu, which is also supported by Romania and other states, can bring more light to the legal implications of climate change, including from the perspective of sea level rise. These are some of the avenues that are being explored or can be further explored in order to identify the most appropriate legal options to deal effectively with sea level rise effects. These endeavors could encourage a higher level of ambition for climate action in the future. Before closing, let me reassure you of my country's full commitment to continue to be part of the global efforts in addressing the risks that climate change in general and sea level rise in particular pose around the world. I encourage the Security Council to stay actively involved in these efforts due to its serious implications for international peace and security. The topic of sea level rise should remain in the Council's attention. I am sure that together, in solidarity, we will find the right solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Mr. Aurescu, for your briefing, and I now give the floor to Ms. Coral Pasisi.
Mr. President, Secretary General and fellow briefers, Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is a privilege to present to you at this very important debate on sea level rise and the implications on international peace and security. Let me also thank the Government of Malta for inviting me to brief you from a CSO perspective. My experience is heavily informed from a SIDS lens, in particular the Pacific Islands, from whence I was born, have worked and lived my whole life to date, and intend to do so for its remainder. By 2050, within the lifetime of our children and grandchildren, sea level rise will have exceeded at least 1 metre for most SIDS, and this will last for thousands of years. In addition, the current 1 in 100 year extreme sea level event will be experienced every single year. Of course, there are many other scary projections as well, but even just because of these ones alone, sea level rise and climate change impacts present both a direct security threat as well as a threat multiplier to individuals, communities, provinces, nations, and certainly to our region as a whole, the Blue Pacific continent. Regardless of whether this is acknowledged by any international body or individual state, does not change that fact. A threat to one's security is best defined by the lens of those who are impacted, not by those who continue to be most responsible for its cause. The point at which the threat of sea level rise and climate change becomes so severe that it is deemed a peace and security threat for every single country in the world is only a matter of time and scale. For many SIDS, this reality is already upon our shores, and for some, it has already washed them away. So how serious is the threat of sea level rise and climate change to statehood and the security of SIDS? The certainty of jurisdiction is what enables law and order and supports the upholding of peace and security. It is well understood how much conflict can arise because of the ambiguity of which islands belong to which nations and the boundaries that define this in the sea. The Blue Pacific continent is well known as a quilt of geopolitical interests, forged through the world wars, patchworked via the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and coloured by globalization. It is now threatened to be torn by the impacts of sea level rise and climate change. This will only be exacerbated by the uncertainty of jurisdiction, as law remains ambiguous about the impacts of sea level rise on the base points by which exclusive economic zones are measured and fixed, and the continued flouting of responsibility and impunity in failing to act to stop climate change, despite clear evidence of the existential threat it poses to many states, communities, and individuals' human rights the world over. This is a security issue of paramount importance to the Pacific region and its nations, and is why Pacific leaders have developed the following critical declarations. In 2018, the BOE Declaration on Regional Security, which elevates climate change as the single greatest threat to the livelihood, security, and well-being of Pacific peoples. The 2021 Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the Face of Climate Change-related Sea Level Rise, and the efforts of individual nations to reinforce this in sovereign law and policy. This declaration is our region's good faith interpretation of UNCLOS, noting that the relationship between climate change-related sea level rise and maritime zones was not foreseen or considered by the drafters of UNCLOS at that time. It is critically important that the international community, the UN system and UN members support this declaration and the individual island nations' efforts to secure their net statehood. Late last year, the 2050 strategy for a Blue Pacific continent was endorsed by Pacific Forum leaders. This strategy reinforces commitment and working together as a collective for advancing Pacific regionalism based on the Blue Pacific narrative, a lens which fully appreciates the threat of climate change to our security as a region, nations, communities, and individuals. And next month, hopefully, as championed by the people and government of Vanuatu and supported by all Pacific nations and a growing number of countries in the UN resolution requesting an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. As the UN Secretary General noted last month, this is an opportunity for the ICJ to examine the conduct that has led the world to the brink of collapse and threatens every existence of countries, peoples, and cultures, as well as the human rights of individuals around the world. It is a critical piece of work to uphold our responsibility of doing our best to ensure intergenerational equity. So let me now turn to the realities of insecurity already happening in the most vulnerable countries and communities. Long before land goes underwater, it will become so degraded that it cannot support human life and the complex and critical ecosystems it once did. This is already manifesting across SIDS and coastal states. Coral reefs are bleaching, causing irreparable damage and affecting the vital food sources, livelihoods, and cultural fabric of coastal communities and countries. Seawater is seeping into delicate groundwater systems and threatens salination of drinking water and arable lands. The traditional knowledge and practice of indigenous people, which constitute the vast majority of Pacific Island populations, is being lost as the natural resources upon which they are tied are being eroded by sea level rise and climate impacts. Early findings of the Pacific Security Outlook Report 2022 to 2023 reaffirm the complexity of these security implications for our region. And an ongoing climate security project funded by the UN Secretary General's Peacebuilding Fund in the Pacific is assessing the security threat of our lowest lying atoll nations as the frontliners to the impact of sea level rise and climate change. At the top of those concerns voiced so far are food and water security, coastal erosion and land security, and the disproportionate impact on women, girls, and children. There are also unique non-economic impacts, and in many ways these are most concerning. A nation can be at war and its people still have hope and determination to survive. The war against climate change is quite different. The opponent is much larger, amorphous, and the ability to stop it is outside of your direct control. And whilst you can do your best to adapt with the limited resources you have, you continue to suffer loss and damage and fear for the future of your children. Despite this, SIDS remain resolute and amongst the most ambitious to lead by example, and their youth are defiant against being written off as the orphans of climate change. They are pushing for greater accountability of our generation to the next, whether we sit on a beach or in a glass tower. Intergenerational equity is a responsibility we must all carry, and one at the heart of the UN Security Council's mandate. So what then is the role of the UN Security Council in acting to address the threat of sea level rise and climate change to the security and peace of the world? In many ways, you have the greatest mandate and reason to address this issue because the fallout of failing to do so will fall directly in your remit of response. In our region, the increasing demand for concurrent law and order and defence responses is already straining preparedness and response capabilities. This is not just happening in developing countries either. New Zealand has just declared a national state of emergency because of the impact of extreme weather events hitting their country consecutively in a very short period of time. This is becoming an all too common occurrence across the world and is especially devastating to those least able to cope and respond. So what are the solutions? I don't think we have enough time to do that question justice here, but a great start would be to acknowledge and advocate to stop greenhouse gas emissions, targeting the root cause of this multiplicity of complex security threats. In addition, support the efforts of the regions and countries most at risk to secure their jurisdictional space on the planet and certainty of their existence as states into the future. Develop and implement ambitious policy on greening the practices of your own institution and its key bodies and stakeholders in the field. Wars are costly not just for people and nations, but also for the stability of our planet. Keep regularly appraised of the manifestations of sea level rise and climate change impacts by combining your efforts with other institutions undertaking site-specific risk assessments and developing appropriate responses. Go and meet in these places and fully appreciate firsthand the situation. Give voice to the most vulnerable, in particular women, girls, and children who are disproportionately impacted. This will help to inform your preemptive and proactive ability to cauterize as much of the potential insecurity and unrest before it becomes an issue so great that none of us can effectively respond. I thank you for listening.
Thank Ms. Pasisi for her briefing, and I shall now make a statement in my capacity as Minister for Foreign Affairs and European Affairs and Trade of Malta. Members of the Security Council, Excellencies, I begin by thanking the Secretary General, the President of the General Assembly, the Co-Chair of the International Law Commission Working Group on Sea Level Rise, and Ms. Pasisi for their presence today, and for sharing their views and observations on the implications to peace and security of sea level rise. The Security Council was established with the responsibility of ensuring the maintenance of international peace and security. While wars and conflict persist, we are now increasingly aware of other global challenges that may exacerbate insecurity if left unchecked. Scientific research can help us discern the impacts of these new and emerging threats, such as climate change. By tapping into this knowledge, the Council would be better placed to identify, address, and drive responses to peace and security. The manifestations of climate change are multifold and are felt across the globe. Ocean-related climate security risks are a daily reality to many countries, with such threats disproportionately affecting island states, small island developing states, coastal regions, and low-lying cities, threatening their very existence. Malta, as an island state, knows this reality all too well. In fact, science is what had guided Malta when it first proposed the issue that climate change is a common concern to humankind at the United Nations. Today, especially as a member of the Security Council, our commitment is just as strong to ensure that this remains an important part of the discussion within this body. We are deeply appreciative of the extensive work that has been carried out in this area in the last few years in the Council, and we stand ready to continue building on what has already been achieved. Excellencies, today highlights our recognition that sea level rise unleashes threats to the existence, identity, and security of peoples and nations. These threats, both sudden and gradual, have the potential to wipe out entire communities and nations. Submerged coastlines will threaten critical infrastructure and precipitate disputes over scarce vital resources such as food and water, while pushing our most vulnerable communities into further marginalization. Sea level rise is already resulting in partial or total inundation of coastal areas, further leading to loss of land, housing, and property. Seawater intrusion into agricultural lands and water tables, and disruption of basic services. The dire humanitarian consequences that could result from rising sea levels are no longer a discourse in rhetoric. Science is already forecasting that up to 1 billion people will be at risk from coast-specific climate hazards by the year 2060, and hundreds of millions will be displaced by the year 2100. This pattern will only set to increase if no action is taken. Largely responsible for securing household water and energy resources, women and children, including girls, often face the brunt of these climate-induced adverse manifestations, with devastating impacts on family survival. Increasingly, unpredictable weather patterns and reduced freshwater access disproportionately impact women's small-scale agricultural livelihoods. This also limits the capacity of current and future generations to be resilient. Excellencies, these consequences have now reached a turning point for international peace and security, and it is our belief that the Council is to proportionately address these risks. It is amply clear that the issues created by sea level rise run through the very heart of state sovereignty, as they represent a direct threat to the security of these areas and to the people who call these areas their home. The potential loss of statehood as one of the most severe consequences arising from the rising sea levels, as well as issues related to maritime boundaries and jurisdiction, are an established theme in this discourse because of the associated far-reaching security implications. While the legal issues arising from sea level rising are under review by the International Law Commission, the obvious security-related risks require the attention of this Council. Excellencies, the political and security consequences of sea level rise reflect a potentially catastrophic reality which, if left unaddressed, may lead to a completely different world than the one we currently live in. In having spearheaded the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, which to this day remains the fundamental pillar that ensures peace and security at sea, Malta continues to be committed to ensure that the voices of those states and peoples most affected by these threats are heard. Today, we are encouraged to hear of best practices from people who face this reality on a daily basis, especially from women who are on the front line in identifying actions in this field, which are long-lasting and truly drive positive impacts to their populations and regions. As climate change catalyzes new waves of activism around the world, threats and violence against women and environmental defenders is increasing, especially against indigenous women. Their protection must be an integral part of the global agenda for peace building and for sustaining peace. We are therefore pleased to have this opportunity to engage in an open dialogue so as to properly address the threats that sea level rise has on international peace and security. And we look forward to hearing from all of you today. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Veronica Nathaniel Makamu Lovo, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Mozambique.
Muito obrigada, Senhor Presidente do Conselho,
very much, Mr. President
Senhor
of the
Presidente da Assembleia Geral,
Mr. President
Senhor
of the General
Secretário-Geral,
Assembly, Mr. Secretary
Excelências,
General, Excellencies,
minhas senhoras e meus senhores.
ladies and gentlemen.
Estava a verificar se há tradução, diz aqui a tradução. Moçambique endereça as suas mais calorosas
Wishes to convey our
felicitações
warmest
assim,
congratulations to
Senhor
you,
Presidente,
Mr.
e ao seu
President,
país Malta,
and to your country,
por assumir a
Malta,
presidência
for
do Conselho
assuming
de
the
Segurança
presidency
no
of
mês
the
de
Security
fevereiro.
Council for the month of
Valorizamos
February.
imenso a
We highly
liderança de
value
Malta
the
na
leadership of
condução
Malta
dos
in
trabalhos do
conducting
Conselho.
the
Por
proceedings of
isso,
the Council.
Moçambique compromete-se a
That is why
prestar o seu apoio total.
Mozambique pledges her
Expressamos
fullest
igualmente a
support.
nossa profunda gratidão às suas excelências,
We express
o
our
Presidente da
profound
Assembleia Geral,
gratitude to His Excellency, the
Secretário-Geral,
President of the General Assembly, and His
o Ministro dos
Excellency,
Negócios
the
Estrangeiros da
Secretary
Romênia
General,
e a
the
Diretora
Minister
das
of Foreign
Mudanças
Affairs of
Climáticas pelas
Romania,
importantes e
for
valiosas
their important
intervenções.
and insightful inputs.
Excelência, Senhor Presidente,
Mr.
minhas senhoras e
President,
meus senhores,
Excellencies, ladies and
Moçambique
gentlemen,
acredita firmemente
Mozambique
na
strongly believes in the
importância
importance and
e
urgency
urgência do tema
of the
proposto por
topic
Malta
proposed by
sobre o
Malta
impacto da
regarding
subida
the
do
impacts of the
nível do
sea
mar.
level rise.
As implicações
implications
deste
of this
fenômeno na
phenomenon
paz e na segurança
on peace
e a
and
possível
security
perda total ou parcial
and the
dos
possible
territórios
loss
dos
of all
Estados
or
e das
parts
zonas
of state
marítimas
territory
é uma
and
questão
maritime
premente do
zones
nosso
is a
tempo.
pressing issue of our time.
Moçambique é Estado
Mozambique
costeiro
is
de
a
baixa
low-lying
altitude,
coastal state
que é particularmente
that is
vulnerável aos
particularly
efeitos
vulnerable
da
to the
elevação
effects of
do
sea
nível do
level
mar.
rise.
Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores,
Excellencies,
desde
ladies and gentlemen,
2019, Moçambique
since
tem experimentado
2019,
eventos
Mozambique
climatéricos
has been
extremos
experiencing
numa
extreme weather
escalada
events on a
nunca
scale
antes
never
vista.
seen before.
Com mais de
With more than
2.700 quilômetros de costa,
2,700
9 bacias hidrográficas
kilometers of
internacionais,
coastline, 9
alta
international river basins,
dependência
a high
da produção
dependence
agrícola
on
infraestrutura
agricultural
em
yields
desenvolvimento.
and
O
developing
meu país é
infrastructure,
extremamente sensível
my country
ao
is
aumento
extremely
do
sensitive
nível
to
do
rising
mar.
sea levels.
A maioria das nossas populações vive
Most
ao
of
longo
our
da costa.
population lives along the
Deste
low-lying
modo,
coast.
qualquer alteração
Thus,
nessas áreas
any changes
teria
to these
impacto
areas
imediato e
would
prejudicial
have an
nas
immediate
nossas
and
comunidades
detrimental
que
impact
dependem
on our communities,
essencialmente
which are
da
predominantly
agricultura e da pesca para a
dependent
sua
on agriculture and fishing
sobrevivência.
for their livelihood.
A dimensão do
The scale
aumento
of
da
Mozambique's
vulnerabilidade de
increased
Moçambique, com a
vulnerability,
crescente exposição aos riscos
with
climáticos,
increasing exposure
forçou
to
o nosso
climate
país
risks,
a
has
realizar
prompted
estudos
our
sobre o
country to
impacto
carry out
das
detailed
mudanças climáticas.
scientific studies on the impact of these
Os estudos
changes.
permitiram-nos
These
ter uma
studies have
visão
allowed
global
us to
sobre
have
o
a
impacto do
global
nível do
view
mar,
of the impact of sea level,
sobretudo nas regiões de baixa
especially
altitude,
in low-lying
como
regions
são os casos dos
such as
deltas
the
de
Zambezi
Zambeze
and
e Baixo
Lower
Limpopo.
Limpopo
Só nos
deltas.
últimos 12 meses, Moçambique sofreu 5
In the last
tempestades
12
tropicais
months
e
alone,
ciclones.
Mozambique has
O
endured
ciclone
5
Gombe, por
tropical
exemplo,
storms and
ocorrido no ano
cyclones.
passado,
Cyclone Gombe, for
afetou
instance, which
quase 1 milhão de
occurred in
pessoas.
2022, has
Excelências,
impacted almost 1
minhas
million
senhoras e
people.
meus senhores,
Excellencies,
gostaria de
ladies and
informar
gentlemen,
que no
I
meu
would like
país,
to inform you
na cidade de Maputo
that
e
in my
província do
country,
mesmo nome,
in the city
devido a quedas de
and province
chuvas
of
que se
Maputo,
fazem sentir e dos caudais
40
a montante, cerca de 40 mil pessoas
40,000 people
ficaram
were affected
afetadas
and 9
e
lost their
perderam
lives due to heavy
9
rains
perderam a
and
vida,
the upstream flows.
para além de várias infraestruturas que foram destruídas.
Apart from that, various infrastructure
Excelência, estamos
were
a falar
destroyed.
de pessoas que perderam quase
We are
tudo,
talking about
e
people
com
who have
muito
lost almost
sacrifício,
everything. They
juntaram
have
durante as
gathered
suas
during
vidas
their lives with a
e
lot of
hoje
sacrifice.
precisam
And
de
today,
ajuda.
they need help.
Muitas cidades, incluindo
Many
a capital do
cities,
país,
including
Maputo,
the capital,
as
Maputo,
cidades de Xaixai, Inhambane,
the city of
Beira,
Xaixai, Inhambane,
Quilimane, Ilha de
Quelimane,
Moçambique,
Ilha de
Nacala
Moçambique,
e
Nacala,
Pemba sofrem
Pemba
erosão severa
suffer severe
causada pela subida
erosion
do nível
caused by
do
sea
mar
level
e não
rise
só.
and other factors.
O problema afeta,
The problem also
repito, o
affects
problema afeta igualmente outras grandes
other
cidades
large
costeiras da
coastal
África,
cities in
como
Africa,
Lagos,
such as
Luanda,
Lagos,
Dar es
Luanda,
Salaam, Alexandria,
Dar es
Abidjan,
Salaam,
Cidade de Cabo,
Alexandria,
Casablanca,
Abidjan,
só para
Cape
citar
Town, and
alguns
Casablanca,
exemplos.
just to name a few examples.
Se nenhuma ação urgente
If
for
no
tomada
urgent
para
action
proteger essas cidades,
is taken to
elas
protect
podem
these
desaparecer
cities,
no futuro
they may
próximo.
disappear in the near
Por
future.
isso,
That is why,
precisamos de, entre
amongst other
outras
measures,
ações,
we need to
enveredar
engage
pela
in
prevenção,
prevention
investindo em
and by
habitações
investing in
resilientes
resilient
nas
housing
comunidades
in the coastal
costeiras.
communities.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr. President,
é expectável que a subida do nível do mar afete algumas
rising sea levels
regiões
are expected
mais
to affect
que
some
outras.
regions more than others.
Os pequenos estados insulares
Small
em
island
desenvolvimento
developing states
são
are some
algumas
of
das
the
nações
most
mais
peaceful
específicas,
nations in the
melhor
world
dizendo, mais específicas que temos no mundo agora.
today.
Todavia, o
However,
deslocamento
population
populacional,
displacement,
a perda de território
loss
e
of
possíveis
territory,
ameaças à perda de identidade nacional
possible threats
poderão
to loss of
afetar de
national
forma
identity
profunda
may deeply
a
affect
estabilidade,
the
a
stability,
paz e
peace, and
segurança
security of
destes
these countries.
países. A possível perda territorial significativa decorrente da
Possible
subida do
significant
nível do mar
territorial
é uma
loss
questão
resulting
sensível
from sea level
e
rise is a
preocupante,
sensitive
porquanto
and important
inclui
issue,
uma série de
as it
preocupações
includes
relacionadas
a
com
range
a
of
condição de
concerns
Estado,
relating to
identidade
statehood,
nacional,
national
estatuto do
identity,
beneficiado,
refugee
responsabilidade do
status,
Estado,
state responsibility,
acesso a recursos e a paz
access
e
to
segurança
resources, and
internacional.
international peace and security.
A ameaça da subida do nível
The
do
threat
mar
from sea level rise
não afeta apenas
does
as
not
áreas
only
terrestres,
affect land areas,
pois tem o potencial
as it
de
has the
ter
potential
impacto significativo
to
sobre a
impact
extensão
significantly
das
the extent
reivindicações
of national
nacionais
claims to
à
maritime
jurisdição
jurisdiction.
marítima. A maioria dos Estados africanos resolveu pacificamente
Most
as
African
reivindicações de
states have
fronteiras
peacefully
marítimas
settled
disputadas
disputed
com seus
maritime
vizinhos em
boundary claims
conformidade
with
com
their
o direito
neighbors in
internacional.
accordance with international law.
Ao minar a base
However,
física
by
das fronteiras
undermining the physical
marítimas
basis of the
traçadas,
drawn maritime
a subida do
boundaries,
nível do mar poderá
rising sea
desfazer
levels are
essas
likely
fronteiras
to unravel these
marítimas
settled maritime
até
boundaries.
agora estabelecidas. Há, portanto, a necessidade urgente de
There
desenvolver
is
regras
therefore the
claras ao nível
need, as a
internacional
matter of urgency,
para salvaguardar
to
a
develop
certeza e a estabilidade
clear
dessas
rules
fronteiras com vista a
at
evitar
the
novos
international level to
conflitos.
safeguard the certainty
no
and
futuro.
stability of these boundaries. If new conflicts over
Moçambique
access to
estabeleceu uma
resources are to
estratégia
be avoided,
nacional de adaptação às
Mozambique
mudanças
has established
climáticas,
a national
com
climate
vista a
change
mitigar o
adaptation
aumento de
strategy
riscos
to mitigate the
emergentes,
increased risks
cujos
arising,
resultados são animadores.
whose results are encouraging.
Pensamos que as reservas marinhas
We think that
protegidas
protected
e
marine
os
reserves
incentivos
and
são
incentives
necessários
are
para
needed to
promover
promote
a
active
participação mais ativa das
participation
comunidades costeiras
of coastal
nas medidas de
communities
conservação
in the
dos
conservation measures
ecossistemas marinhos.
of marine ecosystems.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr. President,
Excelências, minhas senhoras
Excellencies,
e meus senhores,
ladies and gentlemen,
precisamos de criar uma solução
we need
unânime
to
para o
formulate a
deslocamento
unanimous
e a perda de
solution
território que
to
está por vir.
displacement and the loss of territory that is to come.
Neste contexto,
In
a
this
comunidade
context,
internacional deve
The
refletir,
international
entre outras
community
questões,
must
sobre
reflect, among
como
other
reafirmar o
issues,
princípio de autodeterminação
how
e a
to affirm the
manutenção da
principle of
perpetuidade
self-determination and the
da condição de
continuation of
Estado,
statehood and
mesmo em
perpetuity,
situações de perda de
even in
território.
situations where territory has been
Permita-me,
lost.
Excelência,
Allow
concluir
me,
reiterando
Excellency,
que Moçambique continua totalmente empenhado em
Let me
trabalhar
conclude by
em estreita
reiterating that
colaboração com a
Mozambique
comunidade
remains
internacional
fully
na
committed to
prevenção
working
de
closely with the
desastres, na
international
certeza
community on
de que
disaster
juntos
prevention,
podemos
certain that
diminuir o
together we
impacto
can lessen
negativo,
the negative
pois a união
impact
faz a força.
because there is
E a
strength in
determinação
numbers,
unânime dos nossos
and the
países
unanimous
será a chave
determination
para
of our
vencermos esta
countries
batalha.
will be
Pela
the key to
atenção que
winning this
gentilmente
battle.
me dispensaram, aceito, Excelências, o meu muito
Please accept
sincero
my
obrigado.
sincere and
Obrigado,
renewed
Excelências.
thanks, Excellencies, for your attention. Thank you very much, Excellencies.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Dilova for her statement, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Linda Thomas Greenfield, Permanent Representative of the United States and member of President Biden's cabinet.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for convening today's discussion. We truly appreciate your presence here with us today on this very important topic. I also wish to thank the Secretary General, to thank also President Koroshi and Foreign Minister Urescu, and especially our briefer, Ms. Pasisi, for your thoughts and insights. And I welcome the ministers, the honorable ministers who are here in the room with us today. Colleagues, seas rising and overtaking homes, offices, towns, cities, and nations should be the stuff of apocalypse novels and movies. Instead, it is the very real threat we face today. Around the world, the shores of small island nations and low-lying coastal areas are flooding, causing damage, disruption, and dislocation on a dramatic scale. Too often, countries have limited national budgets to enhance resilience, little land to lose, and constrained migration options. Such challenges all have the potential to disrupt peace and security and exacerbate existing insecurity and conflicts. In my own home state of Louisiana, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration projects Gulf Coast waters could rise by as much as 2 feet by 2050. Already, Louisiana fishermen report that rising waters are damaging infrastructure and livelihoods, forcing locals whose families have lived and worked in these areas for generations to move to higher ground. And even right here in New York City, we caught a glimpse into the future during Hurricane Sandy as large parts of Staten Island, New Jersey, Lower Manhattan, and the coasts of Brooklyn and Queens were submerged underwater. The threats of sea level rise is real. It is a direct result of our climate crisis, and it is a matter of international peace and security. The Council must take notice. The Council must take action. More than 680 million people in low-lying coastal areas will lose their homes, their livelihoods, and their communities. Billions more will be displaced. Many will become climate refugees, and most of us will experience severe weather because of rising tides. This Council must also be immediately and specifically concerned with the way the rising sea levels will make it harder for peacekeeping operations to fulfill their mandates, especially for missions that have coastal borders. For our part, the United States is responding to those challenges by working with communities vulnerable to sea level rise at home and engaging vulnerable states abroad. The Biden administration has stepped up efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including through the historic Inflation Reduction Act, which puts us on track to meet our commitments under the Paris Agreement. Internationally, we're urging major emitters to raise their ambitions and meet the Paris Agreement's targets. Nothing could be more important for limiting the dramatic effect of our oceans rising. The President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, PREPARE, is also helping vulnerable developing countries adapt to and manage the impact of climate change, including sea level rise. As part of PREPARE, we're integrating climate support into critical sectors like food security, infrastructure, water, and health, and ensuring vulnerable countries and communities access climate and disaster risk financing. We're also working with our partners to strengthen early warning systems. As we announced at COP27, we're responding to the UN Secretary General's call for early warning for all. We have committed more than $40 million to help close the early warning gap, including new resources for small island states in the Pacific. These efforts are not only important on a humanitarian level, they also forestall potential conflicts between and within states ignited by sea level rise. Finally, we are working to establish international policies to blunt the impact of rising sea levels. At the U.S. Pacific Island Country Summit last year, we announced a new policy on sea level rise and maritime zones. This policy affirmed our commitment to preserve the legitimacy of states' maritime zones and associated rights and entitlements that have been established consistent with international law and that are not subsequently updated despite sea level rise caused by climate change. The United States will not challenge such maritime zones even if they are not subsequently updated to reflect sea level rise caused by climate change. Our new policy reflects the approach taken by the Pacific Island Forum and the Alliance of Small Island States. We encourage others to adopt practices consistent with this approach and will work with partner countries to establish and maintain baselines and maritime zone limits. These actions aim to prevent conflict by ensuring countries maintain access to their long-standing maritime zones and the corresponding economic opportunities. The truth is, as we look ahead, the threat of sea level rise raises challenging questions on statehood for certain particularly vulnerable islands. We must work together to address these challenges. These risks also bring into stark relief the urgency of reducing global emissions and helping vulnerable countries and communities adapt to a changing climate. This is happening today. Fortunately, the worst impacts can be avoided, but we have to act now, and we have to act together. We look forward to hearing your views today and partnering to prevent sea level rise in the days to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Thomas Greenfield, for her statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Thomas Gruber, State Secretary of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr.
je vous
President,
remercie d'avoir
thank
convoqué
you
ce
for
débat.
convening this debate.
Nos remerciements s'adressent également
We
au
also
secrétaire
thank the
général,
Secretary
au
General,
président de l'Assemblée
President
générale,
of the General
au
Assembly,
co-président du
the
groupe
co-chair
d'études de la
of the
Commission du
study
droit,
group of the
droit international,
International Law
ainsi
Commission,
qu'à Madame
and
Coral
Ms.
Passisi
Coral
pour
Passisi
leur exposé.
for their presentations.
Les faits sont clairs.
The facts are clear.
Notre planète se réchauffe,
Planet is getting
provoquant la
warmer,
montée des eaux et
causing
la
water
fonte des
levels to
glaciers.
rise and glaciers
La
to
Suisse
melt.
est au premier rang
Switzerland is
pour
the
observer ce dernier
forefront
phénomène.
of the latter phenomenon.
Selon le groupe d'experts
According
intergouvernemental
to the
sur l'évolution
Intergovernmental
du climat,
on climate change,
limiter le
limiting
réchauffement
global
climatique à
warming to
1,5 degré
1.5
Celsius
degrees Celsius
permettrait de
would
ralentir la
slow
hausse
the
du niveau de la
rise
mer.
in sea levels.
Une mise en œuvre efficace de
Thus,
l'accord
the
de Paris
effective
est donc
implementation
cruciale
of the
pour
Paris Agreement
éviter les
is
pires
crucial
impacts
to
du
avoid
changement
the worst
climatique.
impacts of climate change.
Agir pour la sécurité
Addressing
climatique
climate security
est l'une des
is
priorités du
one
gouvernement
of the
suisse au Conseil de
priorities of
sécurité.
the Swiss government in the
Notre
Security
pays
Council.
continuera donc de
And my
s'engager
country
à
will
limiter
therefore
les effets
remain
négatifs
committed
du
to
changement
limiting the
climatique
negative
sur la
effects
paix
of climate
et la
change
sécurité.
on peace and security.
Permettez-moi de souligner
Allow
3
me
points.
to emphasize 3 points.
Premièrement,
First,
l'élévation du niveau de la
rising sea
mer en
levels
raison du réchauffement
due to
climatique peut
global
augmenter
warming
l'insécurité.
can increase
La
insecurity.
montée des eaux
Rising
menace
seas
les
threaten
infrastructures,
the infrastructure
voire même
and even
l'existence
the very
de certains
existence
États
of some
insulaires ou côtiers.
island and coastal states.
Certains d'entre eux
Some
pourraient
of
se
these
retrouver
states could
immergés.
find themselves submerged.
Par ailleurs,
In
la
addition,
production agricole,
agricultural production,
la sécurité
food
alimentaire,
security,
l'accès à
access to
l'eau
water,
et l'habitat sont
and
menacés par
habitat
l'érosion du
are
sol
threatened
et
by
la
soil erosion
salination
and
de l'eau.
water
Certaines
salinization.
régions deviennent
Some
inhabitables,
areas are
ce
becoming
qui pourrait
uninhabitable,
contraindre des
and this
millions
could
de personnes
force
à
millions of
s'exiler à
people to
l'intérieur
flee
ou à
within
l'extérieur de leur
or
pays.
outside of their country.
Dans les contextes fragiles
In fragile
où les
contexts
capacités de
where
l'État
state
sont
capacity
limitées,
is limited,
tout cela peut
this can
engendrer
lead
des
to
tensions liées,
tensions
par exemple,
over,
à
for
l'accès aux
example,
services de
access
base.
to basic services.
Bien que les populations
While
dans leur
populations
ensemble
as a whole
subissent les conséquences de la
are
montée des
affected
eaux,
by rising
ce sont
waters,
souvent les groupes
marginalized
marginalisés
groups
ainsi que
and
les
women
femmes
are
qui en
often
souffrent tout
particularly
particulièrement.
affected.
Deuxièmement,
Second,
le Conseil de
the
sécurité a un
Security
rôle
Council
clé
has
à
a
jouer.
key role to play.
Il doit faire face
It must
à l'un des plus
face
grands
one
risques
of the
contemporains
greatest
pour
contemporary
l'humanité.
risks for humanity.
Le Conseil doit être
The
en
Council
mesure
must be
d'anticiper
able
les
to
impacts du
anticipate the
changement
impacts
climatique
of
sur la
climate
paix
change
et la
on
sécurité
international
internationale
peace and
au moyen
security
de systèmes d'alerte
through
précoce au
conflict
sujet des
early
conflits,
warning
basés
systems
sur des données
based on sound
scientifiques fiables.
science.
Il doit ensuite
It must then
intégrer les conclusions de
integrate
ces
the
évaluations
findings of these
dans ses
assessments
activités,
into its
y compris
activities,
les missions de maintien de la
including
paix et les
peacekeeping
missions politiques spéciales.
and special political missions.
À cet égard,
And in this
les
regard,
conseillers climatiques
the
du
climate
mécanisme de
advisors
sécurité
of the
climatique
climate security
sont un bon
mechanism
exemple.
are a good example.
L'élévation du niveau de la
Rising
mer
sea levels
demande toutefois
nonetheless
une
requires
réponse intégrée de
an
l'ensemble du
integrated
système
response
onusien,
from the
qui
entire UN
inclut
system,
de la Commission de la
including
consolidation
the
de la paix,
Peacebuilding Commission,
et ce,
based
sur la base
on the
des mandats
mandates
accordés
given
à
to
chaque
each
entité
entity
travaillant sur cette
working on this
problématique.
issue.
Troisièmement,
Third,
pour faire face à
in
la
order
montée
to
du niveau
address
de la mer,
sea
le
level
droit
rise,
international doit
international
nous
law
servir de
must
boussole.
serve as our compass.
La Convention des Nations
United
Unies sur le
Nations
droit de
Convention
la
on the
mer
Law of the
ou
Sea
le principe de
or
prévention
the principle
des dommages
of
en sont
damage
des
prevention
composantes
are
cruciales.
crucial components.
Cependant,
However,
malgré le cadre établi
despite
du
the
droit
established
international,
framework of
ces défis
international law,
climatiques nous
these
confrontent
climate
également à
challenges
de nouvelles
also
questions
confront us with
complexes
new
au
and
sujet, par
complex
exemple,
questions
du statut
regarding, for
d'État,
example,
des droits de
statehood,
l'homme
human
ou
rights,
encore
or
de la
the
protection des
protection
personnes
of
contre les effets
people
spécifiques
against the
de ces
specific
menaces.
effects of these threats.
Nous saluons pour
We
cette raison le
therefore
travail en
welcome
cours
the
de la
ongoing
Commission
work
du droit
of the
international.
International Law Commission.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
les impacts du
the
changement
impacts of
climatique
climate
et
change
l'élévation
and
du
sea
niveau de
level
la mer
rise
se font déjà
are
sentir
already
aujourd'hui
being felt
de
today
manière différenciée
in a
en fonction des contextes.
differentiated fashion
Comme
depending on the
l'eau
context.
relie
Like the
les
water
glaciers
that
suisses
binds
et
the Swiss
les îles
glaciers
Pacifiques.
and the
Leur
Pacific
effet
Islands,
sur la paix,
their
la
effects
sécurité
on peace
dépassent
and
les
security
frontières et nous
transcend
concernent
borders
tous.
and concern us
La
all.
Suisse a pris les
Switzerland
devants en lançant
has taken
l'initiative
on a
Nansen
proactive
avec la
role
Norvège,
in launching
ainsi
the
que
Nansen
la
initiative
plateforme
with
sur les
Norway,
déplacements liés
as
aux
well
catastrophes
as
naturelles,
the
basée à Genève.
Geneva-based platform on
Cette
disaster risk
plateforme vise
reduction.
à améliorer
This
la
platform
protection des
aims to
personnes
improve the
déplacées
protection
au-delà
of people
de leurs frontières
displaced
dans le
across
contexte des
borders
catastrophes
in the
et du
context
changement
of
climatique.
disasters and climate change.
Nous continuerons
We will
notre
continue
engagement,
our
notamment
engagement,
en tant que co-président
including
du
as
groupe
co-chair
d'experts sur
of
le
the
climat,
informal expert
pour
group
limiter
on
les effets
climate and
négatifs du
security,
changement
to
climatique
limit the
sur
negative
la paix
effects of
et
climate
la
change
sécurité
on peace and
lors de notre
security
mandat au
during
Conseil
our
de
tenure
sécurité.
on the Security
Je
Council.
vous remercie.
I thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Gurber, for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Majid Al-Suwaidi, Director General for the 28th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to begin by thanking you, Your Excellency, and Malta for convening this important debate. I also want to thank the UN Secretary-General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his consistent leadership on this issue. And I'm grateful to Mr. Csaba Korosi and Ms. Bogdan Orascu and Mr. Ms. Coral Paisi, for this insightful briefing that you gave us today. Mr. President, nowhere is the urgency and complexity of the climate crisis more evident than in our seas and oceans. Today, the Security Council is listening to the testimonies of people living on the front lines of climate change. They are telling us that their security, livelihoods, and identities are already under threat. Long before temperature rises have risen to 1.5 degrees. Climate change is already having a devastating impact on people's livelihoods and lives today. The world cannot look away. Warming, rising, and acidifying water poses an existential threat, especially to low-lying countries and coastal communities. Many territories are poised to become uninhabitable even before becoming permanently inundated. We must respond to this crisis with unity and solidarity and with action. We know that we are presently off track of the Paris goals of 1.5 degrees and meaningfully coping capacity for climate impacts. I serve as Director General and Special Representative of COP28, and I'm joining you today because the United Arab Emirates recognizes the urgent need for a coordinated response across the multilateral system. We cannot neglect any element of the climate crisis, including its clear implications for international peace and security. Our obligation, with each body contributing within its mandate, is to reverse the current trajectories with inclusive, effective, and responsive climate action. Accordingly, I would like to emphasize 4 points that should inform the development of a shared response to the perils we are discussing today. First, the potential consequence of sea level rise, disputes over resources, the displacement of millions, and serious implications for sovereignty and statehood. This must be at the heart of maintaining international peace and security, and we applaud Malta for bringing this issue to the Council's attention. But we also recognize that it is a response to the gap in this body's engagement. Regular Secretary-General reporting based on scientific data and analysis on the risks and impacts of climate change on international peace and security would it enable context-specific and evidence-based approaches by the Council. It would also help sustain the Council's focus and ensure that it complements ongoing efforts across the UN system. Second, we must catalyze greater and higher quality climate finance for fragile and vulnerable countries. There is a glaring international underinvestment in food and water systems, as well as infrastructure resilience. Reform of the international financial institutions and multilateral development banks is a critical dimension of our response, enabling them to run towards, instead of away from, destabilizing climate threats. The loss and damage facility agreed at COP27 must also be operationalized this is the year to politically recognise the financing gap for fragility and to close it. The peace dividends of these actions will be immediate and enduring. Third, early action work by humanitarian actors gives us a range of proven tools to reduce the security impacts of sea level rise. It also provides an opportunity to understand the implications on those most vulnerable, such as women and children, and ensure inclusive response from the start. Accordingly, the UAE is fully supportive of the Secretary-General's early warning for all initiative. We also underscore the urgent need for an annual investment plan, increased data collection, and integration with anticipatory action systems. Fourth, we must acknowledge and address the unprecedented legal and policy challenges posed by sea level rise. That includes ensuring that the multilateral system offers adequate solutions. In this regard, the UAE encourages the International Law Commission's continued work on sea level rise, especially its implications for the law of the sea, sovereignty, and statehood. Similarly, we also recognize the important efforts by Pacific small island developing states to advance the normative legal debate on sea level rise. In conclusion, Mr. President, I would like to reaffirm the UAE's commitment here in the Council and as the incoming President of COP28 and in all fora to listen to affected communities and respond with ambition and urgency and with action, which leaves no country and no community behind. Preventing and addressing insecurity is one of the most important investments we can make as the international community. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Al-Suwaidi, for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Albania.
I'd like to thank Malta for organizing this meeting on this important topic and you, Minister Borg, for chairing it. Thank you for bringing back to the Council the inherent link between climate and security. I also thank the ESG, the PGA, Ministerial Rescue, and Ms. Passisi for their important information. Colleagues, it has been said many times, it needs to be reminded, there is no greater danger to our bare existence than climate change. Because as a threat multiplier for instability, at a scale we can hardly imagine, it risks altering everything on Earth to the point of no return, threatening our very ability to survive. Sea level rise is one of the most significant effects of climate change. It is a clear sign of a catastrophe in the making and already a reality for tens of millions of people, not only for the island states, but also many other developing countries, as listed today by the ESG. Colleagues, science has been very clear, very vocal, and we have been warned. Sea level rise will create a profound shift in coastal flooding over the next decades, threatening entire livelihoods and the ability to subsist in many parts of the world. Undisputed scientific reports find that by the end of the century, whatever we do, global sea levels will most likely rise up to 1.1 meter or more, one of the direst sea level rise projections ever made by the IPCC. As alarming as it is, the reality may even be worse, and its multifaceted implications, as mentioned today, far more complex. Madam President, we already see climate change exacerbating poverty, aggravating underdevelopment, causing massive displacements, which, as we know, are among the root causes for conflict. It was rightly mentioned, hundreds of millions will be displaced, forced from their homes by extreme weather events exacerbated by the rising global temperatures. Let's not forget, over 30 million people were displaced in Pakistan by the extraordinary floods last year. In many developing countries, the accumulation of climate-related catastrophes chips away at resources and make each successive disaster more damaging. This is why climate change should be a core topic on the agenda of the Security Council. It is not only a development issue. It is not only an environmental issue. It is undeniably and will continue to be a sharp security issue. Denying it means sleepwalking into a disaster written in front of our eyes in capital letters. Preventing the Council to do its part only adds to attitudes that steal the future of our children, punishing them to live with the consequences of our inaction. we have no part in it, and deplore that the Council has so far failed to put this existential threat where it should be, where it belongs, front and centre of its work. Not at the exclusion of other specialized foreign bodies, but as a sign of joining forces and canvassing our collective strength for our own sake and that of our children and future generations who will be there when the earth will be more inhospitable, more in danger. This is why we think we should work with the existing tools and create new ones to move in the right direction. I would briefly like to mention some of them. First, we need to raise awareness about the impact of climate change on security, to properly assess and respond to climate-related security risks. Regular reporting by the SG to the Security Council, as he did today, on the security implications of climate change are the right way. Second, the UN needs to increase the cross-agency cooperation and coordination in sharing information, knowledge, and the best practices in the countries and UN missions. We support the appointment of a special representative for climate and security to improve the UN's ability to address climate-related security risks. Third, we must prioritize early warning systems, which have proven to be effective and feasible climate adaptation measures that save lives. Fourth, ambitious climate plans will remain a wishful thought, right but toothless, without access to appropriate financing and efforts to mitigate and address the climate-related risks to peace and security. And if without that, our efforts will fall short. Mitigating climate change effects is a global collective effort, but it starts home and we all must do our part. In 2019, Albania became the first country in the region to adopt a strategy on climate change and related action plans on mitigation and adaptation. We are working and are in very good track to achieve the United Nations global goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 45% in the next decade and achieve net zero emission by 2050 in accordance with the Paris Agreement. In closing, Madam President, while we work to mitigate and address the climate risks to peace and security, we must not forget that climate change has a strong gender dimension. Climate change, environmental degradation and sea level rise affect disproportionately women and girls. Therefore, climate and environmental action and disaster risk reduction need to be gender responsive, value and promote all women and girls as agents of change, and directly address the specific risks that they face. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania and pass the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam
Je félicite Malte pour l'initiative de cet important débat. Je remercie le secrétaire général d'avoir parfaitement circonscrit les enjeux de la menace que représente l'élévation du niveau de la mer. Je remercie également le président de l'Assemblée générale, le ministre des Affaires étrangères de Roumanie et co-président du groupe d'études sur l'élévation du niveau de la mer, Madame Passissi, pour leurs exposés édifiants. Madame la Présidente, le Gabon est fermement convaincu qu'il existe un nexus patent entre la paix, la sécurité et le développement durable. Il s'agit de pans d'un constant effet de domino, aujourd'hui exacerbé par la menace que font peser les changements climatiques. Cette menace pèse sur tous les pays du monde, qu'ils soient développés ou sous-développés. Elle exige une réponse stratégique globale au niveau national et multilatéral. L'ampleur du péril commande de transcender le préliminaire débat sur laquelle des institutions internationales est la mieux indiquée pour agir au nom de la communauté internationale en vue de répondre au phénomène des changements climatiques. En effet, la menace à la paix et à la sécurité de toute l'espèce humaine est réelle pour les États côtiers comme le Gabon. Elle est existentielle et imminente pour les petits États insulaires. Le Conseil de sécurité doit se saisir de cette question fondamentale en examinant notamment l'éventail des risques que les effets des changements climatiques font peser sur la paix et la sécurité internationale
for
pour
international peace and
envisager une
security,
action
and this
au niveau
so as
international
to
et
come
régional.
up with an
La réponse
action needed
attendue est
internationally
avant
and
tout
regionally.
préventive et doit
And the
comprendre
response
l'évaluation
needs
des
to be
risques,
both
la
preventive
planification ainsi qu'un
and
financement approprié
include the risk
pour la
assessment
résilience et
planning
le
and
renforcement des
appropriate
capacités
funding
des
to
États
increase the
fragiles.
resilience and the
En
capacity
effet,
of fragile
les
states.
évidences scientifiques sont manifestes
Scientific
sur l'ampleur
data
de la
is
menace
clear
que la
about the
montée du
scope
niveau de la mer
of
fait
the
peser à
threat that the
l'intégrité
rising
territoriale
sea levels
des petits États
represent
insulaires en
for the
développement
territorial
et
integrity
des
of small
États de
island
faible
developing
altitude
states and the
avec des
low-lying
impacts
states
particulièrement graves
because of its
sur
particularly
les
serious
communautés
effects on
côtières
the coastal
du monde
community
entier et
throughout the
sur leurs moyens
world
de subsistance.
and on their livelihoods.
L'élévation du niveau de la
The
mer
rising sea
est susceptible de remettre en cause les
bring
caractéristiques
into question
fondamentales
the
qui permettent de définir
fundamental
un État, à savoir
characteristics which allow us
un
to
territoire
define a
défini
state, namely
et
a
une
defined
population.
territory,
Et nous nous
a
félicitons que la Commission
population, and a
pour le
population,
droit
and we welcome the
international
fact that the
en soit
International
saisie.
Law Commission
Depuis
is working
plusieurs
on
décennies,
this.
le niveau
For
mondial de
several
la mer
decades
a
now,
augmenté
the
de
global
façon
sea level has
perceptible
been
et cette
growing
tendance s'accélère.
visibly, and
Au
this
rythme
trend is
actuel,
growing.
en
At the
Afrique,
current rate
ce
in
sont des centaines de millions de personnes
it is
qui
hundreds
seront
of
exposées
millions
à
of
l'élévation
people
du niveau de
who
la mer
will
d'ici
be exposed to
2030,
rising sea level
avec
between now and
certaines
2030.
métropoles
And
côtières
some
africaines de faible altitude
African coastal
qui
cities,
pourraient
which are
devenir
low-lying,
inhabitables à moyen terme.
can become
Par
inhabitable
ailleurs,
in the medium term.
l'urbanisation et
Furthermore, the
l'expansion rapide des
urbanization
communautés
and
dans les zones
rapid
côtières
growth of
mettront
communities in
davantage de personnes en
coastal
danger.
areas will put in even
Madame la
greater number of
Présidente,
people in danger.
la montée
Madam
des eaux
President,
engendre notamment des
the
événements soudains.
rising
Parmi
water
ceux-ci,
level
les plus saillants sont le recul
brings
du
in
trait de
its
côte,
wake sudden
l'intrusion
events
d'eau
such as,
salée
for
dans les
example,
terres,
receding
l'érosion
coastlines,
côtière,
seawater
la
land
modification des
incursions,
écosystèmes
coastal
côtiers,
erosion,
les ondes de
changing
tempête
coastal
bien souvent
ecosystems,
associées à des
storms
cyclones
very
intenses
frequently
ou à des
associated
phénomènes
with
d'inondation
cyclones
massive,
or massive
dont les
flooding,
conséquences humanitaires
whose humanitarian
s'avèrent souvent désastreuses.
consequences are frequently
L'endommagement
disastrous.
ou la destruction des infrastructures,
The damage or
la
destruction
concurrence
of
accrue ou les
infrastructure,
inégalités d'accès
stiff
aux terres
competition
ou aux ressources
or a
naturelles,
lack of access to
la
lands or natural
disparition des terres
resources,
submergées,
disappearing
la
of
raréfaction des
land which
ressources,
becomes submerged, paucity
l'insécurité
of
alimentaire,
resources, food
la réduction
insecurity,
des moyens de subsistance,
the shrinking
les incidences
livelihoods,
sur les
the
activités économiques
impact
en
on
lien avec le
economic
littoral
activities
ou
related
l'atteinte
to the
à la fonction
coastline or
patrimoniale et culturelle
undermining the
d'identité
heritage or
des
cultural
littoraux
identity
sont
in
autant
coastal
d'éléments
areas
d'une
are
liste
all
non exhaustive
items
des
on a
incidences
non-exhaustive
néfastes
list
de la
of
montée du niveau de la
nefarious
mer.
consequences of rising sea
Plus
levels.
l'exposition aux effets de
The
l'élévation
greater
du
the
niveau de la mer est
exposure to this
croissante,
phenomenon,
plus la
the
probabilité
greater
de migration
the
massive,
probability
soudaine et
of a
forcée
mass
des populations
migration, which is
vivant en
sudden
zone
and
côtière en raison des changements
compelled
climatiques
by people
augmente.
from coastal areas
Au gré des
because of
contextes,
climate change.
il est à
Depending on this
redouter que
context,
l'arrivée
this
d'un
could
grand
lead
nombre de
to
personnes
the
déplacées,
arrival of a
ayant
great
parfois des identités
number
ethniques
of
ou religieuses
people
différentes,
who have
puissent
different ethnic or
exacerber des
religious
tensions sociales
identities, and this
sous
can
l'effet
compound
des
social
facteurs identitaires
tensions
ou liés
because of
à
identity
l'accès aux
factors
ressources,
or having
aux
access
moyens
to
de
resources
subsistance
or
et aux
access to
services
means of ensuring
préexistants, avec
livelihood or
notamment des
pre-existing
risques
services,
induits
and
d'exacerbation
this
des
could
instabilités
in
sociales ou
turn
politiques,
worsen
y
social
compris
or
la
political
radicalisation,
instabilities,
à même de
increase
déclencher les
radicalization,
conflits
or
aussi
even
bien
lead to
intra
conflicts
qu'interétatiques.
within and between
Dans le
states.
même temps,
At the same
les
time,
tensions et les
tensions
conflits
and
peuvent affecter
conflict
la
can
capacité des pays à
affect the
faire face
capacity
aux
of
risques
countries
sécuritaires
to face
liés au
security
climat
challenges
et
having to
accroître
do with climate
considérablement la
and
fragilité des pays.
considerably worsen
Ainsi, les
countries'
pays les plus
fragilities.
vulnérables aux
The most
impacts du changement
vulnerable
climatique
to
sont
climate
également susceptibles
change
de
are
présenter des niveaux
also
élevés d'insécurité,
susceptible
réduisant
to
leur capacité à
present
répondre ou à
heightened
s'adapter à
level
ces
of
impacts.
insecurity, and this reduces
Cette
their
forte
capacity to
corrélation
react
entre la
and
vulnérabilité
adapt.
au changement
This
climatique
correlation
et
between vulnerability
l'insécurité
and climate
crée
change
une
and
boucle de
insecurity
rétroaction
creates
négative
a
qui
vicious
renforce la
circle.
vulnérabilité des
This
communautés
compounds the
exposées,
vulnerability of
notamment
exposed
celle des
communities,
femmes et
in
des enfants,
particular the
qui
vulnerability
sont
of women and
moins
children.
résilients et
They're
moins à
frequently the
même de
least
faire face aux
resilient
effets de cette
and least well
déstabilisation induite.
placed to deal
Madame la
with this
Présidente,
instability.
en l'absence de
Madam
renforcement
President,
efficace
in
de
the
résilience
absence
ou de stratégie
of
d'adaptation au changement
adaptation
climatique,
strategy
les phénomènes
or
météorologiques
strategy to
extrêmes de plus en
increase
plus graves
resilience
et fréquents continueront à avoir un impact négatif sur le développement socio-économique des zones côtières. La réponse adéquate aux risques de sécurité liés au climat nécessite d'élever le niveau d'ambition dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques. La meilleure façon de prévenir, d'atténuer ou de gérer les risques sécuritaires liés au climat est de s'attaquer à leur cause. Dans le contexte d'États fragiles déjà touchés par des conflits, il est important de combler les lacunes en matière de connaissances scientifiques et traditionnelles pour une résilience climatique accrue et pour un développement durable du littoral. La compréhension de la façon dont les changements climatiques menacent la paix et la sécurité et alimentent les conflits doit être améliorée dans l'ensemble du système des Nations Unies. Ce n'est qu'alors que la politique climatique s'étendra toutes les autres planifications et initiatives de développement. Nous ne devrions pas parler de paix, de sécurité ou de durabilité mondiale lorsque les impacts climatiques mettent le développement hors de portée. L'intégration d'analyses pertinentes dans les rapports réguliers, les évaluations des risques et l'alerte rapide du secrétaire général sont cruciaux. En conséquence, le Gabon fait sien l'appel lancé pour la nomination d'un représentant spécial sur le climat et la sécurité qui comblerait une lacune critique dans le système des Nations Unies tout en fournissant au Conseil de sécurité les informations dont il a besoin. La réponse adéquate aux risques sécuritaires liés au climat implique aussi un financement durable et croissant pour l'adaptation au changement climatique, un financement ciblé pour les pays et les communautés les plus vulnérables. Je voudrais conclure en disant que nous ne pouvons pas construire, consolider la sécurité ou parvenir à une paix inclusive et durable si nous ne nous attaquons pas à tous les éléments d'instabilité et de conflit. Ces facteurs comprennent les risques de menaces liés au changement climatique, notamment celles ayant trait à l'élévation du niveau de la mer. Du fait des répercussions évidentes, palpables sur la stabilité et la sécurité de certaines régions, de certains États, la dimension sécuritaire liée au changement climatique ne fait plus aucun doute. Aujourd'hui, plus que jamais, la question n'est plus de savoir si le Conseil de sécurité est compétent pour s'en saisir, mais plutôt de savoir comment les travaux de ce Conseil prendront en compte les risques sécuritaires multiformes liés au changement climatique. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Gabon for the statement, and then I'll give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier Malte pour avoir organisé ce débat, ainsi que l'ensemble des intervenants pour leur contribution. L'accord de Paris nous fixe le cap. Limiter le réchauffement climatique à 1,5 degré Celsius et accroître la capacité d'adaptation, d'atténuation et de résilience au changement climatique, notamment dans les pays les plus vulnérables. Nous avons besoin pour cela de la mobilisation de tous, et j'insisterai sur 2 points. Le constat d'abord, le réchauffement climatique entraîne la montée du niveau de la mer et menace la paix et la sécurité internationale. Pompe à carbone essentielle, l'océan absorbe plus de 90% de l'excès de chaleur généré par les activités humaines. Toutefois, cela provoque une hausse de la température de l'eau et dégradant l'état des écosystèmes marins de manière rapide et difficilement réversible. C'est donc en luttant contre le changement climatique que nous protégeons l'océan. Le dernier rapport du GIEC sur les océans et la cryosphère prévoit une élévation du niveau marin mondial en 2100 de 48 cm. Ça veut dire que des espaces productifs, des terres agricoles, des habitations seront demain submergés et inhabitables. Les petits États insulaires en développement sont par nature les plus exposés aux effets du dérèglement climatique sur les océans. Leur survie même est en jeu. Au-delà de la montée des eaux, tous les effets cumulatifs du dérèglement climatique sont des sources potentielles d'instabilité et de conflit. Raréfaction des ressources, disparition des terres submergées, migration forcée, insécurité alimentaire, pour ne citer que ces phénomènes. Nous devons donc anticiper et répondre à l'état d'urgence auquel l'océan, notre bassin commun, est confronté.
which our
Dans ce
common base
contexte
in the ocean
difficile,
is facing.
la réponse au risque
In
climatique
this
doit
difficult
passer par une
context, the
approche
response to
globale et
climate risk
préventive.
must
Dans son
involve a
programme commun,
comprehensive
le
and
secrétaire
preventative
général nous donne une
approach.
feuille de route pour
In our
construire la
common
paix,
agenda, the
créer
Secretary
les
General has
conditions d'un
given
développement
us a
durable
roadmap to
et
build peace,
inclusif,
to create
tout en
conditions for
luttant contre
lasting
les
and
effets du
inclusive
changement
development
climatique.
while we combat
La
the
France
impact of
contribue
climate
aux
change.
efforts de la communauté
France is
internationale pour
contributing to the
endiguer les
international
conséquences de
community's
la montée
efforts
des
to
eaux en matière de
mitigate the
sécurité
impact of
à travers des
sea level rise
initiatives
in terms
visant
of
à
security
accroître la
through
résilience des
initiatives
États au changement
aimed at
climatique,
increasing state
dont
resilience to
CRUISE,
climate change.
initiative qui
This
vise à
includes
améliorer les
CRUISE, which is
systèmes
an
d'alerte précoce
initiative
aux risques
which aims
climatiques
at
dans les
improving
pays
the
les
early
plus
warning
vulnérables aux
systems
catastrophes et à
to
laquelle
climate
la France
risks
doublera
in
sa contribution
countries which are
pour
the
atteindre
most
8 millions d'euros
vulnerable
dès
to such
2023.
disasters. France will double its
L'ensemble
annual
du système des
contribution
Nations Unies
to reach
doit
8
agir
million
de manière
euros
coordonnée
starting in
pour réduire les risques
2023.
climatiques,
The entire
que ce
UN
soit
system
dans
must
le
act
cadre
in a
de la
coordinated
Convention des
fashion
Nations
to
Unies sur le
reduce
droit de la
climate
mer,
risk,
de la
be it through
Convention
the
4
UN
des Nations
Convention
Unies
on the
sur les
Law of the
changements
Sea, the
climatiques, de
UN
l'accord de
Framework
Paris ou du
Convention
Conseil de
on
sécurité.
climate change, the
Je tiens
Paris
ici à saluer
Agreement,
le rôle du
the UN
mécanisme de
Climate
sécurité climatique des Nations
Security
Unies
Mechanism,
pour
which I
renforcer
welcome
la
here,
résilience face aux risques
as it
climatiques.
can help us
Je
bolster
n'oublie pas la
resilience to
Convention pour la
climate risk.
diversité biologique.
I would
Dans la
also make
lignée
reference
de
to the
l'accord de
Convention on
Kunming-Montréal,
Biodiversity,
nous devons
and
promouvoir les
in line
solutions
with
fondées
the
sur la
Kunming
nature.
Montreal Agreement,
Monsieur le
we
Président,
must promote
la menace
nature-based
que fait
solutions.
peser
Mr.
l'élévation
President,
du niveau de la mer
the
n'est
threat
plus à
of sea level
démontrer.
rise
Il nous appartient
has
donc
been
de nous
proven.
mobiliser
We must
d'urgence
therefore
tant
act
qu'il est encore
urgently
temps.
while there is still
C'est dans cet
time.
esprit de mobilisation
It is in that
que la France
spirit
est
of
fière
action
d'accueillir,
that
conjointement avec le
France
Costa
is
Rica,
proud to
la
welcome
prochaine
jointly with
conférence des
Costa
Nations Unies
Rica
sur les
the
océans
next UN
en
Ocean
2025. Ce
Conference in
sujet
2025.
sera l'une des priorités
This
que nous
subject
y
will be
porterons.
one of the
Je vous remercie.
priorities which we will bring to that conference. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Mr. President, I thank Minister Borg of Malta for hosting today's high-level open debate on such an important theme for island countries, including Japan. Japan commends the solidarity shown by Malta to the SIDS in addressing the impacts of sea level rise. I also thank all the other briefers for their valuable inputs. The looming sea level rise is threatening people's safety and existence in various ways. Nevertheless, when we talk about international peace and security, aren't we focused only on how to prevent international armed conflict? We need to recognize that the threat of sea level rise is equally imminent and critical to such threat as invasion by a foreign nation. At the cores of both crises, human life and human dignity are at stake, and as such, they are both serious security issues. While it is obvious that Security Council should get involved when such peace and security issues arise, as we have heard from Coral Pacific, the expectation towards the Security Council to play its role. At the same time, it is also obvious it does not mean the Council alone will be able to offer comprehensive solutions, nor can the Council directly carry out responses to climate change or to development issues. However, the Security Council, which is primarily responsible for the maintenance of international peace and security, can fulfill its duty by calling together the other UN bodies, including the General Assembly, ECOSOC, and the Peacebuilding Commission. It is from this perspective that Japan calls for the importance of preventive diplomacy and for more robust communication between the Council and various players, including the PBC, at its signature event last month. As mitigation and adaptation for climate change are the prerequisite for addressing sea level rise, resilient institutions are necessary to implement them most efficiently and effectively. Japan believes that, along with valuable advice from the PBC, the Council can promote sustainable peace through resilient institutions by investing in people, including women, youth, and indigenous people, as they are the agents to shape and promote such institutions. As a part of our efforts to strengthen institutions, Japan supports SIDS in capacity building, such as disaster risk reduction trainings for government officials, local leaders and children, and young people under the Sendai Cooperation Initiative for Disaster Risk Reduction Phase 2 and the Tsunami-based Disaster Risk Reduction Training Program for Female Leaders by UNITAR. Mr. President, Japan also believes that legal stability and predictability are necessary foundation for the island nations as well as for coastal states of continents that are exposed to various uncertainties due to sea level rise. And in this context, I would like to make clear Japan's position that it is permissible for coastal countries to preserve the existing baselines and maritime zones established under the UNCLOS, notwithstanding the regression of coastlines caused by climate change. We are confident that this interpretation is legitimate and will ensure legal stability and predictability, in particular for SIDS. I am grateful that this position was welcomed by the delegation of the PIF led by the Honorable Mark Brown, Prime Minister of Cook Island, at his meeting with our Minister for Foreign Affairs, Hayashi, on February the 6th. Mr. President, Japan is an island country, and as such, we fully understand the seriousness of sea level rise. Japan spares no effort to work proactively within the UN to address the issue of sea level rise, particularly and climate change and security more generally. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Japan for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to thank you for the initiative of convening this meeting and providing us with the opportunity to exchange views on possible sea level rise implications for international peace and security. On that note, I thank the Secretary General, the President of the General Assembly, Minister Aurescu, and Ms. Passisi for their contributions to our debate today. Indeed, no ecosystem or state is protected from the negative impacts of climate change, but its effects on oceans may bear even more significant implications for statehood. They can also threaten the livelihoods of communities and impact human mobility. Sea level rise as a consequence of climate change is particularly critical to small island states. We strongly empathize with their claim that their very existence is threatened by this phenomenon. This issue is of such importance that it must be discussed in an inclusive, legitimate, and representative forum with the mandate and right tools to tackle climate change and its implications. It does not fall within the mandate of the Security Council to discuss climate change. If, as set out in the concept note, the goal of this discussion is to focus on how to prevent political and security concerns related to sea level rise and build resilience, then the securitization of this debate may prove itself undesirable and counterproductive. First, because, as underscored by the Secretary General in his Our Common Agenda report, one of the primary roles of the United Nations should be to act as a source of reliable data and evidence, and the same should be applied to Security Council. In this case, there is no evidence proving that climate change directly causes armed conflicts. In this regard, the sixth assessment report of the IPCC stated that not only non-climatic factors are the dominant drivers of existing intra-state conflicts, but even in some cases, in some assessed regions, where extreme weather and climate events have had a small adverse impact on the length, severity, or frequency of intra-state violent conflicts, the statistical association is weak. Moreover, the document also stresses that compared to other socioeconomic factors, the influence of climate change on conflict is assessed as relatively weak. Second, because despite the many tools in its toolbox, the Security Council does not have the ones we need to fight climate change, nor to build resilience against its impacts. Thus, a security-centered discussion cannot offer solutions to support countries affected by sea level rise, most particularly small island developing states. Mr. President, instead, we believe that climate change and sea level rise implications need to be dealt with through international law and cooperation for development. The first relates to the political and legal implications of sea level rise for states. The second is a necessary condition for the implementation of the consensually agreed goals of the 2030 Agenda, the Sendai Framework, and the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. The COPs of the UNFCCC are the fora where the countries most affected by climate change and its implications have a permanent seat, unlike the UN Security Council. Brazil also reiterates its position that solutions to the complex legal implications arising from the topic should be crafted in the framework of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, including the meeting of state parties. The International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea also has an important role to play, especially in the context of the advisory opinion on climate change and international law submitted by the Commission of Small Island States in December 2022. The work of the International Law Commission is also key in enhancing our understanding of the legal implications of sea level rise, including issues pertaining to the law of the sea, protection of persons, and statehood. Information and legal certainty are crucial tools to prevent disputes between member states. Mr. President, on the sustainable development front, we note with concern that despite the huge interest expressed in our oceans today, SDG 14 is still the least funded of them all. If we want to build resilience in countries and communities affected by sea level rise, the first step is to fulfill the goals we have set for ourselves in that respect, some of which are already outdated. Moreover, developed countries do not seem to be as keen on fulfilling their climate finance commitments under the UNFCCC as they are on insisting in addressing these issues within the Security Council. This insistence only reinforces the perception that there is an interest in deviating attention from clear implementation gaps in the 2030 Agenda and in the climate change regime, particularly in the provision of means of implementation for developing countries by developed countries. One of the most relevant outcomes of COP27 was precisely the decision to establish a dedicated fund for loss and damage caused by climate change to assist developing countries that are particularly vulnerable, a decision that Brazil fully supported. I take this opportunity to stress the urgent need for all developed countries to fulfill and update their long overdue climate finance commitments under the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, including the mobilization of $100 billion per year to address the needs of developing countries. The mobilization, scale-up, and timely delivery of climate financing by developed nations are the need of the hour to support developing states affected by sea level rise and other implications of climate change. Mr. President, in conclusion, climate change and its related challenges, such as sea level rise, should be handled with development and international law tools. Such discussions must remain open to the entire membership of the United Nations. We must strive to avoid duplication of work and ensure that specific mandates and responsibilities within the UN system are respected. Time and energy diverted to reallocate the climate agenda to the Security Council would be better spent by fostering financial flows to support existing commitments and enhanced climate and ocean action. The current consensus that the economic, social, and the environmental challenges must be addressed jointly and in a balanced manner through the lens of sustainable development is the result of 5 decades of multilateral efforts in the United Nations, starting with Stockholm, 1972, followed by Rio, 1992 and 2012, and ending in New York in 2015 with the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Let us not put these multilateral achievements of the past half-century at risk to further advance the encroachment of the Security Council into the climate change agenda. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Mr. President, let me thank Malta for its leadership on the issue of sea level rise and its implication for international peace and security. I welcome your chairing of this open debate and the participation of all high-level officials, and thank the Secretary General for his statement and our distinguished briefers for their insightful presentation. The existential risk to humanity posed by rising and increasingly extreme sea levels is evident. The IPCC Special Report on the Ocean and Cryosphere has already sounded the alarm. Sea level rise is both a present and future danger. Sea level rise poses a clear risk to livelihoods, as well as to the security and well-being of millions who live in low-lying coastal areas, particularly small island developing states. The homes, culture, and identity of millions are being destroyed or lost. Water sources for millions are being salinized. Food systems for millions are being wiped away. The long-term sea level rise implications for the integrity of maritime boundaries, ownership of marine resources, and the statehood of affected countries call for urgent action. Delaying action means being too late to make the needed difference. While some may argue that we are in this context not threatened by the force of arms, the existential risks posed by sea level rise show that the consequences of the forces of nature could be similar, if not worse. Combined with the complex, multifaceted, and simultaneous impact of other crises, the implications of sea level rise for international peace and security are unimaginable. In several parts of Africa, for instance, we are beginning to witness increasing incidents of coastal erosion, coastal flooding, and powerful storm surges, including in West Africa, where coastal communities account for a third of the population and generate more than half of the region's GDP. As estimated by the World Bank, erosion, flooding, and pollution causes $3.8 billion in United States dollars in damages annually in Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Togo alone. In Ghana, my own country, rising sea levels on our 580-kilometer coastal stretch has threatened historic towns like Keita, Adan, and Shama. We therefore share the consequences of rising temperatures that have triggered the migration of fish stocks, while salinization has contaminated farmlands and freshwater reserves, affecting the livelihoods of fisherfolk and farmers. Frequent inundation has led to forced migration, displacement, the destruction of property, and even human lives. Rising sea levels are therefore impacting lives and livelihoods negatively. Colleagues, while discussions on climate change-related subjects in the Council have not always been consensual, it is important that we act collectively in anticipating threats to international peace and security, no matter the definition of the risk, and mobilize international commitment and solidarity for addressing those threats through the relevant bodies. That said, we want to share 4 priority areas of global action. First, we believe that in the light of the long-term trajectory for sea level rise, as confirmed by several scientific studies and modeling, adaptation efforts of protection, reclamation, and accommodation to reduce coastal risk should be supported on an urgent basis, especially for SITS. Such adaptation efforts to develop resilience will require strengthened international partnerships and adequate funding. We also urge respect for community-based resource management practices and nature-based solutions for sustainable outcomes. Second, mindful of the anthropogenic drivers for the incidence of sea level rise, we emphasize the need for the faithful implementation of the commitments for climate action to urgently reduce greenhouse emissions. We therefore call for the redoubling of efforts by major emitting countries to align their 2030 Paris Agreement emission targets with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, which is a survival limit for the most vulnerable. Indeed, 2 degrees Celsius is a death sentence for many small island developing countries in the Pacific, Asia, and Africa. Third, climate action is impossible without adequate finance. Adequate climate finance is equally impossible if developed nations continue to renege on their commitments and obligations. As the Secretary General indicated last week, developed countries know what they must do. We join the Secretary General in calling on developed countries to do what they know they must do urgently. They must, at a minimum, begin with delivering on commitments made at the most recent COP, including the long-delayed delivery of the $100 billion United States dollars promised to developing countries, operationalizing the loss and damage fund agreed in Sharm el-Sheikh, doubling adaptation funding, including a standalone implementation plan, replenishing the Green Climate Fund by COP28, advancing plans for early warning systems to protect every person on Earth within 5 years. Fourth, we must strengthen existing mechanisms to peacefully prevent and resolve conflicts in this era of climate change. This includes land-based conflicts over diminishing resources, as well as tensions relating to ocean governance. We are pleased to note that these dimensions of the problem, as well as the broader implications for the protection of vulnerable persons and those relating to the potential loss of sovereignty, are already under consideration by the International Law Commission. We commend the work of the Commission and the study group and call for cooperation and support in the efforts to develop and provide a legal framework to address the impacts of sea level rise and for the maintenance of international peace and security in the oceans and the seas. Mr. President, in conclusion, let me state that the time when the risks to international peace and security could be put in neat, simple categories for action are fading. With the adverse effects of climate change and sea level rise and the looming threat of a climate catastrophe, we face a present and looming danger never imagined in modern times. We must therefore mobilize our collective capacity as never before to head off this threat to our existence. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ghana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President, and thank you for convening this important debate today. I join others in thanking all of our briefers today. As we've heard, continued sea level rise will increase the likelihood and magnitude of coastal flooding. This could lead to an increase in recognised drivers of insecurity, such as humanitarian disasters, population displacement, and competition for natural resources. So, President, even if these impacts are not yet apparent at scale, this should not stop us from doing more to urgently limit global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial levels, to monitor and analyse these risks, anticipate and plan for them, and to prevent now the worst consequences of climate impacts on our security in the future. I offer 3 ways in which we could do this. Firstly, data and evidence gathering. This includes monitoring and analysis of conflict risk through a climate lens to better understand climate security risks at local and regional level. For this, we need to strengthen the capacity of the UN system to share and analyse information and integrate this into UN decision-making. And this Council has a clear role in encouraging the UN system to consider and respond to the security implications of climate change. Secondly, we need cohesive strategies to mitigate and address climate-related risks to peace and security in a coordinated way. The UN system is well positioned to coordinate efforts on peace building, climate action, and building resilience. Again, this Council has a clear role in driving a more coherent UN response to these challenges. Thirdly, we need to help build the resilience of coastal states. The UK government has a number of programmes to strengthen resilience in developing countries against climate change, including the $600 million Blue Planet Fund and the $50 million Small Island Developing State Capacity and Resilience Programme, as well as providing significant support through the Green Climate Fund. Finally, President, I note the concerns of some member states around the risk of maritime border disputes resulting from climate-induced sea level rises, and whether maritime baselines should therefore be fixed. The UK is considering this carefully. We remain open to pragmatic and creative solutions and will continue to engage other states and the International Law Commission on some of the complex legal issues arising from this. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, China welcomes Malta's initiative as the Council President to convene today's meeting. I also thank you, Foreign Minister Ian Borg, for presiding over the meeting personally. I thank Secretary General Guterres, GA President Korosi, and Co-Chair Orozco for their briefings, and I have listened attentively to the statement by Ms. Pasisi. Sea level rise has heightened the vulnerability of the ecosystem and human society globally, may give rise to subversion of territories, human migration, and property loss, among a plethora of issues, and poses all-round challenges to human survival and development. For small island developing states and low-lying coastal countries, it is even an existential matter. China, as a country with a long coastline, also pays great attention to the risks from sea level rise. In addition, the rising sea level has brought about new questions on inter alia, the law of the sea, statehood, and human protection, and as such has intricate links with security, which all merit in-depth and comprehensive study. China expects that the dedicated study on sea level rise in relation to international law being examined by the International Law Commission will produce practical, objective, and valuable outcomes. Mr. President, sea level rise is caused by a multitude of factors such as global warming and polar glacier melting, and is a key indicator for climate change. The international community should step up forward-looking studies on the consequences of the rising sea level, and in the meantime, focus on climate change as its root cause, rigorously slow down global warming, and contain the trend of rapid sea level rise. Secretary General Guterres has repeatedly warned us that the planet is fast approaching a climate change critical point. The international community should adopt a greater sense of urgency without delay, seize the opportunity to take all necessary actions, and prevent climate change from causing irreversible catastrophes to humanity. As climate change mitigation concerns the future of the entire humanity, the international community should be unwaveringly determined and relentless in its efforts to achieve the temperature cap set out in the Paris Agreement. Developed countries must take the lead in further reducing emissions. However, since last year, there has been a backtrack in the energy policy of some developed countries, and an increase rather than decrease in their fossil fuel consumption and carbon emissions, which makes the already elusive global emissions reduction prospect even more precarious. Most developed countries set forth their carbon peaking and carbon neutrality targets and programs relatively early and should set an example by taking concrete actions for their implementation. Financing always lies at the heart of and is a key issue for global climate governance. Developed countries are obliged and responsible for providing climate change financing and assistance to developing countries. As early as 2009, developed countries pledged $100 billion annually to developing countries, which has yet to be truly delivered up to date, making their so-called commitment nothing but an empty promise. Worse still, some country, while passively responding to the funding needs of developing countries, invests hundreds of billions of dollars in hefty subsidies to its domestic manufacturing industry through the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, purportedly to promote its energy transition. Such hypocritical and self-serving green protectionism violates WTO rules, discriminates against relevant industries in other countries, and undermines the collective efforts to tackle climate change globally. Adhering to true multilateralism and strengthening solidarity and cooperation are the only way out in addressing the climate change challenge. We should stick to the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, which bears on international equity and justice. Deviation from this principle will severely damage the unity and cooperation of the international community to tackle climate change. The UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement constitute the main framework for international cooperation on climate change, the hard-won achievements of which are to be jointly cherished and maintained by all. The Security Council may, under country-specific items and in line with the specific circumstances, examine and take targeted responses based on an accurate grasp on the mechanism of climate-driven security risks. Efforts to address climate change and sea level rise should always aim to implement the 2030 Agenda and create conducive conditions for achieving the SDGs. Small island developing states are most exposed to climate shocks, but the least adaptable. At the same time, the international community should effectively address the concerns and needs of SIDS, help them with capacity building through financial and technical assistance, build up their climate resilience, and achieve green and low-carbon development. The ocean is the bedrock for survival and development. on which all countries in the world depend, making marine environment conservation the common responsibility of the mankind. A pressing challenge as we speak is the discharge of 400,000 tons of nuclear contaminated water from the Fukushima nuclear power plant, which will seriously damage the marine environment and people's health, with CITES and their people bearing the brunt. China urges Japan to fulfill its international obligations, dispose of the nuclear contaminated water in a science-based, open, transparent, and safe manner, and effectively protect the marine environment and ecosystem. Mr. President, in the face of climate change, China has always been steadfastly action-oriented, with no efforts spared once a commitment is made. We're making steady yet robust progress towards carbon peaking and carbon neutrality, unswervingly pursue a green and low-carbon development pathway that puts ecological conservation at the forefront, has made a series of achievements in energy conservation, renewable energy, new energy vehicles, and forest carbon sequestration, among others, hereby making tangible contributions to global climate governance. China always advocates and engages in South-South cooperation on climate change. Up to date, we have signed 45 climate change cooperation instruments with 38 developing countries, built 3 low-carbon demonstration zones, carried out 42 climate change mitigation and adaptation projects, and trained technical personnel in relevant fields from over 120 developing countries in total, which has been well received and highly acclaimed by many developing countries, including CITES. China will continue to work with all parties, actively participate in global climate governance, and tackle the climate change challenge in a concerted effort. COP28 of the UNFCCC will be held this December in the UAE. China appreciates the UAE's contribution to advancing the global process of tackling climate change and supports the UAE in hosting a successful COP. It is our hope that all parties will focus on the purposes and objectives of the convention and jointly build a fair, reasonable, cooperative, and win-win global climate governance architecture. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Quisiera comenzar agradeciendo a Malta
by
por la organización de este debate
abierto.
Debate que consideramos como una oportunidad para mejorar nuestra comprensión común sobre la elevación del nivel de mar y sus posibles implicaciones para la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Agradecemos también las intervenciones introductorias del señor secretario general Antonio Guterres, del señor Saba Korosi, presidente de la Asamblea General, del señor Aerostu, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Rumania y copresidente del Grupo de Estudios sobre la elevación del nivel del mar de la Comisión Internacional de Derecho Internacional, así como la interesante exposición de la señora Coral Pasisi, directora de Cambio Climático de la Comunidad del Pacífico y presidenta de Tofia Niue. Señor presidente, la ciencia es clara. El cambio climático es un fenómeno global que constituye una de las principales amenazas para la humanidad y para el medio ambiente. Uno de los efectos más preocupantes del aumento de la temperatura global causada por el cambio climático es la elevación del nivel de mar que afecta desproporcionadamente a los países en desarrollo y a las personas en situación de vulnerabilidad. Así, los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo son particularmente vulnerables a la elevación del nivel del mar
to sea level rise.
Ecuador también sufre de esa problemática
Ecuador also suffers
por tener
from
una
this
zona
problem,
costera
as we
altamente
have
poblada
a highly
y
populated
territorios
coastal
con
region,
ecosistemas
and we have
frágiles,
territories with
como es el
fragile
caso
ecosystems,
de las Islas Galápagos.
such as the Galapagos Islands.
La elevación del nivel de mar puede generar una crisis
Sea
humanitaria
level rise
como resultado de los
may well lead
desplazamientos
to a
y
humanitarian
refugiados
crisis
climáticos provocados por la
stemming
pérdida
from
de territorios.
displacements and climate refugees,
Los análisis
and
de la
this is
Comisión
caused
de Derecho
by land
Internacional
loss.
son de fundamental importancia
The
para
assessments
entender las
of the
implicaciones
ILC
legales
are
derivadas de la
particularly
elevación
important so
del
that we
nivel
can
del
better
mar
understand the
y
legal
evitar
implications
en
stemming
especial
from sea
aquellas
level
del grupo de
rise
estudio
and avoid
vinculadas
conflicts.
al derecho del mar,
Of particular
la
interest
condición de
are
Estado
the
y la
implications
protección de
highlighted by
personas
the study
afectadas
group
por la elevación del
on
nivel del mar.
the law of the sea
Creemos que se debe
and
aplicar
statehood, as well
un
as
índice de
protecting
vulnerabilidad
persons
multidimensional,
impacted by sea level rise.
mejorar la disponibilidad de recursos,
We believe
el desarrollo de
that we should
capacidades
apply
y la
a
transferencia de tecnología
multidimensional
a los países en
vulnerability
desarrollo.
index, improve the
Ecuador,
availability of
en
resources,
línea con
develop
lo establecido
capacities,
en la
and
Agenda
transfer technologies to
2030
developing
para el desarrollo
countries.
sostenible,
In line with Agenda
reconoce a la Convención de
2030 and the
Naciones Unidas
SDGs,
sobre Cambio
Ecuador
Climático
recognizes
como
the
el
UN
principal foro
Convention on
intergubernamental
Climate Change
para
and
negociar la
sees it as
respuesta
the
global
primary
al
intergovernmental
cambio
forum
climático,
for negotiating a global
incluyendo
response
el
to climate
cumplimiento de los
change.
compromisos alcanzados,
This includes
los
compliance
100.000
with
millones de
commitments
dólares anuales
and the $100
del
billion
2020 al 2025,
annually from 2020
la
to
duplicación del financiamiento
2025
para la adaptación hasta el año
has been
2025
provided, as well as
y la
doubling
reciente creación
financing
del Fondo para
for climate
atender las pérdidas y
adaptation
daños
through
derivados del cambio
2025,
climático.
and the recent setting
En
up
este
of a fund
contexto,
to address
destaco los avances
loss and damage
alcanzados
due to climate
en la
change.
COP27 de
Within that
Sharm
context,
el-Sheikh
I would highlight
como el
the
marco de
progress
trabajo
achieved
para hacer
in
operativas
COP27 at
las
Sharm
metas de la
el-Sheikh
adaptación.
as a
Ecuador
framework
desea resaltar la
for
importancia de
implementing
implementar
adaptation goals.
transversalmente la resolución
Ecuador would like to
1325,
highlight the importance
el
of
liderazgo y la participación
the
plena y
cross-cutting
equitativa de
importance
las
of
mujeres
implementing Resolution
debe estar presente
1325.
en todos los niveles de
Leadership
toma
and the
de
full and equal
decisiones,
participation of women
en particular
must be
frente
present
a los
at
impactos de
all
cambio climático.
levels of the decision-making
La
process, in particular
la
when
Comisión
addressing the impact of
de
climate
la
change.
Consolidación de la Paz, como órgano asesor de este
The
Consejo,
Peace-Building
tiene un rol de
Commission, as an
acompañamiento
advisory
en
body
el
to this
tratamiento de
council,
los
has a
efectos del
supporting role to
incremento
play
del nivel del
in
mar.
managing the
Para
impact
ello,
of sea level rise.
una herramienta podría ser el marco
And
de
one
Sendai
tool
para
we
la
could
reducción del
use
riesgo de
would be the
desastres
Sendai
que
framework
ubica a la prevención
for
y la
disaster
resiliencia
risk
como
reduction,
componentes esenciales
which
de la
puts
reducción
prevention
del
and
riesgo de
resilience, makes
desastres.
prevention and resilience key
En
components
esa línea,
in
mi
reducing
delegación
disaster risk.
coincide en la conveniencia de dotar a las
My
misiones de paz
delegation agrees that
de
it is
capacidad de
appropriate
análisis
to give the
para
peace
ayudar
missions
a los estados
the
a transitar
capacity to
el
carry out
camino del
assessments
conflicto a la paz
and to assist
en el
states
contexto
in
del cambio
transitioning from
climático,
conflict to peace in the
considerando
context of
distintas
climate
realidades
change,
y
taking
desafíos
account of the
nacionales.
different realities
Para
and national
concluir, señor
challenges.
presidente,
In conclusion, Mr.
consideramos que las
President,
discusiones
we
en el
believe
Consejo de
that
Seguridad
discussions in
sobre
the Security
fenómenos
Council
vinculados al cambio
on
climático,
climate
como es el caso
change-related
de la
phenomena,
elevación del nivel
as
del
is the
mar,
case of sea
son
level rise,
elementos fundamentales
are key
para
elements
que el sistema de Naciones Unidas pueda contribuir
so that the
de manera
United Nations
integral a la adopción de acciones
can make a
orientadas
comprehensive
a contener
contribution
esta
to
problemática
adopting
y sus
actions
efectos. Muchas
aimed
gracias.
at mitigating this problem and its impact. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Уважаемый господин председатель, благодарим председательство за созыв сегодняшнего заседания и наших сегодняшних бриферов. Повышение уровня Мирового океана – это глобальный вызов, который заслуживает особого внимания многих стран, в том числе и наших. Россия обладает третьей по протяженности береговой линии в мире, и в составе нашей страны более 1300 островов. Проблема повышения моря является потенциальным вызовом, который следует учитывать при планировании социально-экономического развития. Никто не оспаривает научный консенсус, в соответствии с которым наблюдаемое за последнее время, последнее столетие стремительное повышение уровня моря напрямую связано с изменением климата. Однако с беспокойностью заявляем, что секьюритизацию климатической проблематики, а к ней мы относим и вызовы, порождаемые повышением уровня Мирового океана, мы считаем контрпродуктивной. В очередной раз подчеркиваем, что связь климата и безопасности не имеет научной базы. Согласно докладу IPCC, МГИК, в сравнении с другими социальными и экономическими факторами влияние климата на конфликты относительно слабо. Давайте еще раз подробно пройдемся по элементам сегодняшней повестки дня. Изменение уровня моря действительно приводит к экономическим последствиям, разрушению критической инфраструктуры, снижению уровня улова рыбы, затоплению сельхозугодий, усугублению ситуации с продовольствием и питьевой водой. Социальные последствия учащающихся природных бедствий также не могут не вызывать беспокойства, равно как и неспособность стран ввести в эксплуатацию современные системы раннего оповещения и другие технологии. Эти социально-экономические вызовы могут стать факторами нестабильности, но связывать их первопричины только с климатическим элементом обманчиво и даже вредно. Это уводит от поиска решения и от обсуждения обязательств доноров. Внимание следует уделять всему комплексу проблем в области устойчивого развития, и мы признательны Генсекретарю сегодня, который акцентировал весь комплекс проблем. Хотели бы отдельно остановиться на правовых аспектах. В Комиссии по международному праву в настоящее время идет обсуждение темы повышения уровня моря с точки зрения международного права. Считаем данную дискуссию принципиально важной, однако подчеркиваем, что в настоящее время юристы не пришли к единому заключению, а результаты ожидаются только после всестороннего изучения каждой из трех подтем в вопросах морского права, государственности и защиты лиц, затронутых повышением уровня моря. Эта тема рассматривается также в шестом комитете Генассамблеи. Таким образом, считаем обсуждение данной проблемы преждевременным, тем более на непрофильной для этой проблематики площадке Совета Безопасности. Хотим еще раз подчеркнуть важность разделения труда в системе ООН. Три равнозначных столпа закреплены в первых строках преамбулы Устава: мир, безопасность, права человека и развитие. И на протяжении уже 77 лет система ООН эволюционировала, отталкиваясь от этого разделения. Доказано, что разделение труда в обществе приводит к большей эффективности экономической системы, способной производить больше качественных инновационных товаров. Разделение труда, по аналогии с этим, было задумано государственными основателями ООН не случайно. Поиск качественных и инновационных решений, стоящих перед нами задач, должен происходить с использованием подходящих инструментов. Разрешением конфликтов страны-члены занимаются в Совете Безопасности, а вопросы развития, включая природоохранные изменения, environmental dimension need to be considered within the framework of the GA work, ECOSOC, the high-level political forum on sustainable development. And the main specialized body for climate-related discussions is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Since we are called upon to discuss environmental issues today, I would like to make a point of supporting our Chinese colleagues when they express concern having to do with the plans by Japan to discharge radionuclide contaminated water from the Fukushima NPP to discharge them into the ocean. When this decision was being made in Japan, the Japanese colleagues didn't deem it necessary to consult neighboring states on this. We do expect that Tokyo will display the needed transparency and will inform of their actions which could represent a genuine radiation danger, and if there is a need, will allow for the monitoring of the radiation situation in those regions where this charge is to take place, and will undertake measures needed to minimize the negative impact on the maritime environment and worsening environmental situation. In conclusion, I would like to say that it's justified what is being done by island states when they are trying to draw attention of the international community to the most burning issues of the environment and development. The Russian Federation, in our project activity within development assistance, takes this into account, these needs into account, and underscores how important it is to discuss the issue, but to do it within specialized platforms within the development system, where one can not just find a cure for the disease, but also discover its underlying cause. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the collars of the microphones will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim, Minister of State for Home Affairs and National Development of Singapore.
Thank you. Mr. President and Excellencies, I'd like to congratulate Malta for assuming the presidency of the Security Council and commend it for convening today's debate on the implications of sea level rise for international peace and security, which is a very relevant and important topic. I also wish to thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President of the General Assembly, Csaba Kőrösi, co-chair of the ILC Study Group on Sea Level Rise, and Romanian Foreign Minister Bogdan Aurescu and Ms. Coral Pasisi for their briefings. For small island developing states, including Singapore, climate change-induced sea level rise is an existential threat to our survival, viability, and prospects for growth, including for some through the loss of territory. The adverse impacts of sea level rise have the potential to contribute to social instability and conflicts, which in turn can become a serious risk to international peace and security. There is an urgent need to start implementing measures to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of sea level rise, such as coastal protection and land reclamation, and to take concrete steps towards addressing or alleviating its potential negative impacts on peace and security. However, sea level rise and its impacts, including on international peace and security, would ultimately be a global problem that requires multilateral, rules-based solutions. In this regard, I wish to make several points. First, the Security Council must assume its responsibility under the UN Charter for the maintenance of international peace and security in the context of climate change and sea level rise. While the primary multilateral forum for addressing climate change issues would be the UNFCCC, the Security Council has, under the UN Charter, primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security and must discharge this responsibility. In our view, the work of the Security Council in addressing peace and security aspects of climate change, including sea level rise, can complement multilateral efforts under the UNFCCC. This was why Singapore supported and co-sponsored the draft Security Council resolution on climate security in December 2021. Second, every country must do its part to support multilateral efforts in addressing climate change and its adverse effects, including sea level rise and the attendant implications on international peace and security. This includes implementing nationally determined contributions, NDCs, and long-term low-emission development strategies, LEDs, under the Paris Agreement, as well as supporting relevant initiatives through the General Assembly to address issues pertaining to peace and security. Capacity building, in particular for small island developing states and least developed countries in the area of climate change mitigation and adaptation action, including the protection of coasts and infrastructure against sea level rise and building of flood resilience, would also be critical. Third, all efforts to address sea level rise and its impacts must be in accordance with international law. Solutions that are inconsistent with international law will only serve to undermine the rule of law at the international level, which would be detrimental to the maintenance of international peace and security. In this regard, Singapore looks forward to further progress on the International Law Commission's work on the topic of sea level rise in relation to international law. We also wish to underscore the fundamental importance of UNCLOS, which sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. Just as the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement provide the framework to address climate change, UNCLOS must be the framework within which all law of the sea-related issues, including those pertaining to sea level rise, should be considered. Mr. President and Excellencies, Singapore is a small, low-lying city-state with more than 50% of our population living within about 2 miles of the coast. Sea level rise poses a threat to us that is of existential proportions. We stand ready to work with members of the Security Council and other member states to address the challenges posed by sea level rise, including its impact on international peace and security. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Faisal Ibrahim for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Mr. President, and special thanks for bringing this important topic to our attention as an official meeting of the Security Council for the first time. It is long past time for the Council to take on a human security perspective that encompasses all possible threats to international peace and security. The far-reaching consequences of sea level rise demonstrate as clearly as any phenomenon that climate change in itself is a security threat worthy of the Council's systematic attention. When we last addressed Council members on the topic of sea level rise at an ARIA Formula meeting of October 2021, a standalone Security Council resolution on climate and security was being negotiated. Despite the overwhelming support of the UN membership of said resolution, it was blocked by the use of the veto. As a result of the adoption of General Assembly Resolution 76/262 last year, The Assembly now has another tool to hold the veto-wielding member accountable and make its position clear on this most important of issues. Especially for those peoples living in low-lying atoll states, sea level rise is the most pressing security threat. As with all questions of peace and security, women and girls undoubtedly shoulder a disproportionate burden, and at the same time, they remain crucial agents of change. A gender-sensitive lens is thus urgently needed in all climate and security responses. Mr. President, as we all know, member states are far off track to avert the worst consequences of climate change. According to UNEP, there is no credible pathway to 1.5 degrees Celsius in place. Only drastic reductions to global emissions will spare populations the most serious consequences of sea level rise. This is true for atoll nations whose groundwater is at risk of saltwater intrusion and whose territory is at risk of inundation. It is also true for volcanic island nations whose populations predominantly live close to sea level and are in addition often at greater risk of natural disasters such as hurricanes. Therefore, the international community must ensure that particularly affected states and countries have the legal certainty to make decisions on behalf of their populations. In line with our commitment to the rule of law, we support efforts to have the General Assembly request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on climate change. Liechtenstein also appreciates today's presence of Dr. Aurescu, co-chair of the International Law Commission's study group on sea level rise, and continues to support ongoing efforts at the ILC to clarify aspects of international law relevant to sea level rise in relation to the law of the sea, the protection of persons affected by sea level rise, and statehood. Mr. President, in closing, I wish to focus in particular on questions of statehood raised by sea level rise. We have heard today references to sea level rise's existential threat for certain states. Part of the role the international community can provide for those most affected is to recommit ourselves to the right to self-determination of peoples set forth in Common Article 1 of the Twin Human Rights Covenants. In situations of sea level rise where territory is inundated and individuals are forced to relocate, this should not in itself imply challenges to state persistence, something which Liechtenstein has emphasized in our submission to the ILC process and for which we strong support in international law. And as we have heard earlier today, the novel situation of full or partial inundation of the territory of state or country or the relocation of its people should not change the presumption in international law more generally that only the relevant people should be able to determine the mode of expression of the right to self-determination, including through statehood. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Liechtenstein for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation also thanks the Secretary General, President of the General Assembly, as well as other briefers. The Republic of Korea aligns itself with the joint statement of the Group of Friends of Climate and Security to be delivered by Nauru. The nexus between climate change and peace and security is undeniable. Climate change will pose a global-scale threat to peace and security, particularly in the long term, if not addressed in time. We are already witnessing this ominous linkage in many parts of the world, including Africa. Sea level rise epitomizes this gradual but certain destruction. While its impacts are disproportionate in seas and for future generations, none of us are really immune to these impacts. My delegation acknowledges that there are different views on which forum within the UN is best suited to address this issue. However, the Republic of Korea believes that this Council should not remain aloof on this matter as the body responsible for maintaining international peace and security. The Security Council must start to join global efforts from its own perspective by contemplating the implications of climate change on peace and security and considering its role in preventing possible future conflicts with a sense of urgency. Against this backdrop, my delegation calls for enhanced efforts to inform the Security Council and equip it with an adequate toolbox. After all, understanding the security implications of climate change requires putting together scientific data with local perspectives and other socio-economic factors. The Council needs to be informed by diverse stakeholders such as scientists, regional organizations, other UN entities, and civil society. UN peace operations with mandates reflecting climate-related risks can also be the eyes and ears of the Council on the ground. My delegation encourages the informal expert group on climate and security to strengthen its role in integrating and developing the information and analysis gathered by these various sources. The 2021 draft resolution tabled by Niger and Ireland also serves as a useful reference. In particular, regular reports and updates by the Secretary General can be a good entry point for the Council to remain seized on this matter. Mr. President, the Republic of Korea, as an Asia-Pacific country with its three sides surrounded by water, fully sympathizes with the Pacific Island countries over the impacts of sea level rise. My government is strongly committed to strengthening its partnership with the Pacific Island countries. In this regard, we will host the first ever ROK Pacific Islands Countries Summit this year. These efforts will be supported by our expanding ODA, which includes Green ODA to assist in the low-carbon energy transition of partner countries, and sharing green and digital technologies. The high-quality data will inform the climate-related policy priorities and governance of the most affected countries. In the meantime, the ROK will also continue to support regional initiatives such as the Rising Nations Initiative, launched to preserve the statehood and culture of Pacific Atoll countries that face existential threat due to sea level rise. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for the statement, and then I'll give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to congratulate Malta for its presidency of the Security Council for this month, and welcome you, Your Excellency, at the Council, and for Malta's role in the presidency and organizing this meeting. We really appreciate this timely meeting on this important topic, the sea level rise in relation to international peace and security. The issue of sea level rise has drawn significant attention over the last few years as a result of the scientific evidence that the phenomena is indeed of a scale that will affect the existence and livelihood of states, in particular several low-lying coastal states and small island developing states and their peoples. Sovereignty of the impacted states will be challenged, and maritime zones and agreements will definitely be impacted as a result of a sea level rise. Millions of people will be forced to displace as a result, too, over the next decades. There will be massive implications on the international peace and security as a result of the potential conflicts arising from such challenges to sovereignty and maritime disputes related to sea level rise. It is therefore of utmost importance that the international community, including the United Nations, to act to prevent such implications from taking place and to contain the effects of sea level rise, especially on international peace and security. International cooperation in prevention and risk management of sea level rise is crucial to the success of any strategy to combat the phenomenon. The legal aspects relating to sea level rise are complex, and there are no clear-cut solutions. That's said, while commending the International Law Commission for its work on the topic, and we look forward to the presentation of the outcome of the work of the study group co-chaired by His Excellency Minister Orozco. It is Another important point that it is only through concerted effort of international cooperation that such legal recula can be overcome. One idea is that UNCLOS parties should also consider negotiating a protocol or another instrument to deal with maritime aspects of sea level rise, including the potential change of baselines and base points, and obviously considering the issue of stability and security of international relations and borders. In this context, it's moral duty as well as a legal duty of burden sharing to assist small island developing states in overcoming the challenges to their sovereignty and deal with the risk of displacement to their populations. Several developed countries are already planning and have the resources to build sea barriers to protect their territories from sea level rise. The same facilities should be provided to SIDS and other developing states. And here, the United Nations and IFIs can play a very important role in devising and implementing strategies that include similar solutions to assist such states. In the same vein, the UN must initiate a debate on the risk of human displacement that may arise as a result of sea level rise, with a view of addressing all aspects of this matter and the means by which the international community can share such a burden. With millions of people who may be displaced as a result, no single country would be able to deal alone with the massive influx of such displaced persons. Jordan is also of the view that the Security Council has an important role to play in highlighting the challenges to international peace and security arising from sea level rise and proposing actions and strategies to prevent the consequences, including the conflict prevention measures and the Pacific settlement of dispute mechanisms under Chapter 6 of the Charter, notably Articles 33 and 36. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Jordan for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, Minister Ian Borg. I congratulate Malta for assuming the presidency of the Security Council, and I wish to express our appreciation for holding today's meeting. The UN General Assembly, the ECOSOC, as well as the relevant international conventions, especially the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, remain the platforms with the original mandate to address the climate crisis in all its manifestations, including sea level rise. However, climate change is recognized as a threat multiplier and a driver of conflict in several regions globally. Hence comes the importance of addressing the increasing connection between climate change and security. Mr. President, Egypt, as the president of COP27, is fully cognizant of the severe impacts that the adverse effect of climate change, including sea level rise, pose on human livelihood and on our planet. I would like to point out to a number of important facts. One, the latest needs report of the Standing Committee on Finance of the UNFCCC highlighted that the needs of developing countries to implement NDCs up to 2030 is on the scale of $5.6 trillion. Second, the UNCTAD estimates indicate that the annual climate adaptation costs in developing countries could reach $300 billion in 2030. Three, the adverse impact of climate change will cost Egypt more than 6% of its GDP annually. Four, the Nile Delta in Egypt is identified by the fourth assessment report of the IPCC as one of the world's 3 extreme vulnerability hotspots due to being low-lying land. An increase in sea level rise will affect 25% of the population in Egypt and would affect 90% of the agricultural land in Egypt and will have an immediate impact of 2 million people and a loss of land valued at $35 billion. Sea level rise will further add to the challenges that Egypt faced, being the most heavily populated, water-scarce country in the world. Sea level rise will lead to reduced recharge rate, higher evaporation rates, and further compound the water security challenges Egypt currently faces.
The UN Water Conference in March 2023 will present an excellent opportunity to put the water agenda on the priorities of the international community. Mr. President, based on the above, we believe that in order to address the root causes of climate change while adapting to its manifestations, climate finance is urgently needed. This includes the financial commitments in the context of UNFCCC, especially the $100 billion. Concessional financing has to be an integral part of the financial instruments provided to developing countries. Realizing a new quantified financial goal from the basis of the $100 billion by 2025, as well as double climate financing for adaptation, remains a top priority. COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh succeeded after 30 years in achieving a historic decision on the funding arrangements for loss and damage and established the Fund for Loss and Damage in addition to operationalization of the Santiago Network for losses and damage. The covered decision of the COP27 included important outcomes in relation to the discussion today. This included encouraging parties to consider ocean-based action in their national climate goals and reiterating the UN Secretary General initiatives to protect everyone on Earth through universal coverage of the early warning systems. Moreover, the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Summit featured prominently the impacts of climate-related threats. During the roundtable titled Climate Change and the Sustainable of Vulnerable Community, the leaders reaffirmed the commitment to work together to address the adverse effects of climate change. Mr. President, in conclusion, Egypt remains fully committed to address the existential threat of climate change and its implication, including sea level rise, and continue our global efforts to achieve the sustainable development of developing countries while ensuring their peace, security, stability, and prosperity. I do thank you, Honorable President.
I thank the representative of Egypt for the statement, and then I'll give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. México agradece a Malta la convocatoria a este debate, así como las presentaciones realizadas. Señor presidente, cada vez contamos con más ejemplos de cómo las consecuencias del cambio climático pueden ser multiplicadores de conflictos. El incremento del nivel del mar es un fenómeno que atenta contra la existencia misma de los estados, por lo que se necesita de una mejor comprensión de sus potenciales implicaciones a fin de diseñar planes integrales de acción que incluyen la dimensión de la paz y la seguridad. Los informes recientes sobre el aumento del nivel del mar son alarmantes. De acuerdo con la Organización Meteorológica Mundial, la tasa de aumento del nivel del mar se ha duplicado desde 1993. Este fenómeno representa una amenaza particular para los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, pero también para millones de personas que viven en comunidades costeras, incluidas en países de renta media. Señor presidente, los hallazgos del panel intergubernamental sobre cambio climático son claros acerca de las consecuencias que ha tenido la acción humana en el aumento del nivel del mar a través del deshielo de glaciares y del calentamiento del océano. La acción climática es más necesaria que nunca a través de medidas de mitigación, adaptación y pérdidas y daños, así como de la construcción de resiliencia. Reiteramos nuestro compromiso con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y el Acuerdo de París. Hacemos un llamado al cumplimiento de los acuerdos alcanzados en la COP27 en Sharm el-Sheikh, incluido el nuevo Fondo para Pérdidas y Daños para los Países Vulnerables al Cambio Climático. Asimismo, resaltamos la importancia de fortalecer las medidas de reducción del riesgo de desastres y garantizar la disponibilidad de asistencia humanitaria eficiente y segura. Esto requiere de un enfoque de prevención, por lo que las evaluaciones integrales de riesgo juegan un papel clave. El aumento de los niveles del mar tiene implicaciones jurídicas que no pueden subestimarse. Como reconoce el segundo documento temático del Grupo de Estudio de la Comisión de Derecho Internacional sobre el tema, Es importante analizar los efectos jurídicos del aumento en el nivel del mar en la continuidad de la condición de Estado, también llamada estatalidad. Asimismo, es prioritario trabajar en la clarificación del régimen jurídico de protección de las personas afectadas por la elevación del nivel del mar. Señor Presidente, por lo que respecta al Consejo de Seguridad, consideramos que este debe tener en cuenta los efectos que cualquier fenómeno pueda tener sobre su ámbito de acción y así pueda cumplir con su responsabilidad de mantener la paz y la seguridad internacionales. No se trata de securitizar la agenda medioambiental, sino de lograr que este órgano no sea omiso al considerar la multiplicidad de factores que pueden ser generadores de conflictos
this body
presentes
is not
o
remiss
futuros.
in considering the many factors which may generate present or future conflicts. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Mexico for the statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 in the afternoon. The meeting is suspended.
The 9,260th meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the colours of the microphones will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. As an archipelagic state with more than half of its cities and communities located along its coasts, the Philippines is one of the most vulnerable to sea level rise due to anthropogenic climate change. Like other island nations, we are now beginning to experience significant amounts of sea level rise. For the Philippines, the observed sea level rise has been at 60 centimeters, about 3 times that of the global average. As previously raised in Council discussions, we underline the importance of not understating or overstating the impact of climate on conflict. The relationship between climate and conflict is not linear. It is complex, nuanced, and context-specific. In this regard, we emphasize that the forum for discussing climate change and international commitments to address the varied aspects of climate action is the UNFCCC. The Philippines defines national security as the state or condition wherein the nation's sovereignty and territorial integrity, the people's well-being, core values, and way of life, and the state and its institutions are protected and enhanced. The impacts of sea level rise threaten all these elements of security. These threaten the lives and livelihood of Filipinos, especially those in the coastal areas. It is therefore important that discussions on the implications of sea level rise on peace and security be always people-centered. The impact on statehood and security are far-reaching, with the loss of territory and displacement of populations and attendant tensions over access to resources, livelihoods, and services. Sea level rise threatens the stability of boundaries. For the Philippines, we caution against inference in favor of ambulatory baselines, absent a showing of state practice and an opinio juris on the matter. We are more inclined to subscribe to the principle of uti possidetis juris, which in the past allowed newly independent states to maintain their maritime borders. Uti Possidetis Juris espouses certainty, predictability, and stability in boundaries. It will also serve to prevent conflict over boundaries. We welcome the International Law Commission's decision to work on three main issue areas related to sea level rise: the law of the sea, forced migration and human rights, and issues of statehood and international security. Their work would hopefully introduce some certainty on the implications of the phenomenon to the international legal order. Further, we hope that the UN, especially the Security Council, will take into account the IPCC's report, including their projections and recommendations as follows. Sea level rise at the end of the century is projected to be faster under all scenarios. Non-climatic anthropogenic drivers will continue to increase the exposure and vulnerability of coastal communities. Sea level rise will have serious impact on coastal ecosystems over the course of the century. Expected annual flood damages will increase by 2 to 3 orders of magnitude by 2100. And achieving the SDGs and charting climate resilient development pathways depends in part on ambitious and sustained mitigation efforts to contain sea level rise, coupled with effective adaptation actions to reduce its impacts and risk. Mr. President, the convergence of scientific opinion on our way forward should guide us in pursuing our common security agenda on the matter of sea level rise. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Philippines for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Mr. President, thank you for convening today's open debate. I also wish to thank the briefers for their insightful presentations. The impact of climate change, including sea level rise, has exacerbated our vulnerabilities. Our inability to adapt to the impact of climate change may allow potential security threats to becoming real security threats. From loss of livelihood to irregular migration, from food insecurity to environment degradation, perhaps even the potential loss of territory from the impact of sea level rise. Therefore, firm responses are key to addressing these challenges. On this note, I wish to highlight 3 points. First, potential conflicts as a result of sea level rise should be avoided. We recognize that sea level rise could bring potential impact to maritime borders. In this case, we also need to make sure that sea level rise should not affect maritime boundary agreements. The integrity of the existing maritime boundary agreements should be maintained. Second, we need concrete measures to build national resilience. The real danger of climate change on our planet, in particular sea level rise, demands strategic policies and practical measures. Affected countries need to have adaptive capacity and strong resilience, as the responsibility to respond to the security impact of climate change lies within the countries concerned. Measures to assist those countries should be made based on their needs and priorities. Third, we need to strengthen our cooperation and information sharing. The United Nations system must work in synergy according to their respective competency and mandate. Climate change and its related security impact, including sea level rise, are highly complex area. Rendering response by any single actor is impossible and unrealistic. It is therefore important to enhance cooperation and exchange information across all UN entities to ensure effective response strategies. Mr. President, the Security Council must consolidate its effort to better respond to the security impact of climate change, and not the response to climate change itself. The UNFCCC must remain the leading forum to address climate change and for upholding the Paris Principles. All measures taken by the Security Council and the UNFCCC should be complementary. For our part, Indonesia stands ready to contribute to global efforts to combat climate change, including the impact of sea level rise. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Indonesia for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Aotearoa New Zealand thanks Malta for calling this important open debate on sea level rise and its implications for international peace and security. New Zealand aligns itself with the Pacific Island Forum statement and the statement of the Group of Friends on Climate and Security. Scientists globally agree that climate change is increasing the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, and that those impacts will continue to worsen in future. In my own country, New Zealand, as Coral pointed out this morning, just yesterday we declared a state of national emergency in response to Cyclone Gabrielle. So severe is the widespread damage caused by this unprecedented weather event. This is only the third time in our history that a state of national emergency has been declared. Climate change is a threat multiplier. It amplifies and adds complexity to existing security threats. As the effects of climate change continue to accelerate, the associated impacts will fundamentally affect global security. Climate change remains the single greatest existential threat facing the Blue Pacific. Pacific Islands Forum leaders have declared that the Pacific is facing a climate emergency that threatens the livelihoods, security, and the well-being of its people and ecosystems, backed by the latest science and the daily lived realities in Pacific communities. One of the most significant impacts of climate change in the Pacific will be sea level rise. Some Pacific Island countries experience up to 4 times greater sea level rise than the global average. While the severity and impacts of sea level rise will vary between states and regions, it is a phenomenon that will have implications for all states and which will pose specific peace and security threats to the international community as a whole. Sea level rise is already impacting vulnerable communities and degrading the habitability of low-lying nations, and has the potential to inundate low-lying territorial features. This will cause immeasurable economic, social, cultural, and environmental harm. It is therefore critical that the international community cooperates to develop responses to these issues. The impacts of rising sea levels also raise important legal questions relevant to international peace and security. Maritime zones and the resource rights that come with them are essential to countries' economies, identities, and ways of life, especially for small island developing states. We stand behind the 2021 Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. Issued by Pacific Island Forum leaders and firmly grounded in the primacy of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, it sets out our region's collective position on how UNCLOS applies in the situation of climate change-related sea level rise to promote legal stability and certainty over maritime zones. New Zealand is appreciative of the level of international support that the Declaration has received. We look forward to ongoing engagement with the international community to ensure that the maritime rights and entitlements that many states rely on are preserved, consistent with the principles of equity, certainty, and stability that underpin the Convention. Pacific leaders have also recognised the importance of considering the preservation of statehood and the protection of persons affected by sea level rise. Pacific Island Forum members, including Aotearoa New Zealand, are examining these issues and are being guided and informed by applicable principles and norms of international law and relevant international frameworks and standards. Finally, allow me to comment on Vanuatu's initiative for an ICJ advisory opinion on climate. New Zealand is a proud member of the core group supporting this initiative because of our active interest in having clarity on the international legal implications of climate change. I want to affirm that Aotearoa New Zealand is committed to supporting countries to take urgent action on sea level rise to build a safer, more prosperous and sustainable future. Thank you.
I thank the representative of New Zealand for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this timely meeting on a matter of utmost urgency. Thank you also to our distinguished briefers for providing important context for today's debate. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Nordic countries, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and of course my own country, Denmark. According to the IPCC, an estimated 680 million people from coastal communities across the world are particularly exposed to ocean and cryosphere change, such as sea level rise and associated loss of biodiversity. And the citizens of small island developing states, and especially of the low-lying atoll countries, are faced with the existential threat of their country becoming uninhabitable, or even the partial or complete inundation of land territory. And if your land territory becomes inundated, where do you go as a people? And how do you preserve your culture and your heritage? How can sovereignty be maintained? And what are the implications for a state's maritime zones? I mean, these questions have been asked and raised by CITES countries for decades, and it is high time that we together find clear answers. And as the International Law Commission is considering the legal aspects of these questions, we welcome today's discussions, particularly on the peace and security implications of sea level rise. This debate is well-timed given the Council's critical role in promoting a greater understanding of the issues at stake, to prepare and protect people as climate change forces them to adapt and eventually relocate. Today's plight of communities in low-lying coastal areas is tomorrow's plight of the global community. President, allow me to address your pertinent questions. There is increasing evidence that climate change is a significant risk multiplier, especially when combined with other factors, such as socioeconomic inequality and weak resource governance. In line with the Council's mandate to maintain international peace and security, the Council also has a role in raising awareness of threats to peace and security, including where this can prevent or help decrease the risk of relapse into conflict, but also when it comes to promoting human security. We urge the international community to redouble efforts to reduce the impacts of sea level rise. And in relevant resolutions on UN peace operations, the Council must continue to consider the UN's supportive role in helping states mitigate and adapt to the adverse effects of climate change in order to address climate-related security risk. The Council should explicitly request the UN to continue to build its capacity and expertise in addressing climate-related security risk and strengthen UN missions' engagement with local, regional, and other actors in this process. Some countries, such as Fiji, have already progressed on national legislation and plans on how to respond to the adverse effects of climate change. And sharing of ideas and lessons learned among those most affected by sea level rise could identify entry points for where UN and its wider membership can help support national and regional engagement on addressing climate, peace, and security risk. Mr. President, the protection of state sovereignty and individual human rights are enshrined in the UN Charter. And in addition, the UN countries remain confident that UNCLOS, which sets out the legal framework for all activities in the oceans and seas, is the appropriate framework for successfully addressing these and other emerging challenges. But the global security implications of a country's land territory being completely submerged for states and their citizens are yet to be fully discovered. To ensure solutions that promote peace and stability, it is essential that we jointly pursue a deeper understanding of how climate change impacts the peace and security situation in specific countries and contexts, but also related challenges. And as a starting point, we reiterate our support for regular reports by the UN Secretary General on the topic and for climate-related security risks to be integrated into country-specific reporting to the Council. Finally, we should never stop looking for opportunities. We know that inclusive natural resource governance is key to peace and security. And where governments invest in legislation and capacity to benefit all communities, the associated peace dividend can reduce the risk of conflict. Taking action to battle the climate crisis we collectively face is key. Involving the right people is imperative. Participation of rights holders, especially women, youth, and local community, must be at the center of these efforts to ensure that the solutions are locally owned and led and empowers marginalized groups and do not inadvertently harm those we seek to protect. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, Vietnam is one of the coastal countries hardest hit by climate change, sea level rise, and saline intrusion. Around 11 to 26% of the population of Vietnam, mostly in the low-lying Mekong and Red River deltas, are facing different risks of inundation depending on the corresponding scenarios of sea level rise. There is a reason why Vietnam understands firsthand the multifaceted adverse impacts of climate change and sea level rise on peace, security, and even the existence of states. Sea level rise, among others, can exacerbate existing socio-economic problems and therefore exaggerate risks of instability and insecurity while incubating conditions for potential conflicts. There is a reason why this topic is dear to our heart and has always been our top priority in multiple platforms, including during our term as an elected member of the Security Council in 2020-2021. In October 2021, Vietnam organized a Security Council area formula meeting on the very issues that we are discussing today. It is also the reason why we believe that addressing climate change and sea level rise is crucial to national and global peace, security, and sustainable development. The fight against climate change and sea level rise should be comprehensive and requires concerted effort that put people at the heart of the solution. These efforts should go hand in hand with the solutions to deal with the root causes of the insecurity, such as poverty and inequality. Various dispute settlement mechanisms should be strengthened. International commitments should be fully implemented. In this regard, special attention and support should be given to vulnerable states, such as least developed countries and small islands developing states. The role and coordination of relevant organs of the UN should be further strengthened. We support the annual Human Rights Council resolution on climate change and human rights to ensure global climate justice. Vietnam is also among the core group to draft and strongly supports a General Assembly resolution initiated by Vanuatu requesting for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. We support ongoing efforts of the INC Study Group on sea level rise in relation to international law to identify legal consequences of sea level rise. As for the Council, it is incumbent upon the Council to heed the security implications of sea level rise and contribute to global efforts to address the impacts of this global challenge in a most comprehensive manner. The Council should consider convening more briefings by scientists, experts, and capitalize international and regional experience on the impact of sea level rise to peace and security. The Council might encourage to develop a UN comprehensive database on the multidimensional impacts of sea level rise to facilitate global climate action's decision-making process. The Council may also consider to adopt an early warning system on sea level rise in conflict regions. Mr. President, the fight against climate change and sea level rise cannot be won without concerted effort and inclusive partnership. The Security Council plays a significant role in this endeavor. I thank you, Mr. President.
The representative of Vietnam for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first congratulate Malta on assuming the presidency this month and for organizing, thank you for organizing this debate on the important topic of sea level rise. Slovenia aligns itself with the EU statement on a group of, and the group of friends on climate security. We wish to make the following remarks in our national capacity. The climate change is not only an environmental concern, but one of major global security threats. It puts into danger humanity's very own existence. The impact of climate change on the sea level rise is one of the most critical manifestations. It does threaten the territorial integrity, jeopardizes livelihoods, exacerbates humanitarian crisis, and increases social tensions and leads people to move. It does threaten the very existence of low-lying and small island states, and there should be no doubt that these states deserve our utmost attention and support. Even in my own country, Slovenia, one of the least affected countries globally, our current projections are the sea level will rise at least 30 centimeters by the end of the century, in the worst-case scenario by a meter, leaving our coastal areas flooded 40% of the time. Chair, I wish to make the following 3 points on the topic at hand. First, we need to work together to implement measures to mitigate the impacts of sea level rise, while at the same time support affected communities, including through investment in adaptation and resilience efforts. Slovenia is joining those who are increasing their contributions to this end. The severity of impacts demand global solidarity, and we need to be there for the countries who need us the most. Second, the United Nations must focus more systematically and ambitiously on the interactions between climate change and global security, also here in the Security Council. We commend Malta for bringing this topic to the Council. By prioritizing these issues, including with discussions at the highest political level, we can prevent the world from becoming even more unjust and dangerously unequal. Building resilience in the vulnerable regions and with vulnerable groups is the only way forward. We should pay particular attention not only to women, children and youth, but also to older persons, as climate change requires to acknowledge also social inclusion and good governance. The triple nexus, humanitarian, development and peace, must remain at the heart of any efforts towards global security and well-being. Third, as the incoming chair of the Barcelona Convention, the key platform of environmental multilateralism in the Mediterranean region, Slovenia is committed to protection of the maritime ecosystem and aware of its importance for peace and security in the Mediterranean region. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, my country, Slovenia, remains ready to continue working globally and proactively on this important issue also in the future. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much.
Chile agradece a Malta esta pertinente convocatoria. En esta intervención quisiera plantear 4 ideas principales. Primero, el tema es pertinente en el Consejo de Seguridad. En los últimos años ha quedado en evidencia que el cambio climático es un multiplicador de amenazas, que al actuar en combinación con factores socioeconómicos y o políticos, agrava el riesgo de la violencia e intensifica los factores de conflicto como la inseguridad alimentaria, las crisis económicas y la migración. De esta manera, contribuye a perpetuar los conflictos existentes y dificulta aún más su erradicación. Esto ha sido reconocido por el secretario general desde el 2009 en su informe relativo a la resolución 63/281 de la Asamblea General. Estamos conscientes de nuestra propia vulnerabilidad al cambio climático, pues Chile cumple con 7 de los 9 criterios de vulnerabilidad indicados en la Convención Marco sobre el Cambio Climático. En particular, mi delegación desea recordar la celebración de 2 fórmulas ARIA en 2015 y 2021, con las cuales este evento tiene importantes sinergias. A esto se suman al menos otras 5 reuniones ARIA y una sesión especial de este órgano en septiembre del 2021. Señor presidente, como segundo punto, a Chile le parece pertinente continuar discutiendo sobre uno de los efectos más tangibles del cambio climático, acelerado por causa antropogénica, como es el aumento del nivel del mar. Chile reconoce los desafíos en materia de seguridad, tanto a nivel interno, regional e internacional, que representa este fenómeno. La comunidad internacional debe adoptar acciones concretas con una perspectiva de anticipación para cooperar con las comunidades que se verán más afectadas y evitar un desastre que afecte la seguridad de amplias regiones del mundo, en especial la cuenca del Océano Pacífico, a la cual nuestro país pertenece y donde estamos implicados en buscar soluciones. Debemos emplear una mirada integral
we should have a holistic outlook where scientific forecasts are at the heart with a resilient infrastructure strategy and active participation of communities. The third point is that Chile values the study by the ILC, which includes topics that can offer responses for international security, such as protection of affected people, stability of maritime boundaries, amongst others. We believe that it is relevant for the Security Council to have a number of principles in mind: equity, the shared but differentiated responsibilities, the duty to cooperate, the principle of the polluter pays, and the principle of territorial integrity and judicial stability as regards maintaining baselines and the external limits of maritime zones in accordance with UNCLOS, as well as the obligation of non-refoulement of third states with relation to persons affected. Fourth point, we highlight that climate disasters disproportionately affect women. The origin of this differentiated impact has many causes, ranging from economic to cultural factors. In addition, the persistence of a humanitarian response without a gender-based approach deepens this disproportionate effect of climate emergencies. The Council can respond to the triple nexus of gender inequality, state fragility, and climate vulnerability in a number of different ways. Its resolutions should recognize the intersection of these issues and their differentiated impact on peace and international security, and establish mandate points to address them. The lack of significant participation by women in formulating policies related to climate change has not allowed them to imprint the necessary gender perspectives that would address the specific and differentiated needs of women. President Chile believes that an advisory opinion of the ICJ would be useful to clarify the duties, the obligations of states in the matter of climate change, including the increase in sea level. Together with Colombia, Chile has requested an advisory opinion from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights on the impacts of climate emergency. There was a similar initiative for ITNOS. We hope that they will provide relevant information. Our main concern is linked to climate emergencies and the loss of livelihoods, displacement, migration, and interruption to access to health services, as well as the increase in harmful behaviours. We believe that states should take mitigating action to prevent negative situations.
I thank the representative of Chile for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
Monsieur le Président, le Royaume du Maroc remercie son Excellence Ian Borg, ministre des Affaires étrangères de Malte, d'avoir organisé et présidé ce débat public
convened and presided this open debate of the Security Council on sea level rise, threats to international peace and security, implications for international peace and security. This debate is an excellent opportunity to better shore up the link between sea level rise and peace, security, international stability and climate change. That is an existential threat for several countries and regions throughout the world. We are only just starting to ask ourselves what these questions mean for the international community. Currently, international law only provides limited guidelines on the way to engage with the progressive disappearance of the continental mass of a country that's below the sea level. When the UN Charter was adopted in 1945, as well as the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, in 1982, sea level rise wasn't even thought of as a problem because climate change wasn't foreseen, certainly not at the pace and proportion that we see currently. Indeed, sea level rise has various facets to it, led by Pacific small island states. This topic has been made rightly one of the priorities of the International Law Commission, the ILC. Morocco welcomes the fact that this important topic has been included in the work programme of the ILC and is closely following the work of the study group set up to this end. Sir, coastal zones are characterized by thriving populations, industries, transport networks, and dense communication networks, as well as huge tourist resorts. In many countries, erosion and floods are devastating vast areas, including the African coast. To this end, and as part of Morocco's commitment, and because of its solidarity-based African policy led by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, Morocco is stepping up its efforts to strengthen the climate resilience of African island states. Since the first Summit of African Action, convened by His Majesty the King on the sidelines of COP22 in Marrakesh in 2016. 3 African committees on climate have been set up and are now up and running, including one on small island states chaired by the Seychelles. Morocco continues its support for this committee in order to ensure institutional and financial support in the areas such as the blue and green economies, and also to strengthen technical, scientific and financial support to small island states. Morocco is also interested in the Rising Nations initiative put forward by the leaders of the Pacific Atoll countries. This seeks to protect their status as a state, to preserve their sovereignty, to protect also and preserve the rights and heritage of the populations affected. Along these lines, and buoyed by its commitment to climate issues, Morocco has joined in the initiative brought forward by Vanuatu, seeking to call for an advisory opinion of the ICJ to clarify the rights and obligations of states pursuant to international law as regards the impact of climate change, in particular on the worst affected states. I'd also like to remind you that Morocco continues to strengthen its cooperation in the area of integrated coastal zone management in order to have sustainable development. In 2019, Morocco, with broad support from member states, presented the first UN resolution on strengthening cooperation in the area of integrated coastal zone management. This sought to prevent disasters, mitigate their impact, and promote the sustainable development of coastal zones. In conclusion, Mr. President, we would urge the Security Council to take into consideration the link between climate and security in its decisions before conflicts break out or worsen. We cannot talk about the issue of sea level rise without talking about climate migrants, which is a reality today. Let us not forget, that worsening climate change throughout the world might force more than 216 million migrants to be displaced by 2050 because of drought, poor harvest, sea level rise and desertification. Today, we are putting an appeal to the international community to support the Marrakesh Compact for safe, orderly and regular migration and a comprehensive way to tackle the growing challenge of climate migrants in countries of origin, transit and destination. Thank you.
Morocco for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President, and allow me to commend Malta for convening this timely meeting and for further bringing to the attention of the Security Council the importance of the climate security nexus. We also appreciate the valuable contributions of the Secretary General, the President of the General Assembly, and the other distinguished briefers. We align ourselves with the statements of the European Union and of the Group of Friends on Climate and Security. Mr. President, we have heard most speakers today talking about the specific effects of sea level rising that are diverse and significant, particularly for coastal areas, low-lying coastal states and small island states. And we cannot overstate their potential implications for peace and security, including as a driver of conflict and a risk multiplier. Precisely 2 weeks ago, as co-chair of the Steering Committee for the Seeds Partnerships, Portugal co-hosted with Samoa an event on climate-induced mobility in seeds, which left no room for doubt about how climate change is already forcing large number of people away from their homes. Displacement of people, forced migration, threats to territorial integrity, territorial and boundary disputes, as well as the escalation of current conflicts, are only some of the consequences that we are already witnessing and which are prone to become further exacerbated in the future. Mr. President, as a coastal state with island territories and 3/4 of our population living in coastal areas, Portugal welcomes the opportunity to reflect on the implications of sea level rise for peace and security, and more importantly, on how to collectively address this phenomena. In our view, we must start at the very root causes of the problem. We need to do more and faster to fight climate change. Portugal has been at the forefront of efforts to mitigate climate change. We were among the first countries to commit to climate neutrality by 2050. And at the second UN Oceans Conference in Lisbon, we pushed for a new set of more ambitious and more effective commitments towards implementing the oceans-related targets of the 2030 Agenda, and we continue working on further advancing the climate, water, oceans nexus. We must also focus on preparedness, on building resilience and adaptation to these impacts in all its consequences. And these efforts also should include the ability to answer legal questions arising from sea level rise and its impacts. In this connection, we support ongoing reflections on how to preserve stability and legal security in international relations, and we highlight the importance of solutions consistent with international law, including UNCLOS. We particularly commend the work carried out by the ILC, whose study group is co-chaired by a Portuguese member of the Commission, Professor Galvão Teles. We also fully support Vanuatu's initiative to request an advisory opinion of the ICG on the obligations of states in respect to climate change. Mr. President, it is crucial that the UN system, as the platform better placed to promote a cooperative and coordinated response to these challenges, works coherently to better prevent, prepare for, and respond to sea level rise. It is thus imperative that the UN system develops the means to do so. In our view, it is key that the Security Council continues to work towards a comprehensive approach to address the security impacts and risks posed by climate change. We trust this meeting is a timely step in that direction. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Portugal for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Lebanon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr.
Permettez-moi de vous féliciter pour l'accession de Malte à la présidence du Conseil de sécurité. Nos deux pays, bordés par la Méditerranée, ont un lien existentiel avec la mer, et ma délégation salue donc la tenue de ce débat. Nous remercions le secrétaire général, le président de l'Assemblée générale, le ministre Oresco, au nom du groupe d'études de la Commission du droit international, ainsi que Madame Coral Passissi de la société pour leur présentation ce matin. La diversité de ces intervenants démontre bien ce besoin d'agir ensemble et dans le cadre multilatéral avec les Nations Unies au centre de cette action pour être mieux préparés et pour mieux répondre aux menaces de l'élévation du niveau de la mer. Et pour des petits États insulaires en développement, c'est leur survie qui est en jeu, Monsieur le Président. Si ces nations sont aujourd'hui en première ligne face aux dangers de l'élévation du niveau de la mer, les régions côtières n'en sont pas moins affectées. Et du fait même des conséquences multiples et variées liées à la montée des eaux, c'est au final la communauté internationale dans son ensemble qui est concernée par ce phénomène. Un phénomène causé, on le sait, par le réchauffement climatique et qui peut mener à la perte des moyens de subsistance, à la raréfaction des ressources, mais aussi au déplacement forcé de populations, amplifiant alors la pression migratoire ou encore l'insécurité alimentaire, pour ne citer que quelques exemples. Monsieur le Président, cela ouvre la voie à plus d'instabilité, à une aggravation du risque sécuritaire, ainsi qu'à des tensions, voire des conflits. Et cela se ressent plus fortement pour des États et des régions déjà fragilisés par les crises.
felt most strongly by those states and regions that are already facing crises. Peace, security and development cannot be disassociated from each other. Focus henceforth needs to be on strengthening prevention. The implementation of the Paris Agreement is absolutely crucial if we want to have more stability and reduce climate disasters. To this end, nationally determined contributions, mitigation, adaptation and resilience plans, all of these could deal with the impact of climate change as risk factors for instability, crisis and conflict. This would help to increase the adaptation capacity of countries, and in particular for the most vulnerable countries. Better understanding the links between instability, conflict and climate change is necessary for the Security Council. This is why a regular report from the Secretary-General on the impact in terms of security of climate change is so important. Of course, this depends on the situation in each region or each country. Furthermore, the Peacebuilding Commission, as an advisory body, could examine the repercussions of climate change on peace and security. It would thus help to develop conflict prevention strategies and to promote or examine rather peace-building strategies, taking into consideration climate change more. Strengthening prevention must, of course, be accompanied by predictable and stable financing, in particular for those states most affected by sea level rise. The varying impact of sea level rise raises several legal questions pertaining to the law of the sea, the survival of states and the protection of those affected. In conclusion, we are very much following with interest the work of the ILC on this, which will clarify a number of areas of international law and which will potentially provide legal and practical solutions for states. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Lebanon for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Austria.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks for organizing this meeting on sea level rise. Austria is a mountainous, landlocked country, so why are we speaking here today? Well, we are here because we care. We care about those states whose security, if not their very existence, is threatened by the consequences of climate change. And we care not only today on Valentine's Day, we care. I should also point out that we align ourselves with the statement by the European Union, but I'd like to add 3 short points also in our national capacity. First, Austria welcomes that the Security Council deals with the key question related to climate change. It's undisputable that climate change has increasing effects on states and thereby eventually also on international peace and security. The Council should address issues concerning climate and security as a key priority more often. Second, sea level rise does not only affect states, it primarily affects people, whether they live in coastal areas, on small island nations. Rising sea levels destroy the livelihood of people, leading to displacement and conflicts over freshwater and fertile land. Exacerbated by droughts and other natural disasters, as well as conflicts, crime and poverty, the very existence of these people is threatened and their fate must not be ignored. We need to be there in solidarity. Third, from a legal perspective, sea level rise affects several issues such as territorial integrity, statehood, the delimitation of maritime boundaries, entitlements such as the exclusive economic zone, questions regarding the protection of the affected people. In our view, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which largely reflects customary international law, must be globally and uniformly applied. But many questions remain. Does a state continue to exist if it loses its territory? What happens to the population and the resources? Austria welcomes that the International Law Commission has taken up the topic. It's important to look at creative solutions here, making use of all technological possibilities. Mr. President, in sum, this is an issue that dramatically affects peace and security of some UN member states. Austria, in its tradition as a strong supporter of multilateralism, international law and solidarity, remains committed to working to common solutions that help those most affected by climate security challenges, and encourages the Council to actively engage on these issues. Thanks.
Representative of Austria for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to commend Malta for organizing today's open debate and thank the Secretary General and distinguished briefers for their important contributions. Guyana aligns itself with the statements to be delivered on behalf of CARICOM and AOSIS. Mr. President, there are many deleterious effects of sea level rise that must be examined in the context of their implications for international peace and security. First and most immediate is its impact on food and water security. For example, in my country, Guyana, more than half of the population lives at least 6 feet below sea level. For our coastal communities, sea level rise not only results in soil erosion, but also in saltwater intrusion into areas that are critical for food production. The same can be said for many low-lying states and SIDS. What we see as crucial to building resilience is ensuring that vulnerable countries have the knowledge and financial and technological capacities to withstand the disruption to food production and the availability of potable water. Second are the legal implications. As a coastal state, Guyana has maritime boundaries with several states, albeit with some remaining to be defined. While there is presently no obligation on the UNCLOS to keep baselines and other related boundaries under review once they are deposited with the Secretary General, one cannot discount the fact that sea level rise has territorial consequences, including the erosion of coastlines, the disruption of baselines, and consequently the boundaries determined by those baselines. This has significant security implications. In situations where boundaries are undefined, there is an even greater possibility for tension and conflict. When one factors in potential loss of territory and displacement of people, we may be left with a potential humanitarian situation for which none of us are prepared. Mr. President, Guyana agrees with those who have emphasized the importance of mitigation and adaptation measures where possible. But there is a cost attached. Indeed, international cooperation is an obligation for all states, but there is also the matter of equity. We must not only consider where these measures can be implemented, but also who could afford them and what happens to those that cannot. The need for urgent delivery of climate finance is paramount. Allow me to conclude, Mr. President, by stressing the need for bolder climate action, adequate support to vulnerable countries, capacity building, and more robust international cooperation that aligns with the national priorities of the affected states. Time is against us. Commitment must be completed by action. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to congratulate Malta on assuming the presidency of the Security Council. We also thank you for convening this open debate on an important issue. Our gratitude as well to the Secretary General, the President of the General Assembly, and all the briefers for their valuable inputs. Mr. President, I will make 2 quick points. First, the small island developing states. The SIDS are at the forefront of the challenge of climate change and sea level rise. They are the worst sufferers of a global problem they did not contribute to. Adaptation to climate change remains one of the highest priorities for the SIDS. Reducing the vulnerabilities of SIDS and strengthening their resilience to climate change should be a collective responsibility of the international community. What we need now is to enhance action on all important policies that address climate change, including fulfilling the commitments on climate finance and technology transfer. 2, with a coastline of around 7,500 kilometers and several groups of islands located far away from the mainland, India is cognizant of the adverse impacts of sea level rise. However, it is our considered submission that the Security Council is not the place to address climate change-related issues or even sea level rise. We have repeatedly underlined that there exists little scientific correlation or evidence of the impact of climate change on peace and security. The most equitable architecture to combat climate change is the UNFCCC process, where each member state has an equally important stake. In this context, we have welcomed the setting up of the Loss and Damage Financial Facility at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and the inclusion of issues surrounding a sustainable lifestyle. The operationalization of the fund needs to be expedited so that the most vulnerable developing countries are equally compensated. Finally, Mr. President, given the history and backdrop of unkept promises on financial commitments, isn't it ironical that developing countries are expected to bear the brunt of everything? The burden of developing climate resilience, industrialize without carbonizing, grapple with adverse climate events, and lift millions out of poverty, all at the same time, while also managing disruptions and uncertainties in global supply chains. Oversimplification of causes of conflict will not help in resolving them, nor can it justify extreme policy measures. Climate change is more about development and less about peace and security. Choosing to place this in non-mandated forums, especially those where all members do not sit on an equal footing, may undermine the larger cause of securing climate justice. Thank you.
I thank the representative of India for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Costa Rica.
Señor Presidente,
President,
como un pequeño país
as a
costero,
small
pero un
coastal
gran
country,
estado oceánico,
but a
a
great
Costa
ocean
Rica le
state,
consterna los impactos
Costa
del
Rica
aumento
is
del nivel
acutely
del mar
concerned
en
about the
nuestras
impact of sea
comunidades,
level rise
así
on the
como en la
livelihoods
estabilidad
of
y en la
our
seguridad
citizens in our
regional
community,
y
but also
global.
on regional global
Como
stability
punto de
and
partida,
security.
es urgente honrar
As an
las obligaciones de la
urgent
Convención
starting
Marco
point
de
for
Cambio
this
Climático.
discussion, we would consider the
Debemos
fulfillment of
cumplir
UNFCCC
con el límite
obligations.
acordado de emisiones.
We must
Debemos
halve greenhouse gas
aumentar
emissions by
medidas de adaptación
2030
y resiliencia
increase
y
climate
debemos
adaptation and
cumplir con los
resilience
compromisos
measures.
de
We must meet
financiación
our climate
climática,
finance
incluida la
commitments,
puesta en marcha del
including
Fondo de Pérdidas y
operationalizing
Daños.
the Loss and Damage
Esto
Fund.
no es caridad,
This is not
es un
charity.
imperativo moral,
This is a
ambiental
moral,
y económico
environmental and
para asegurar la
economic
paz y la
imperative
seguridad
in order
internacionales
to
y una
guarantee
garantía de
international
una
peace and
verdadera
security
justicia
and
climática.
true climate justice.
Además, es esencial reconocer
addition,
e integrar las
it is essential that we
dimensiones
recognize,
humanitarias y de
address,
seguridad del
and
aumento del nivel del
mainstream
mar
humanitarian
en
security
todo el
implications
sistema
of
de
sea
la
level
ONU.
rise across
El
the United
aumento del
Nations
nivel del
system.
mar puede catalizar nuevos
The compounding
conflictos
effects
por
of sea
tierra y
level rise
recursos,
may produce new
así como
conflicts
crear
over land and
nuevas
resources,
rutas
as well
migratorias
as
aún más
creating
inseguras
dangerous
y
migration
exacerbar
patterns
la explotación de grupos vulnerables.
exacerbate the
El
exploitation of
Consejo
vulnerable
de
groups.
Seguridad y la
The
Comisión
Security
de
Council
Consolidación de la
and
Paz
the
en
Peacebuilding
conjunto
Commission
pueden
together
y deben responder con un enfoque
they
que
can
tenga
jointly
en
deliver
cuenta
an
la
effective
seguridad humana
response that
y la paz
considers the
sostenible,
human security
tal y
approach
como lo
and that of
establece la revisión
sustaining
de la
peace
arquitectura
as
de
established by
consolidación
the
de la
review
paz.
of the UN
Por otro lado,
peacebuilding architecture.
los estados insulares y
another note,
costeros enfrentan un reto
the small
inédito en
coastal
cuanto a su
states
condición de
are,
Estado.
facing,
La pérdida a gran
dire
escala de
straits.
parte o la totalidad de sus
They
territorios
face losing
amenaza
large
con
parts of, or
socavar los
sometimes their
cimientos del
entire
actual
territories
orden
to the
internacional.
sea. Such
Es urgente
large-scale losses can
entonces
undermine the very
contar con una
foundation of the
mejor
present
comprensión de las
international order.
implicaciones
We must
jurídicas
therefore have a better
del
understanding of
aumento
the
del
legal
nivel del mar.
implications of sea level
En este
rise.
sentido, Costa Rica agradece los avances de la
Costa
Comisión
Rica
de
therefore
Derecho
welcomes the
Internacional
progress
sobre el
of
aumento del
the
nivel del mar
International Law
en
Commission on sea
relación
level
con el
rise in
derecho
relation to
internacional
international law.
y apoya la solicitud
We
de una
support
opinión
the
consultiva
request
por
for an
parte de la
advisory
Comisión de
opinion
Pequeños Estados
by the Commission of
Insulares sobre
Small
Cambio
Island States
Climático,
on
al
climate
ICLOS,
change
así
from
como la
ICLOS,
consulta
as
a la
well
Corte Internacional de
as the,
Justicia
request
sobre las
to the
obligaciones de los
ICJ
Estados
on the
en
obligations
relación
of
con el cambio
states in relation to
climático.
climate change.
Es más,
Additionally,
Costa Rica llama a discutir las implicaciones del derecho penal internacional de actos que causan daños ecológicos irremediables, que incluye una posible definición de ecocidio. Señor Presidente, Reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de abordar las implicaciones del aumento del nivel del mar, incluso en el marco de la tercera conferencia sobre el océano que Costa Rica organiza con Francia. Es hora de pasar de las palabras a la acción, de forma urgente y colectiva, para garantizar un futuro seguro y estable para todos. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Costa Rica for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
President, members of the Security Council, distinguished guests, colleagues. It is an honor to take part in this open debate on a matter of great importance, and I would like to commend Malta's President of the Security Council for this initiative. Greece aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the European Union on this topic and would like to add a few thoughts in our national capacity. The issue of sea level rise is directly linked to the application and implementation of the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The universal and unified character of the UNCLOS sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. Therefore, being the constitution of the ocean, the Convention, that reflects customary international law, sets the legal basis for settling and regulating any relevant issue that may arise. With respect to peace and security issues dealing with sea level rise, UNCLOS provides the answers to the question raised within its proper context. Predictability, stability and certainty, which are inherent to the Convention and guide its application, involve the preservation of bases and of the outer limits of maritime zones, as well as of maritime entitlements deriving therefrom in accordance with UNCLOS. Furthermore, the Convention imposes no obligation of reviewing or recalculating baselines or the outer limits of maritime zones established in accordance with its provisions. Greece underlines the importance of safeguarding the stability of maritime boundaries, confirmed by state practice and international jurisprudence. The International Court of Justice very recently said, and I quote, observed that boundaries between states, including maritime boundaries, are aimed at providing permanency and stability, unquote. For this reason, maritime boundaries agreements are subject to the rule excluding boundary agreements from fundamental change of circumstances, and hence sea level rise does not affect maritime boundaries. Climate change increases the frequency and impact of extreme weather events such as floods, land erosion and water salination, impacting on low-lying territories and lands, thus disrupting the lives of millions of people with food insecurity, water scarcity, epidemics and health risks among its most common consequences. Greece, being a contracting party to all major international environmental conventions, treaties and protocols, actively participates in ongoing multilateral negotiations and meetings, supporting all efforts to strengthen and improve environmental protections at all levels for the benefit of present and future generations. The Security Council, in addressing sea level rise impacts on peace and security within the framework of international law, would be a driving force and an instrumental factor in creating synergies among states, UN bodies, and regional international organizations. This might be the case when the Security Council is dealing with humanitarian risks or when addressing the impacts of sea level rise and climate vulnerability as regards the protection of human rights, highlighting gender issues. In the future, the ability of the international community to anticipate and adapt to security impacts of sea level rise, as well as climate change in general, may be equally important to our long-term efforts to reverse it. We need to improve our awareness of climate-related security risks by enhancing our understanding of the links between the impacts of sea level rise and security. By integrating and combining actions and policies on climate, security and development, we will ensure the best possible outcome delivered on multiple levels. I thank you so much.
Thank the representative of Greece for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to Malta for assuming the presidency of the Security Council, and thank you for organizing this crucial and timely debate on sea level rise. Our appreciation also goes to the Secretary General, the President of the General Assembly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, and co-chair of the International Law Commission Study Group on sea level rise in relation to international law, and the distinguished civil society representative for their valuable perspectives. Now, Thailand and the Thai people are not immune to sea level rise. In fact, none of us are. Bangkok is sinking and at risk, and so are other cities, beaches, and low-lying areas along our 3,000-kilometer coastline of Thailand. As an economy which is dependent on tourism and agricultural exports, sea level rise is a threat to our economic lifeline, our food security, our home, our livelihood. Thailand is very much concerned with the impacts of sea level rise currently experienced by our friends around the globe, many of whom are much more vulnerable and facing far greater loss and an existential threat. Sea level rise also raises questions concerning statehood, maritime zones and boundaries, as well as the protection of affected persons, many of which are fundamental to the maintenance of international peace, security, and stability, and to the peaceful relations and cooperation among states. It is therefore high time that the issue of sea level rise be addressed and addressed urgently. In this regard, Thailand wishes to highlight the following 3 points. First, as sea level rise has far-reaching implications for the international community as a whole, it is incumbent upon all of us here at the United Nations, to join hands in addressing and responding to the risk to prevent the world from falling into a situation of greater reversals in development gains and of greater risks of tensions or conflicts. Sea level rise impacts each and every one of us, threatens our sustainable development trajectories, and hampers our plans to create a sustainable future for the next generation. It is therefore a shared interest of each and every one of us to work together to avert further threats that could endanger international peace, security, and stability. Second, I wish to highlight a few examples of Thailand's efforts at the national level to achieve climate resilience and strengthen coping capacity of our local communities. Now, these include integrating adaptation into land use planning and development, promoting coping capacity of coastal communities, including in areas of prevention and surveillance of sea level rise and storm surges, installing surge barriers, planting mangrove forests, and devising storm surge evacuation plans to respond to climate change impacts. There are more that could be done, and partnerships and cooperation would be very much essential to support these adaptation and mitigation efforts. Third, sea level rise also raises questions regarding its legal implications. In this regard, Thailand highly values the work of the International Law Commission on sea level rise in relation to international law. We believe that this work of the ILC could be of much practical value to the international community, particularly given the fragmented existing international legal frameworks applicable to the protection of persons affected by climate change, including sea level rise. We recognize the urgency and importance of this work of the ILC and look forward to the ILC's presentation of its further study on all aspects concerning sea level rise in relation to international law, including on the subtopic of the law of the sea at the 6th Committee meeting in the fall. To conclude, Mr. President, let me reiterate that sea level rise has far-reaching implications for the international community as a whole, and that none of us are immune to its impacts. It is, however, still within our power to address the risks of sea level rise and minimize its impact if we do act now. Together, we have overcome many threats to international peace, security, and stability, and the many challenges to sustainable development, sustained growth, and human security in the past. So together, we can avert the potentially devastating implications of sea level rise. Let us work to make this happen. Thank you, Mr. President, and happy Valentine's Day to all.
I thank the representative of Thailand for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Federated States of Micronesia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Micronesia is honored to address this Council on this important subject. I also want to recognize the contributions of a fellow Pacific Islander, Ms. Coral Basisi, to this discussions today. Mr. President, at the outset, my delegation associates with the statements which will be delivered later today by Samoa on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States, Tonga on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum, Palau on behalf of the Pacific SIDS, and Nauru on behalf of the Group of Friends on Climate and Security. My delegation congratulates Malta on assuming the presidency of the Security Council and organizing the open debate today. Mr. President, as stated in the Charter of the United Nations, the Security Council has the primary responsibility on behalf of the members of the General Assembly for the maintenance of international peace and security. This discharge of responsibility must, among other things, be in accordance with the principles and purposes of the United Nations. Two of those purposes are the development of friendly relations among nations based on the respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and the achievement of international cooperation in solving international problems of an economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian character. In that regard, climate change-related sea level rise presents a challenge that the Security Council must be seized of. As others have noted today, such sea level rise poses a particularly acute threat to the overall peace and security of small island developing states like my own Micronesia, given our relatively small land masses, population, and economies, or our geographical remoteness, and our deep cultural ties and reliance on our island homes. Distressingly, and on a related note, there is a school of thought in international law and discourse that once sea level rise inundates the land territory of a state, then that state automatically ceases to exist and no longer enjoys statehood among the international community. In my delegation's view, that school of thought must be rejected by the Security Council, and we call on the Security Council to do so. It is deeply disruptive to the peace and security of a people, and violative of the principles and purposes of the United Nations that I identified earlier, if the status of these people as a state is deemed by the international community to be extinguished by a phenomenon for which such people have minimal responsibility, if any. Such people will not have engaged in any act of self-determination that endorses that extinguishing and forcing such people to go along with the loss of a statehood is fundamentally contrary to the development of friendly relations among nations. Additionally, to the extent that the forced extinguishing of their statehood disrupts that people's access to economic, humanitarian, and other types of benefits, including rights and their entitlements flowing from maritime zones, it is fundamentally contrary to the achievement of international cooperation in addressing economic, humanitarian, and other international problems. In light of the foregoing, the Security Council must make clear, in accordance with the duties of the Security Council and the principle and purposes of the United Nations, that the loss of land territory due to climate change related sea level rise does not automatically translate to a loss of statehood enjoyed by the people of that territory. Along the same lines, my delegation calls on the members of this Council and the General Assembly to support the initiative started by Vanuatu for the General Assembly to request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on climate change. As today's open debate indicates, sea level rise, like other adverse effects of climate change, raises major questions under international law that, in our view, the advisory opinion can be helpfully addressed. To conclude, Micronesia echoes the call by others for the appointment of a special representative for climate and security. Such a special representative can, among other things, strengthen the ability of the UN to understand and respond sensitively to all facets of the challenge of climate change related sea level rise, including the implications of such sea level rise for statehood and other matters of international law. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Federated States of Micronesia, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Dominican Republic.
Muchas gracias,
Thank
señor
you
presidente.
very much, President.
Primeramente quisiera dar las
First
gracias a
of
Malta
all,
por
I would like
convocar
to
este
thank
debate
Malta
abierto
for
sobre las
convening this
implicaciones del
open
aumento del
debate on
nivel
the
del mar
implications of
en la paz y la
the
seguridad
rise of sea level
internacionales
for international peace and
y que también se
security.
construye de la reunión
And also
formularia
for building
organizada por
on the
Vietnam en
Area
octubre del
Formula
2021,
meeting
la cual
organized in
fue
October
copatrocinada por
2021,
nuestro
which
país,
was
República Dominicana.
co-sponsored by my country, the Dominican
La
Republic.
República Dominicana se alinea a la
Dominican Republic
intervención
aligns
pronunciada por
itself with the
Samoa
statement
en nombre de
delivered by
AOSIS
Samoa
y por
on
Nauru
behalf
en
of
nombre del
OSIS
Grupo
and
de Amigos sobre Clima
on
y Seguridad.
behalf of the group of friends on climate and
Las
security.
amenazas del cambio climático y el aumento del nivel del mar son cuestiones que ponen en peligro los medios de subsistencia de nuestros pueblos, que socavan la paz y la seguridad, así como el desarrollo y la prosperidad de nuestros países. El aumento del nivel del mar trae consigo muchas aristas que amenazan la paz y la seguridad internacional. Aumenta las marejadas de aguas pluviales, la erosión costera y la intrusión de agua salada, y por lo tanto amenaza a las comunidades costeras y a las áreas cruciales para la producción de alimentos y de ganado, poniendo en riesgo el modo de subsistencia y la pérdida de bienes de las poblaciones rurales y de productores agrícolas. También se pone en riesgo la infraestructura de nuestros países y por ende afecta la planificación de nuestras ciudades y la protección de nuestras costas. Señor presidente, en nuestra región del Caribe, en especial el territorio costero dominicano, se expone a una inminente pérdida de tierra, lo cual provocaría desplazamientos internos y migraciones forzosas, generando con ello inestabilidad social y tensiones demográficas. Es así que las consecuencias territoriales del aumento del nivel del mar podrían poner en riesgo a la cooperación internacional y generar en conflictos. Ninguna región está exenta de ser afectada por el aumento del nivel del mar. Mundialmente se estima que el nivel del mar podría aumentar hasta 30 centímetros para el año 2050. Y desde ya pone en peligro la propia existencia y supervivencia de naciones, unas en miras a un más corto plazo, como es el caso de Kiribati, con un territorio a menos de 2 metros por encima del nivel del mar. En el caso de República Dominicana, esta subida se estima entre 16 y 24 centímetros, lo que implica una posible pérdida de un 13% de nuestro territorio para el año 2050. Estos alarmantes datos son una amenaza para nuestro territorio, más aún porque no contamos con los recursos necesarios para enfrentar y mitigar los daños que trae consigo el aumento del nivel del mar. Asimismo, quisiéramos reiterar que no se pueden revisar o actualizar las líneas de base y límites exteriores o coordenadas geográficas de nuestras zonas marítimas como consecuencia del cambio climático y del aumento del nivel del mar, tomando en cuenta que estados insulares en desarrollo dependemos grandemente de nuestras zonas marítimas. Un intento en este sentido es una afrenta a la paz y a la seguridad de nuestros pueblos. Asimismo, según el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, el costo de la inacción en cuanto a abordar la amenaza del cambio climático podría provocar pérdidas anuales estimadas en 22 billones de dólares para el año 2050, lo que representa aproximadamente el 10% de la economía del Caribe en la actualidad. A pesar de que nuestro país no es un gran emisor de gases de efecto invernadero, República Dominicana forma parte de los SIDS expuestos a estas amenazas. Y según estudios y datos demográficos, tanto Guyana, Haití y nuestro país, la República Dominicana, tienen sus poblaciones totales más grandes en tierras bajas. De igual manera, como economía dependiente del turismo, no podemos ignorar cómo este sector se encuentra entre los más vulnerables al cambio climático y al aumento del nivel del mar. Otros riesgos emergentes que estamos viviendo en la República Dominicana es la llegada masiva del sargazo, los cuales han llegado a nuestras costas y profundizan nuestra vulnerabilidad, a la vez que limita nuestra capacidad de respuesta ante las amenazas, como es este aumento del nivel del mar. Por tanto, es pertinente que nos anticipemos a la elaboración de una hoja de ruta contentiva de todas las implicaciones de la subida del nivel del mar, sobre todo los temas vinculados a la soberanía y a las delimitaciones marítimas. Debemos utilizar las herramientas a nuestra disposición para luchar contra el cambio climático y su impacto en la paz y la seguridad internacional. Asimismo, la disponibilidad de recursos para hacerle frente es la única vía para garantizar la sostenibilidad de nuestras economías. República Dominicana forma parte del recién creado Comité Transitorio de Pérdidas y Daños, el cual busca crear un fondo para atender las necesidades derivadas de los daños y pérdidas por el cambio climático para los países más vulnerables. Esto nos permitirá trabajar en las modalidades de dicho fondo y en su operacionalidad. Asimismo, tendremos una participación importante como miembro del Comité Preparatorio para la Conferencia de los SEAPs a celebrarse el próximo año en nuestra región del Caribe. Señor Presidente, simplemente reiterar que el costo de la inacción sería aún mayor para todos los países si no actuamos ahora. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of the Dominican Republic for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Botswana.
Mr. President, at the outset, let me congratulate and thank Malta's presidency of the Council and you personally for creating this timely opportunity for us to participate in today's open debate on the implications of sea level rise for international peace and security. Let me also thank the briefers this morning for their important insights. Botswana is definitely a landlocked country as well. While we do not face a direct threat from the sea level rise, we are impacted by other effects of climate change within and beyond our borders. We therefore have a keen and legitimate interest in this important debate. We are also here to express our solidarity with all communities in the coastal low-lying areas, the small island developing states, the seas, particularly the Pacific Islands countries, who through no fault of their own are increasingly facing a real existential threat from sea level rise with peace and security ramifications. We thus welcome and fully support the Rising Nations initiative, which was launched by the leaders of the Pacific Atoll countries last year, which aims to protect their statehood, preserve their sovereignty, and safeguard the rights and heritage of affected populations. Like the seas and the Pacific Island countries, Africa contributes very little to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet we bear the greatest negative impacts. We are, however, determined to adapt to the consequences of global warming and prevent further loss and damage to our people, our environment, our economies, and our cultural heritage, while also preventing climate change-induced conflicts. Mr. President, in Africa, over the past years, we have witnessed how climate change-induced incidents, such as prolonged drought, flooding, cyclones, and storms, have intensified. Their frequency have brought hardship and devastation, including large-scale forced migration and displacement. Recent findings by the Africa Climate Mobility Initiative stress that the continent will see an increase in climate-forced migration and displacement over the coming decades, with internal displacement forecast to reach up to 113 million people by 2050. Our sub-region, Southern Africa, could also see an increase in cross-border mobility due to climate change impacts. We all know, Mr. President, that people have always moved to escape from harm and to adapt to changes in the environment. It is thus important that we keep our focus on mitigating the climatic factors that drive those movements and not regard people who move as a threat. That is why Botswana, under the leadership of His Excellency President Dr. Mokgweetsi Masisi, has undertaken to play a champion role on issues relating to climate mobility data and information. Building on the Africa Climate Mobility Initiative and working closely with the Global Center for Climate Mobility, we are embarking on a national deep dive process to identify climate risk hotspots and to develop a national blueprint for addressing climate mobility, pressing forward people-centered climate action. Indeed, it is critical that responses by our continent and elsewhere are based on the best available data and information, including state-of-the-art forecasting and modeling capabilities to better anticipate and protect ourselves against climate risks. Botswana is therefore committed to lead from the front by putting people at the core of our response to climate crisis. If we want to prevent further loss and damage from climate change, including negative impacts for peace and security, people and governments need to be able to better predict and prepare. Most people do not want to leave the places they call home, and they should not be forced to. In this connection, Mr. President, existing commitments for climate adaptation finance and ensuring universal access to early warning systems must be kept. Where there is no other option, we must help communities to move out of harm's way and direct investments towards areas of prospective settlement. Regional organizations should also support joint forecasting and planning among their member states to address cross-border risks and harness opportunities associated with the movement and resettlement of people. As I conclude, Mr. President, I should note that even if we managed these difficult transitions well, uprooting people, their culture, and livelihoods involves a huge cost and also carries substantive risks for states and social cohesion. In the interest of climate justice, the onus is on those who bear the primary responsibility for the climate impacts and the international community as a whole to face these issues head-on, including providing adequate financing to the most vulnerable countries and communities. We must all live up to our obligations and responsibilities for Africa and all communities in coastal low-lying areas, our brothers and sisters, especially in the seas and Pacific Island countries. It is imperative that we act urgently and today. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the representative of Botswana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, let me express our appreciation to the Presidency of Malta for convening the open debate on this important issue. I would also like to thank the Secretary General and the President of the General Assembly, as well as other panelists, for their comprehensive inputs. Georgia aligns itself with the statement of the European Union, and I would like to make following additional comments in my national capacity. Excellencies, the relationship between climate change and peace and security is complex. Unfortunately, climate change-related security risks have already become an everyday reality for many around the globe. According to the World Meteorological Organization's Provisional State of the Global Climate in 2022 report, extreme heat waves, drought, and devastating flooding affected millions and cost billions last year. Rising the sea levels due to the global climate change increasingly put coastal and island communities under increased strain in some cases, threatening their very existence. Climate and weather extremes create risks of uncertainty and instability also at the regional and international levels increasingly, driving displacement in all regions, with small island states disproportionately affected. Flood and drought-related acute food insecurity and malnutrition are on rise in many countries. What is even more worrisome, risks from the sea level rise for coastal ecosystems and people are very likely to increase tenfold, well before the end of this century, without adaptation and mitigation action agreed by parties to the Paris Agreement. As tremendously growing climate security nexus is increasingly influencing the context of the global peace and security, addressing the climate-related consequences and future risks becomes a matter of global urgency and can be addressed only through joint and resolute action. We believe that addressing security impacts of climate change should be laid at the core of the Security Council's conflict prevention agenda and become a subject of in-depth analysis. In this context, we welcome the increased focus of the Security Council on the climate change issues by broadening discussions on the matter, incorporating climate security language into resolutions and establishing institutional architecture, such as the Climate Security Mechanism, the Group of Friends on Climate and Security, and the informal expert group on members of the Security Council on Climate and Security to strengthen the Security Council's working agenda. We believe that assessment of climate-related security risks and responses to them should be further fed into the Council's work, including as a part of the UN's peacekeeping and peace-building activities. Excellencies, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement are the major international mechanisms to guide the global efforts in addressing the climate change. In this regard, Georgia, as a party to the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, has been committed to make its own contribution to international efforts in combating climate change. To underpin the Paris Agreement with concrete actions, the government of Georgia has submitted an updated nationally determined contributions to the UNFCCC. The new NDC has new targets, and as it is required by the Paris Agreement to be more ambitious. We are also working on the long-term 2050 low emissions development strategy, which will plan long-term path of Georgia for climate change mitigation. In conclusion, let me reaffirm Georgia's commitment to do its utmost towards reducing implications of the climate crisis for international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Georgia for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Palau.
Mr. President, I deliver this statement on behalf of the 12 Pacific Small Island Developing States. We align our statement with the statements made by Samoa on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States and Tonga on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. And we convey our gratitude to Malta for holding this debate on sea level rise and its implications for peace and security. Climate change is no longer a novel concept in the Council's discussions. It's been discussed in various forums since 2007. Rising seas create a multitude of issues for all coastal states. However, they are an existential threat to low-lying and atoll islands throughout the Pacific. The peace that's led on a novel resolution on climate change and security in the General Assembly, which was adopted in 2009. Rising sea levels have already flooded many of our coastlines and forced migration and displacement, and they've intruded on our water tables, creating water insecurity and affecting our ability to grow crops and live healthily. The risk of sea level rise to the Pacific Islands is such that many of us have taken severe measures to address it. In Kiribati, President Anote Tong introduced a migration with dignity strategy and purchased 5,500 acres in Fiji for supplemental food production to combat food insecurity and to provide a potential location to settle if sea level rise renders Kiribati uninhabitable. Likewise, fearing total inundation, the nation of Tuvalu has launched an initiative to upload a virtual version of their country into the metaverse as a means to preserve their country and culture. It sounds like science fiction, something we might see in a movie about some made-up disaster, but these are two real-life examples that are happening today. But extreme measures aren't only happening in SIDS. In the United States, the Biden administration is paying 3 tribal communities in Alaska and Washington that have been severely impacted by the effects of climate change $75 million to relocate to higher ground. The main difference here is that we as small island developing states don't have the fiscal space and in some cases physical landmass to take these extreme adaptation measures. However, we also want to note that our identities as Pacific Islanders are grounded in our countries. These are our homes and have been for thousands of years. Paying for relocation is not a solution that we can accept. We all need to do more to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Mr. President, we propose 4 actions that the Council might undertake to address the risks related to sea level rise. Number 1, we reiterate our call for support as it relates to our maritime zones and the need to secure them, as well as the rights and entitlements that flow from them without reduction, even in the face of rising sea levels. This position is reflected in the PIF Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the face of climate-related sea level rise, and the AOSIS Leaders Declaration, which set out our position on how the rules on maritime zones under UNCLOS must apply in the situation of climate change-related sea level rise. Number two, we ask for support for the initiative spearheaded by Vanuatu and supported by the Pacific Islands for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect to climate change. Number three, we reiterate our call for a special representative of the Secretary General on Climate Change and Security who would inform the future work of the Council and the Assembly. And finally, we invite the Council to come to the Pacific and see sea level rise firsthand and hear the stories of those impacted. We've said in previous debates that forced migration, displacement, food and water insecurity, and infrastructure damage are terms we often associate with war and conflict zones, but in the Pacific, it's climate change that's the root cause of these threats to peace. Mr. President, while SIDS are on the front line of this crisis, 149 out of 193 UN member states, 77% of the UN membership, are exposed to sea level rise. Currently, approximately 634 million people worldwide are at risk due to sea level rise, and a significant part of the world's population live in coastal areas. If we don't take steps to mitigate these risks, one can only imagine the enormity of the security issues we'll face. Thank you again, Mr. President, for convening this open debate. We call on Malta's leadership and all members of the Council to recognize the risks to peace and security associated with sea level rise and join with the Pacific to find meaningful, proactive, and effective solutions with urgency. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Palau for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Mr. President, Latvia thanks Malta for organizing this important meeting for global climate action. We thank the briefers for their insightful presentations. Latvia aligns itself with the statement by the European Union. We often speak of the next generations that will suffer greatly from climate change, but we have to listen to science here. It might be our generation first that needs saving, and that might be sooner than we expected. Latvia too has identified sea level rise as a significant threat in the National Plan for Adaptation to Climate Change until 2020, adopted in 2019. With climate change impacts increasing in occurrence and strength, such adaptation plans and measures will determine the resilience of countries and communities. It is necessary to urgently develop, update, and implement adaptation strategies that are holistic and based on the best available science. International cooperation has a crucial role to play in climate action. In the Baltic region, we pay special attention to regional cooperation, for instance, within the Council of the Baltic Sea States. On a global scale, we fully support the ongoing work under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in scaling up climate action and enhancing the resilience of countries on the front lines of climate crisis and facing existential threats of sea level rise. In this regard, we look forward to the forthcoming report on Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We also look forward to the 4th International Conference of Small Island Developing States in its preparatory process. It could also provide the opportunity to reflect on the topics from the sustainable development perspective. Latvia has put forward its candidacy to the Bureau of the Preparatory Committee and stands ready to contribute to the process. Latvia is closely following the work of the International Law Commission's study group on the sea level rise in relation to international law and has reflected upon and provided its reactions during the General Assembly 6th Committee early discussions on the ILC report. Sea level rise poses significant questions about the suitability of established concepts and institutions of international law of the sea, law of human rights, and law of statehood for addressing the interests of specially affected actors. While the framing of these actions may be new, international law is not unfamiliar with the phenomenon of legally recognized and existing states with limited factual control over territory. And the historical experience of Baltic states provide us with an informed perspective and sympathy for the arguments of affected states. Latvia is also looking forward to reading the materials of the third issue paper of the study group and its discussions by the ILC later this year. With respect to the legal implications of sea level rise, we believe that international courts and tribunals play an important role in clarifying the applicable rules that guide the conduct of states and other actors in dealing with the causes and implications of climate crisis. Thus, we express our appreciation of the historical Vanuatu initiative to request an advisory opinion on climate change from the International Court of Justice, as well as the request of an advisory opinion submitted to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Seas by the Commission of the Small Island States on climate change and international law. Latvia will consider involvement in these advisory proceedings to contribute to the development of international law. It is important that the UN Security Council demonstrates full flexibility to embrace the existing climate challenges and ensures the impact of sea level rise is considered in a cross-cutting manner in the Council's work and the activities it mandates that would also allow the access to the particular threat of the sea level rise. We regret that the historical draft resolution framing the problem of climate change as a threat to international peace and security, co-sponsored by a majority of the UN membership, failed to be adopted in 2021 due to a veto by a permanent member. In conclusion, ambitious and urgent climate mitigation action remains the crucial element for managing the climate risks and limiting sea level rise. Latvia is strongly committed to fulfill its climate targets and achieve climate neutrality by 2050. Additionally, currently we are working on implementation of more ambitious 2030 greenhouse gas emissions targets. Latvia encourages all countries to commit to more ambitious climate targets in their new and updated national determined contributions before COP28. Latvia has contributed recently to UNDP's climate promise that help countries reach their climate goals. Mr. President, as we continue to respond to the crises unfolding across the world, we must ensure that we build back better and greener for a sustainable, climate resilient and peaceful future. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Latvia for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Canada.
President, we congratulate Malta for its presidency of the Security Council and for selecting such an important topic for an open debate. We'd also like to thank our briefers today. Canada aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by Nauru on behalf of the Group of Friends on Climate and Security. Sea level rise is already threatening the lives and livelihoods of the 40% of humanity that live in coastal communities. Additionally, as we speak, more than 500 million people around the globe live in low-lying areas most at risk of intense flooding events and erosion. Sea level rise is an urgent and an existential threat for the citizens of small island states. For decades, they have been raising the alarm about the threats climate change poses to all of us. We have also seen that the impacts of climate change and sea level rise disproportionately impact women, girls, and Indigenous and other historically disadvantaged, marginalized communities. Lived experience and ideas for innovative solutions need to be at the center of our efforts. It has to be done hand in hand with an active commitment to support the meaningful participation of those most impacted in order to significantly address climate change and sea level rise. The Rising Nations Initiative, as launched by Tuvalu and the Marshall Islands, is an example of such positive action. We need to listen carefully and to take action. Canada is actively working in collaboration with international partners to foster resilience, especially in the most vulnerable areas. Such efforts cover the different stages of the consequences of rising sea levels, from helping to prevent, mitigate, as well as adapt to changes. This includes ongoing financial and technical support to several initiatives. The Canada Caribbean Resilience Facility, a multi-donor partnership administered by the World Bank to strengthen Caribbean states' resilience and ability to build back better in the wake of natural disasters. The CARICOM Climate Adaptation Fund, which contributes to insulating Caribbean community member states from disaster risks. The Ocean Risk and Resilience Alliance, a multi-stakeholder alliance investing in coastal resilience with a focus on the Global South. And lastly, the Pacific Catastrophe Risk Assessment and Financing Initiative, providing Pacific Island countries with disaster risk modeling and assessment tools.
Well, today we focus specifically on the effects of sea level rise on international peace and security. We understand, too, that the wider phenomenon of climate change is a threat multiplier for insecurity and conflict. Canada is also establishing a NATO Climate Change and Security Centre of Excellence, working closely with our allies and partners and with multi-sectoral stakeholders. The new Centre of Excellence will help to identify and address the range and complexity of security risks posed by climate change. And we will continue to look for opportunities to do more. As with other climate change-related threats, sea level rise is a global, multi-generational challenge. We must all do our part to help address sea level rise and take action together now to prevent, mitigate, and adapt to its impact. At the same time, we must also raise awareness of and work to directly address the implications for international peace and security from climate change and sea level rise. The United Nations Security Council must play a central role in such efforts. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Canada for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Malta for convening this very, very important debate. I'd also like to thank the Secretary-General, the President of the General Assembly, and all of today's briefers for their excellent presentations. Climate change is one of the defining challenges of our time. Its catastrophic consequences are multifaceted and global. It threatens lives and livelihoods and drives displacement. Climate change is a risk multiplier that contributes to conflict and insecurity. It disproportionately impacts women and girls, people living with disabilities and marginalised groups. The science is clear. A series of IPCC reports have starkly outlined what the future holds if we do not act urgently. Climate change is an issue that the entire multilateral system must address to mitigate and adapt to this crisis. Deepening the Security Council's understanding of the link between climate change and international peace and security was a key priority for Ireland during our recent term, and we will continue to draw attention to this connection at the UN. While we were naturally disappointed with the use of a solitary veto blocking the adoption of the Ireland and Niger-led resolution on climate and security, it is clear that there is huge support for this agenda from all across the UN. It is essential that the Security Council uses the tools it has at its disposal to address this in delivering on its mandate. Mr. President, as we have heard today, over 600 million people live in low-lying coastal areas. They will be directly affected by sea level rise, with many more impacted through the displacement of people, food insecurity and the lack of access to resources. As with so many of the critical issues we discuss at the UN, the impact of sea level rise will be disproportionately felt by people in low-lying areas and developing countries, particularly in small island developing states. As an island state, Ireland is very aware of the urgency of the level of sea level rise. We have worked with our SIDS partners to build resilience and amplify their voice in important multilateral fora. We are acutely aware of the need to address the specific vulnerabilities of SIDS. This is recognised in the 2030 Agenda, and a further important step will be to ensure that the international financial institutions are also able to take account of this deep vulnerability. Legal aspects of the impact of sea level rise are also crucial. Further study of this area in relation to international law is timely in light of the various unprecedented environmental challenges, particularly facing low-lying states and small island states. Ireland very much welcomes that this topic is currently on the International Law Commission's agenda. We will continue to engage on issues related to law of the sea, to statehood, and issues related to the protection of persons affected by sea level rise. The ILC's work can play a role in examining important legal questions relevant to the challenges posed by sea level rise. As other speakers have noted today, in addressing the consequences of sea level rise, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea will clearly be a key consideration in any response. In this regard, Ireland reaffirms the universal and unified character of that convention, which sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. To conclude, Ireland wishes to stress again the importance of the Security Council addressing how climate change is affecting its ability to deliver on its mandate. Action now to deepen our understanding of how climate change is impacting on insecurity and conflict is essential if we're able to respond effectively. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ireland for their statement, and I now give the floor to Mr. Odd Radar Humlegard, Special Representative of Interpol to the United Nations.
Mr. President, hear me? Yeah. Mr. President, Excellencies, it's my pleasure to address the Security Council on an issue of central importance to global security. In the last years, extreme weather events caused widespread destruction, killed thousands and displaced millions. To quote UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in his statement at the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, climate chaos is a crisis of biblical proportions. The signs are everywhere. Millions of people live in vulnerable contexts with low-lying island nations and coastal regions at risk of land loss. The immediate impacts may differ across regions and disproportionately strike the most vulnerable, but the climate crisis affects all of us. The climate crisis is indeed a threat multiplier. Rising sea levels leading to resource scarcity and organized criminal groups exploiting these for profit. Climate-induced migration flows raising the demand for people smuggling services and increased frequency of natural disasters aggravating local grievances and feeding conflict, terrorism, fragility, and instability. Mr. President, Excellencies, there is no one country or organization that could alone mitigate the implications of climate risks. Even so, law enforcement plays a crucial role in our collective response measures. Indeed, the global law enforcement community is at the front lines of protecting communities and combating the criminal networks who exploit and fuel natural disasters to their advantage. Interpol's Environmental Security Program and Vulnerable Communities Program have long been assisting our 195 member countries in tackling the climate security nexus. Furthermore, effective international law enforcement cooperation will contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and Interpol's complementary 7 global policing goals. For example, Interpol Global Policing Goal number 3 addresses the protection of vulnerable communities. Global Policing Goals number 7 on environmental security and sustainability supports the implementation of 11 Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 13 on climate action. Mr. President, Excellencies, let us harness the Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Policing Goals to work together to strengthen our capacity to investigate environmental crime, to protect resource-dependent communities, to build mechanisms to protect biodiversity and natural resources, to disrupt organized crime networks and the profit element. Let this be the year of strengthened cooperation and renewed ambitions to secure a sustainable future for the next generations to come. I thank you.
For his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Kiribati.
President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for convening this open debate, and we commend you for the theme you have chosen. KIDIBES welcomes the opportunity to provide its perspectives on sea level rise implications for international peace and security. There is no doubt that our world is today experiencing the most significant changes in sea levels and climate extremes, so much so that even a marginal increase in sea level rise places the most vulnerable, particularly low-lying highlands and coastal communities, at immediate risk. In KIDIBES, sea level rise, extreme weather events, increases in annual and seasonal temperatures, and changes in precipitation patterns are some of the impacts of climate change that are constantly observed. No part of KIDIBES's land rises more than 3 meters above sea level. With the changes in our climate system and with sea level rise, our highlands are facing major and ongoing challenges. Besides eroding coastlines, food crops have been destroyed, and the freshwater lands, our source of our drinking water, contaminated by the intruding seawater. While it is understood that sea level rise affects every member state, what's often misunderstood is the discrepancy in its impact affecting the most vulnerable low-lying highland nations, such as my country, KIDIBES, and why urgent and effective mitigation and adaptation strategies stand as our only chance to address the risk posed by sea level rise. Rising seas and climate change remain the most destructive force acting against not only the government's efforts to improving the well-being of its rising population, but also people's meaningful participation in our economy and in promoting peace. KIDIBES appreciates the Council's recognition of the importance of promoting climate adaptation and resilience through peace building and climate financing. Similarly, the call on developed countries to double their provisions on climate finance to developing countries for adaptation from 2019 levels by 2025 is an initiative worth considering and particularly important to strengthen resilience measures for small island developing states and other developing countries with low-lying coastal areas. To this end, we recommend that our partners and whole members of the international community enhance our collective efforts in mobilizing support and increasing investments on climate change. In this regard, the Security Council should invite non-council members to brief them about the current situations in the most vulnerable regions, including the Pacific. KIDIBES recognizes the risk that climate change and sea level rise poses on maritime boundaries, and we believe that such a risk may undermine our territorial integrity in the future if the international laws remain immobile with dynamic changes. KIDIBES believes that once the delimitation of our maritime boundary is completed and submitted to the United Nations Secretary General in accordance with UN clause, maritime boundaries would remain permanent, and our baseline shall not be affected by climate change until sea level rise. The magnitude of the threat of sea level rise and its consequential implications warrant a holistic approach that builds synergies among relevant stakeholders, be it national governments, regional organizations, and local actors at the national level. National and local actors are fundamental to achieving real impact on the ground and improving resilience in the face of climate change. We need to listen to the experiences in implementing solutions, account and integrate traditional knowledge systems and solutions. We need to mobilize action where progress has been limited. There is also a need for support and to strengthen preparedness and early warning initiatives. Improving data gathering and monitoring on climate and sea level risks are key elements of adaptation. Forging an increased recognition of social implications of climate change through social safeguards is essential. We must provide provisions for access to justice for victims of climate change under the international law as well. Kiribati is fully committed through its vision for 20 years to building the resilience and adaptive capacity of its people. The 20-year-old plan initiated under the President and the government of today advocates self-development and establishment of innovative strategic partnership to sustainably transform, despite international discourses describing our future as one sinking island. The KV20, our Kiribati KV20, encourages the people of Kiribati to embrace development challenges, including climate change, and turn them into opportunities. And this is why we therefore joined like-minded states to call for the immediate recognition of climate change and its social, security, and humanitarian implications under international law. Kiribati also believes that peace needs to exist in homes and communities first before it can be extended on a wider scale, and this includes the protection and well-being of our families, women, and children. Thus, Kiribati strongly believes that the international community, including the Security Council, must invest in women and girls to help alleviate the effects of sea level rise on sustainable peace. They have voice and agency to withstand multiple assets. In this respect, we need to advance gender responsiveness in climate processes by ensuring that global knowledge is shared and provide platforms for both intergovernmental agencies and NGOs to brief the Council on gender-responsive resilience policies. Therefore, the Security Council should consider a resolution that takes into account both the security implications of climate change, similar to the resolution proposed in 2021 and the foundations of resolution in 1325. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kiribati for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Samoa.
Mr. President, I am pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of members of AOSIS, the 39 small island development states that are especially affected by the multiple and intersecting effects of climate change. We thank the Malta Presidency for convening this very important discussion. We recognize that it builds upon the work done by many in this Council on the issues of climate change. There is a litany of new examples of the sudden and slow onset impact of climate change on small islands, from king tides to super hurricanes to the unstoppable and unprecedented rise in sea level. In the interest of time, we will not recite them here, not because they are not important, but rather, Mr. President, because it is essential that we talk less and take more action to prevent and minimize the impact of climate change moving forward. Turning to the question you proposed, Mr. President, we would like to comment on a few of them. The impact on SIDS of climate change is already and will continue to be extraordinary. Our small land masses, population, economies, and our remoteness mean that we have greater exposure to external economic and environmental shocks. Climate change will, without doubt, pose existential threat to our way of life, potential even to our economies and communities. But to be clear, sea level rise resulting from anthropogenic climate change does not have an effect on our statehood or sovereignty. Mr. President, We recall the AOSIS Leaders' Declaration of September 2021. In that declaration, our leaders affirm that there is no legal obligation under UNCLOS to keep baseline and outer limits of maritime zones under review, nor to update charts or list of geographic coordinates once deposited with the Secretary General, and that such maritime zone and the rights and entitlement that flow from them shall continue to apply without reduction, notwithstanding any physical changes connected to climate change-related sea level rise. We are heartened to see that other states, including some of the largest coastal states, have adopted a similar understanding of international law, recognizing the need to ensure legal stability, security, certainty, and predictability. On the issue of statehood, we think that the past 2 centuries of state practices are abundantly clear. The Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of State is not relevant to the question of continuation of statehood. Rather, there is a fundamental presumption of the continuation of statehood in international law. It would be inequitable and unjust to now suggest that in the context of rising sea levels, we should strictly apply criteria developed in a regional agreement signed almost a century ago and ratified by 16 countries. Such criteria, in our view, do not apply to the continuation of states. We note that the potential loss of land territory by small islands because of sea level rise is not a natural phenomenon, but rather is anthropogenic in course. To make an analogy, our land territory is being invaded because of the action or inaction of other states. To now deprive us of our sovereignty is contrary to a century of state practice and our interpretation of the relevant law in this situation. Mr. President, it is as well an unacceptable application of power by larger states, contrary to the principle of self-determination. It is our view that once a state is created by a people expressing their right to self-determination through statehood, that statehood will cease only if another form of expression of the right to self-determination is explicitly sought and exercised by that people. This is the only determinant of whether a state continue. Mr. President, the protection of persons in the face of sea level rise is a global challenge that requires meaningful interstate cooperation. This cooperation is not only a policy imperative, it is a legal obligation for every state. While cooperation is a legal obligation, it is also a matter of equity. AOSIS members are among the lowest emitters of greenhouse gases that drive climate change and sea level rise. Yet, we face some of the most severe consequences of rising sea levels. To expect small island states to shoulder the burden of sea level rise without assistance from the international community will be the pinnacle of inequity. Mr. President, more needs to be done. We attach great importance to discussion on the urgent need to fulfill international commitment, including on climate change and finance. We want to note, however, that the UNFCCC should remain the primary forum for discussion on climate change. I again thank the Council President and the Government of Malta for convening this timely discussion. We look forward to continued collaborative discussion on how we confront this global scourge. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Samoa for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Marshall Islands.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Briefers. As a low-lying atoll island nation, I want to first congratulate Malta, a dear fellow island nation, on assuming the presidency of the Council and extend our appreciation for convening this important and critical debate. We have repeatedly outlined not only the security implication of sea level rise, but also action pathways well within the Council's mandate. These include addressing traditional security benchmark, forced displacement, and resettlement between population and overall fragility, as well as unpacking complex issues over resilience and sovereignty itself. For atoll, low-lying island nation like my own, these are not sudden issues. We have considered these security implications since the earliest climate policy discussions. The Security Council must spare no effort in seeking to build upon its presidential statement of 20 July 2011, in which the Council expressed, and I quote, concern that possible security implication of loss of territory of some states caused by sea level rise may arise, in particular in small-lying, low-lying island states, end of quote. Where the Council does not speak further, individual members can and must act. Many of the needed tools are already in front of the Council, and more focused action from the international system can be invited. What is needed most is the political will to start the job, supported by a UN Special Representative. Mr. President, I would like to offer the Council the following 3 points. First, take note of the ongoing action taken by the Marshall Islands and in concert with action of Forum Island members regarding geo-referenced maritime boundaries. These boundaries are intended to preserve both stability and the legal definition of our unique regional characteristic, including our Pacific waters. Our own territorial integrity and sovereignty remain defined as state practice, even as we face severe threat, including sea level rise. Second, address the importance of security and common state fragility in our Oceania region, and encourage the UN system, including the Peace Building Fund, to strengthen engagement in supporting national structures for security, including climate dimensions, as well as to spur further local community engagement. The international system can invite and encourage further collective action between low-lying atoll nations within regions and between states in this regard. Third, identify the scale of resilience and adaptation actions, including large-scale interventions needed to reduce security risks from sea level rise inundation. As a practical matter, the Council can examine at least a baseline assessment, and if those actions are being taken adequately, or why not? Mr. President, just because the questions are tough or the nation concerned are remote and small is no reason for the Council to fail to take action, adequate action, particularly regarding a region which is now realizing wider geostrategic engagement. I thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
I thank the representative of the Marshall Islands for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Mr. President, Kenya's delegation congratulates Malta on its assumption to the presidency of the Security Council during the month of February, and for convening this debate on a matter of utmost urgency and importance. The rising sea levels due to climate change presents a real threat to the state sovereignty and the very existence of nations, particularly small island developing states. It is already creating environmental refugees, worsening socioeconomic crisis, destroying coastal infrastructure, and generally creating or exacerbating conditions for conflict. Clearly, any inaction and lack of ambition in addressing this global crisis will be extremely costly. We must marshal and direct all resources, human, institutional, and financial, to a multi-sectoral, multi-pronged, and an all-multilateral system approach climate action. And this Council must be on board. In this connection, and as an affected coastal state, Kenya underscores the following 4 imperatives. 1, as the leading multilateral actor in the maintenance of international peace and security, the Security Council can shine an important light on sea level rise and its implications for conflict. At a minimum, this will encourage all stakeholders to act with more urgency and ambition as the issue rises in the list of global priorities. Second, the Security Council must recognize the climate, peace, and security nexus, and in so doing, it can incorporate climate adaptation and mitigation measures in all its work, including peacekeeping and special political mandates, and ensure their faithful implementation. Third, we must build upon the work of the United Nations Environment Programme, which is the center of environmental multilateralism. We need to tap into UNEP's work across the fields of science, policy, and technology to better coordinate our collective action for climate resilience and green economies. Fourth, ultimately, to slow down the sea level rise, all, and especially industrialized countries, must drastically reduce their greenhouse gas emissions to achieve their Paris Agreement targets. They must also, in line with their commitments, provide support to developing countries, including small island developing states, to build their resilience and adaptation in the face of the climate crisis. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Kenya for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Italy.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Malta for convening this debate and the Secretary General, the President of the General Assembly, Minister Aurescu, and Director Pasisi for their interventions. Italy aligns with the statement to be delivered by the European Union and with that to be delivered by Nauru on behalf of the group of friends on climate and security. Mr. President, today's debate gives us the opportunity to point out why sea level rise represents a threat to the international peace and security, enabling us to define a common strategy for this specific aspect of the climate security nexus. We need to raise awareness on the existential threat posed by sea level rise, which can lead to permanent submergence of land and the disappearance of entire coastal areas across the world. Extreme sea levels are also causing more frequent flooding, loss of ecosystems, and salinization of soils. As a direct consequence, the very survival of many small islands, developing states, is at risk, while other climate-vulnerable countries are experiencing damages to their infrastructures and losses for their industries. Poverty, food insecurity, resource scarcity, displacement and migration are also linked to sea level rise in many coastal areas. These factors combined are key drivers of conflict and a threat multiplier, endangering peace and security not only in the most affected states, but also at the regional and global levels. We, therefore, believe that every organ of the United Nations, through coordinated multilateral action, should address the adverse implications of climate change. This would benefit both member states and regional organizations in stepping up climate action in order to fulfill international commitments. By the same token, the Security Council should tackle ensuring security implications, such as those caused by sea level rise. Mitigation and adaptation should be further integrated into the formulation of mandates for UN peacekeeping missions. Italy, as the co-chair of the group of friends on leading on environmental management in the field, together with Bangladesh, is engaged in shaping solutions that can allow peace operations to perform in a sustainable way. Financial support is also critical. In this regard, we welcome the investments of the United Nations Secretary General's Peacebuilding Fund in supporting of building and sustaining peace in relation to climate change effects. We should also continue to address the legal implications of the rise in sea level. Italy commends the study group of the International Law Commission for its work, while recalling the centrality of the legal framework enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. In concluding, Mr. President, it is our hope that the Security Council will continue to address the threats posed by sea level rise. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Italy for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Tonga.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you all today for this important event. And I am pleased to provide these remarks on behalf of the member states of the Pacific Islands Forum with a presence at the United Nations. We continue to endorse this open debate with a focus on the implications of sea level rise to international peace and security, a topic well suited to the primary responsibility of the UN Security Council, being the maintenance of international peace and security. Excellencies, climate change remains the single greatest existential threat facing the Blue Pacific. And in 2022, Pacific leaders declared a climate emergency in our region. Indeed, climate change-related sea level rise is a threat multiplier for our people on many levels. The international community will need to address important questions, including relation to statehood, maritime zones, rights and entitlements. To safeguard international peace and security in the face of climate change-related sea level rise, a major step that must be taken is the preservation and maintenance of our maritime zones, established in accordance with the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Through their groundbreaking declaration on preserving maritime zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise, Pacific leaders reaffirmed the threats of climate change and sea level rise as the defining issue that imperils the livelihoods and well-being of our peoples and undermines the full realization of a peaceful, secure, and sustainable future for our region. Leaders proclaimed that our maritime zones and the rights and entitlements that flow from them shall continue to apply without reductions, notwithstanding any physical changes connected to climate change-related sea level rise. The declaration emphasizes the primacy and centrality of the UNCLOS, which itself was adopted as an important contribution to the maintenance of peace, justice, and progress for all peoples. Importantly, the declaration is also rooted in the principles of legal stability, security, certainty, and predictability that underpin the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. We welcome statements from states and organizations endorsing the declaration, and we extend the call once again to the international community to join the Pacific Leaders Forum Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. Further, we strongly support and endorse the work of the International Law Commission in its current study of the topic sea level rise in relation to international law. From the 27th to the 30th of March 2023, that is next month, our region will assemble to unpack complex legal issues and implications posed by sea level rise to statehood and protection of persons affected by sea level rise. This is our region's concerted efforts to contribute meaningfully to the important work of the ILC Second Issues Paper, as the issues addressed are of critical importance to the future of our people facing the growing threats to their well-being, safety, and security posed by increasing sea level rise. Excellencies, we welcome the Security Council supporting these efforts and taking concrete measures as relevant. We stand ready to provide the necessary support, including through information sharing on matters raised today. In this respect, we reiterate our call for a special representative of the Secretary General on climate change and security, who would inform the work of the Security Council and the General Assembly. I thank you. Malo pito.
I thank the representative of Tonga for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Papua New Guinea.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, all protocol observed. We pay special tribute to Malta's February presidency signature event today, which is timely and most needed, and also thank the prefers. The Council's engagement on this topical issue is welcomed and further encouraged. Mr. President, sea level rise is an impact of global warming caused by human-induced greenhouse gas pollution of the Earth's atmosphere. The science is clear, as highlighted by the 2022 IPCC report, which in part notes that some coastal communities in the tropics have lost entire coral reef ecosystems that once helped sustain their food security and livelihoods. Others have been forced to leave low-lying neighborhoods and cultural sites as sea level rises. The significant adverse effects on lives and livelihoods in coastal and island communities posed by sea level rise include coastal erosion, saltwater contamination of the soil and drinking water, more powerful storm surges, extensive flooding, uninhabitable land, and the dislocation and displacement of coastal peoples and communities. In my own country, Papua New Guinea, the ominous march of the rising sea level in our outer small islands and coastal communities continues to worsen and is a serious concern. Low-lying Pacific atoll nations are at grave existential risk to the rising sea level rise. Sea level rise is also a potential trigger for conflicts and tensions between displaced and dislocated persons and their new communities over the use of limited resources. That is why we have prioritized our regional efforts to address it now going forward. Mr. President, our lived reality is that the rising sea levels poses a serious threat to our sustainable development, security, and well-being. For communities and countries, the result of sea level rise is devastating and oftentimes irreversible. These losses and damages will only increase as global temperature continues to rise. That is why we urge this Council to effectively address non-traditional security issues such as this. The Council's preventive role, as provided for in the UN Charter Article 1.1, is instructive. The Council must not wait until it is too late to act on issues that have serious implications for international peace and security, such as sea level rise and the climate security nexus. We therefore strongly support the International Law Commission's ongoing work on addressing sea level rise in relation to international law. The Security Council can do well by drawing from the ILC's important work. Mr. President, a key concern for Papua New Guinea and the Pacific region is the importance of the protection of persons displaced by sea level rise. The duty of international cooperation which is well recognized in international law, must be operationalized to address this human rights and humanitarian issue. Another crucial but related issue for us relates to maritime zones under UNCLOS. We therefore join the call for attention to the Pacific Islands Forum's declaration on preserving maritime zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise issues by our leaders in August 2021, which specific seats and Pacific Forum Chair spoke about. Another serious implication posed by sea level rise is on the fundamental issue of sovereignty, particularly for countries that may in future be submerged by the ocean. We strongly believe that existing statehood cannot be extinguished by sea level rise as a matter of international law. This cannot be taken for granted. Mr. President, noting the nexus between sea level rise and climate change and their security implications for global peace and security, we urge Council members to be proactive, based on evidence and science, to better account for today's realities whilst respecting their mandate as provided for under the UN Charter. We also call on those Council members who continue to question the nexus between climate change and security to be realistic about the perils climate change poses to international peace and security. In Papua New Guinea's view, the Security Council, which has primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, has an important role to play in the climate security nexus. Before closing, Mr. President, we join others in reiterating the call for the appointment of a special representative on climate and security. The special representative can serve as a focal point for climate security nexus in the United Nations system. Finally, in closing, I associate this statement with a statement made by Samoa on behalf of SIDS and the statement made by Tonga on behalf of the Pacific Islands Forum, and I thank you.
I thank the representative of Papua New Guinea for their statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Silvio Gonzato, Charge d'Affaires ad interim at the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you, President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the EU and its member states. The full statement will be submitted in writing. The candidate countries, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, and the potential candidate country, Georgia, aligned themselves with this statement. President, climate change, with sea level rise being a direct consequence thereof, is a core driver of conflict and a risk multiplier. As explained by previous speakers, sea level rise poses substantial threats to many coastal states, including small islands developing states. For this reason, we would like to thank Malta for further advancing the importance of the climate security nexus on the agenda of the UN Security Council. And we also thank the Secretary General, the PGA, and other briefers for their insights. To minimize these threats, a joined-up approach of the international community as a whole is necessary. It is important to adopt a whole-of-society approach as well that includes all stakeholders, especially women and youth. And partnerships with regional and sub-regional organizations are equally important in this regard. It is timely and urgent that the UN Security Council takes up its role in addressing the adverse effects of climate change on peace and security. It should also systematically integrate climate-related security issues where appropriate in its resolutions, and continue to work towards a comprehensive approach to tackle the security concerns of climate change, including through reconsidering a resolution on climate change and security. Moreover, it should consider the creation of a special representative on climate and security. We acknowledge that UN Climate and Security Mechanism contributes to enhanced coordination, integrated analysis, and education within the UN system. The establishment of the informal expert group on climate and security is also an important tool that can help the Security Council react to the threats of climate change. We further welcome the Secretary General's announcement on early warning systems. In this regard, the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems Initiative saves lives, assets, and livelihoods through increased access to early weather warnings and risk information for people in least developed countries and small island developing states. The International Law Commission is currently examining the topic of sea level rise in relation to international law in three main areas: law of the sea, statehood and protection of persons affected by sea level rise, and protection of persons affected by sea level rise. We stand ready to support this process. Any responses to the consequences of this slow onset phenomenon should ensure preserving stability and security in international relations, including legal stability and security. In accordance with the Commission's mandate, they need to be in line with and respect the legal framework established by UNCLOS that reflects customary international law. UNCLOS sets out the legal framework within all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out and establishes mandatory mechanisms for the peaceful settlement of disputes. President, the EU has an integrated approach to climate change and security in its external action, including through crisis responses and conflict management. As the world's biggest contributor of climate finance and a major humanitarian donor, we support disaster risk reduction, anticipatory action, adaptation and mitigation efforts. For example, through the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery, we support more than 140 programs by African, Caribbean and Pacific states and regional institutions to implement disaster risk reduction activities. As the current chair of the Platform on Disaster Displacement, we aim to strengthen efforts to address the challenge of population displacement prompted by disasters, climate change and environmental degradation. With the EU Global Climate Change Alliance Plus initiative, we have funded more than 80 adaptation programs in Africa, Asia, Caribbean, and the Pacific. And finally, we supported the establishment of the new funding arrangements responding to loss and damage at the UNFCCC COP27. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gonzato for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Antigua and Barbuda.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 14 member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, for whom sea level rise pose an existential threat. Excellencies, peace and security in the Caribbean region is progressively being decimated by sea level rise. Our economic viability, health, well-being, and cultural and social way of life, and all under threat, as are the development gains achieved over the years. Historically, sea level rise was merely seen as one of the main effects of climate change, dating back to the early years of the climate negotiations. Today, however, the absence of concrete collective action on climate change has made sea level rise a devastating and crippling reality for many of our countries. The flat, low-lying topography and porous limestone, bedrock, and the Caribbean basement make our region especially vulnerable to sea level rise, with the best available science predicting a very grim reality in the not-too-distant future. The retreating of our coastline affects vital ecosystems and biodiversity, as well as the lives, livelihoods, and communities that rely on them. The effects of sea level rise globally can therefore exacerbate the vulnerability of populations, especially those already in situations of armed conflict, violence, or fragility, and whose capacity to cope with climate shocks and change is limited. Excellencies, this leads us to the ongoing international debate on sea level rise in relation to the law of the sea, statehood, and protection of persons. CARICOM aligns with the AOSIS position that, 1, on law of the sea, there is no obligation under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea to keep baseline and outer limits of maritime zones under review, nor to update charts or lists of geographical coordinates once deposited with the Secretary General of the United Nations. Moreover, such maritime zones and the rights and entitlements that flow from them shall continue to apply without reduction, notwithstanding any physical changes connected to climate change-related sea level rise. 2, on statehood, there is a fundamental presumption of the continuation of statehood in international law. The potential loss of land, territory by small islands because of sea level rise is not a natural phenomenon, but rather is an anthropogenic. Therefore, sea level rise does not affect our people's ability to express their rights to self-determination through statehood. That would be grossly inequitable and unjust. 3, on protection of persons, there is legal duty of cooperation which established an obligation for the international community to assist the states that are most affected by sea level rise, which includes CARICOM states. Excellencies, it should also be noted that our region is doing its utmost to prevent assaults to our peace and security by sea level rise through climate change adaptation actions. This is done to the greatest extent possible with the limited resources of our disposal, at our disposal. There are, nevertheless, limits to what we as a region can adapt to. As an international community, we must simultaneously plan and organize a system to address inevitable loss and damage, which uproot our peace and security. This call on us to provide equitable solutions that are in line with countries' international obligations and rights to address difficult issues in a systematic manner, such as climate change, displacement, including the treatment of climate refugees. Excellencies, having a truly international plan and system for addressing these climate change-related disruptors to international peace and security will allow for its continued maintenance. Going forward, we urge the Security Council to work closely with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change by inputting into a coordinated approach to address this common concern of humankind and to give adequate attention to the humanitarian consequences of climate-related security risk. Our CARICOM region will continue our pursuit for climate justice and call on the international community to assist in protecting our peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Antigua and Barbuda for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Tuvalu.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first thank the briefers for their statements and Malta for convening this open debate. I stand here today as a living reminder that the issues being discussed are central to the lives and livelihoods of my people. The impacts of sea level rise, its implications and consequences are not just ideas or statistics that are read out in statements. For Tuvalu and many of our fellow small islands and developing countries, these are the realities we face every day. And for us, the threats that sea level rise represents to our sovereignty and statehood is not hypothetical. The existential threat that we face is real. It is forecast that in this century, several Pacific Island nations, including my own, Tuvalu, will lose considerable territory to rising sea level, with some becoming completely uninhabitable. We are facing the total inundations of our land by seawater. The UN Charter and our current international system is founded on the fundamental principles of territorial integrity. Yet for us, this is being eroded on an epic scale. How are our people to preserve our heritage, culture, and rights? What obligations are owed towards our protection and the safeguarding of our sovereignty? We are not contributing to current climate crisis. All the Pacific Islands account for less than 0.03% of the world's current carbon emission total, far less in terms of historical emissions. Yet we are the ones at the forefront of impending climate disaster. Already we are facing terrible consequences of sea level rise. Rising seawater has penetrated and contaminated our groundwaters, causing crops and vegetation to die. We are losing precious coral that supports the marine life, which provides our daily protein consumption and ensures our overall food security. Higher tides are increasing the intensity of the storms we face, devastating our homes and fields. Our youth and families are being forced to move, with some leaving, our communities drifting apart. This is today, and the situation is only going to get worse. Mr. President, Tuvalu and our Pacific brothers and sisters have been raising alarm bells in international forums for several years now. We are deeply grateful for the support of many countries, some of whom have spoken today on the critical topic with this serious security concern for us. This morning, we had speakers after speakers raising the threat posed by rising sea level and asking what should be done. The Secretary General also asked for innovative legal and practical solutions to address its impact on the very existence of the land territory of some countries. Let me put forward Tuvalu's views on what is needed, as outlined by my Prime Minister, Honorable Kausea Natano. Besides the urgent efforts to address these issues in climate change mitigation and adaptation, we need a global settlement that guarantees nation-states like mine permanent existence beyond the inhabitable life of our atoll homes, one that recognizes and protects our cultural integrity, our human and economic capital, and our sovereignty. As our briefer, Ms. Pasisi, Director of Climate Change of the Pacific Community, said so eloquently this morning, any solution must be co-created and enacted with the people and government of island nations, not visited upon us by others. To achieve this, we urgently need a global dialogue that acknowledges the realities and rights of the United Nations member states who face an existential threat from rising sea level. Tuvalu and others are already taking important steps. The Pacific Islands are pressing for action in international legal forums and processes. We initiated a Future Now project in 2021 to take a proactive stance for Tuvalu amidst climate change. And at last year's United Nations General Assembly, Prime Minister Natano and President Gamboa of the Republic of the Marshall Islands launched the Rising Nation Initiative to fill the current gaps in awareness, legal framework, and political commitment, and bring the international community together to support our push for a global settlement. I therefore count on all your support to take action now. We cannot wait any longer. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Tuvalu for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Guatemala.
Presidente, agradecemos a la delegación de Malta por haber convocado a este debate abierto de singular relevancia, debido a que el aumento del nivel del mar afecta directamente a más de 70 estados, es decir, más de un tercio de la comunidad internacional. De hecho, como es bien sabido, este fenómeno ya está teniendo repercusiones que son cada vez mayores en muchos aspectos esenciales de la vida para las zonas costeras, para los estados con zonas costeras bajas y los pequeños estados insulares, y en especial para sus poblaciones. De igual manera, es probable que otro grupo de estados relativamente numerosos se vea indirectamente afectado, por ejemplo, con desplazamientos de población, falta de acceso a recursos y amenazas a la seguridad alimentaria. La elevación del nivel del mar se ha convertido en un fenómeno mundial y, por tanto, crea problemas que afectan a la comunidad internacional en su conjunto. El fenómeno del cambio climático y su impacto negativo es una realidad innegable. Es necesario abordar este tema como una amenaza a la paz y la seguridad internacional, puesto que su postergación traerá devastadoras consecuencias a largo plazo si no actuamos de manera inmediata y contundente. La Carta de las Naciones Unidas nos exhorta a promover la cooperación internacional, económica y social para asegurar los niveles de vida más elevados, el respeto universal a los derechos humanos y la solución de problemas internacionales de carácter económico y social de manera pacífica. Este es el principio que debe guiar la acción de los Estados miembros al resolver los problemas mencionados en consonancia con el principio de igualdad soberana y sus ordenamientos jurídicos internos. La elevación de los mares tiene el potencial de crear tensiones en las relaciones de los estados, de cara a las cuales el Consejo de Seguridad debe ejercer el rol fundamental que le asigna el capítulo 6 de la Carta, al exhortar a las partes al arreglo pacífico de estas controversias, incluso a través de la Corte Internacional de Justicia y el Tribunal Internacional del Derecho del Mar. En ese sentido, el enfoque del Consejo debe ser la prevención de los conflictos y su solución a través de medios pacíficos con base en la evidencia científica. Esto también debe incluir un incremento en la cooperación con el Consejo Económico y Social en el abordaje de estos problemas. En casos extremos, el Consejo de Seguridad tiene asignado el deber de recurrir al capítulo 7 cuando estas diferencias amenazan con quebrantar la paz. Presidente, las acciones en el área de la cooperación internacional deben incluir la asistencia y la transferencia de capacidades a los países en desarrollo, incluidos los estados insulares, para que puedan hacer frente a sus necesidades de adaptación ante las consecuencias del cambio climático. El aumento del nivel del mar produce la inundación de las zonas costeras bajas y las islas. Guatemala toma nota de las consecuencias que esto puede provocar en el contexto del derecho del mar y la soberanía de los estados. Por consiguiente, exhortamos a los estados presentes a continuar colaborando con la Comisión de Derecho Internacional con la finalidad de aclarar cómo el régimen jurídico internacional responderá ante esta situación. En este contexto, es importante que el orden jurídico internacional brinde suficiente certeza y estabilidad a los estados sobre sus respectivos derechos soberanos, de conformidad con la CONVENMAR. Asimismo, destacamos la importancia de los esfuerzos preventivos y la acción regional. Ejemplo de ello, la iniciativa de movilidad climática del Gran Caribe, que promueve una visión y una hoja de ruta regional con la cual se podrán recopilar datos, modelar la movilidad climática futura, realizar consultas y desarrollar una agenda de acción común. Para concluir, Guatemala reitera su compromiso con la Carta. Este es un momento crítico para abordar las consecuencias del cambio climático y debemos tomar acción decisiva antes que sea demasiado tarde. Gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the representative of Guatemala for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished members of the
the Security Council. We thank the Maltese Presidency for convening this important debate, and we would like to thank all briefers for their comprehensive presentations. Ukraine has always been a promoter of intensified and concerted actions to address climate change as a global threat to international peace and security. In particular, as an elected Security Council member in 2016-2017, Ukraine organized in April 2017 an area formula meeting on security implications of sea level rise. It's a common understanding that rising sea levels undermines the viability of low-lying regions around the world that do not feature higher-lying areas. Particularly, small island developing states will be affected by rising sea levels that will inevitably undermine prospects of their future existence. Up to 73% of island states will face increasingly dry conditions by the middle of this century, while rising sea levels are swallowing up their coastlines. It's not just a matter of climate, it's a matter of the security of these countries and broader, the global security. Displacement of people and destruction of critical infrastructure, changes in coastlines caused by sea level rise are particularly worrisome in regions already characterized by political and socio-economic tensions and may result in additional or enhanced threats to peace and security. At the same time, climate-induced sea level is mostly a slow onset event that provides member states and the United Nations in general with significant time to prepare and respond. It's a matter of alarm, therefore, that aggressive behavior of Russia has been multiplying conflicts and thus undermining our ability to concentrate on resolving global threats already existed. It shows interlinkages within the global security architecture as the Russian invasion of Ukraine affected the world's capabilities to efficiently address the climate-related threats. The war has also aggravated the food crisis throughout the globe, affecting mostly those countries suffering from the existing manifestations of climate change, in particular catastrophic droughts, large-scale floods. It means that as soon as comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine based on the UN Charter principles is achieved, our common actions to combat such global threats as climate change and protect countries exposed to sea level rise would be more efficient and targeted. I thank you.
Thank the representative of Ukraine for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية يطيب لي أن أرحب بترأس سعادة السيد إيان بورغ وزير الخارجية والشؤون الأوروبية والتجارة في مالطا جلسة المناقشة المفتوحة اليوم. كما أود أن أتوجه بالشكر إلى الوفد الداعم لمالطا رئيس مجلس الأمن لهذا الشهر على تنظيم جلسة المناقشة المفتوحة حول مسألة تزداد في الأهمية في ظل استمرار الآثار السلبية للتغير المناخي التي قد تؤثر على السلم والأمن الدولي. كما نود أن نعرب عن جزيل الشكر إلى معالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة وسعادة السيد شابا كوروشي رئيس الجمعية العامة ومقدمي الإحاطات على ما تفضلوا به من بيانات قيمة. سيد الرئيس، أن العلاقة بين ارتفاع مستوى سطح البحر والسلم والأمن الدوليين علاقة معقدة ومترابطة، حيث أن استمرار ارتفاع مستويات سطح البحر قد يخلق تحديات متشابكة ومعقدة يمكن أن تمس استقرار المجتمعات بأبعاد مختلفة سياسية واقتصادية وأمنية، مما قد يؤدي إلى نشوب الصراعات. كما أن من الممكن أن يؤدي نزوع المجتمعات المحلية بسبب ارتفاع مستوى سطح البحر إلى هجرة جماعية وضغط على الموارد في البلدان المستقبلة، مما يزيد من التوترات وزعزعة الاستقرار. وفي هذا الإطار تلعب الأمم المتحدة والدول الأعضاء دورا حاسما في مواجهة هذا التحدي العالمي، حيث تتطلب معالجة ارتفاع مستوى سطح البحر بذل جهد جماعي ومنسق على المستويين الوطني والدولي للتخفيف من آثاره ومنع عواقبه المحتملة على السلم والأمن الدوليين وإيجاد حلول مستدامة للجميع.
prevent the probable consequences for international peace and security. We should focus on sustainable solutions for the benefit of all. President Bahrain, as an island state, is convinced that climate change represents a global threat that requires global solutions.
مبدأ تحقيق التنمية المستدامة في صلب استراتيجياتها الوطنية لا سيما في رؤية البحرين الاقتصادية 2030. وأكد صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد الخليفة رئيس مجلس الوزراء خلال قمتي غلاسكو وشرم الشيخ للمناخ التزام مملكة البحرين بالوصول إلى الحياد الصفري بحلول عام 2060 عبر تبني مجموعة من الأهداف
highlighted at the Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh conferences in 2021 and 2022 the commitment of our country to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. We have thus adopted a series of short-term goals that by 2030, we hope to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 30% through initiatives for carbon reduction and investment in renewable energy initiatives. The Kingdom of Bahrain has also carried out studies to assess the impact of sea level rise on coastal zones. We have set up a long-term plan which is in harmony with the challenges and the natural resource areas that we should preserve. In the area of environment and climate change, we are using all resources available to bolster the collective efforts and to adopt advanced solutions to ensure climate security and to address and ensure the aspirations of all countries.
والممارسات الفضلى للمساهمة في معالجة التغير المناخي لما يمثله من تحد عالمي قد تترتب عليه عواقب وخيمة على السلم والأمن الدوليين.
Challenge that could have very negative consequences on international peace and security, and I thank you.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Nauru.
Madam President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Group of Friends on Climate and Security, a broad and diverse group of over 60 states from all regions of the world. On behalf of this group, let me first congratulate Malta on assuming the presidency of the United Nations Security Council and extend our appreciation for convening this open debate on the important topic of sea level rise and its implications for international peace and security. Madam President, sea level rise fueled by climate change poses a substantial threat to island nations and coastal communities around the world. An average sea level rise of between 25 to 58 centimeters is predicted already by the middle of this century along the coastlines of island states. Depending on temperature scenarios, it is estimated that between 130 million to 500 million people live in areas that will be submerged in the long run. This will be devastating, particularly for the small island developing states, where 1/3 of the population live below 5 meters above sea level. To contain this threat, it is essential that the global community accelerates its efforts to adapt and mitigate climate change and keeps a 1.5 degrees Celsius limit to temperature rise within reach. To this end, states must take ambitious actions in the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the decisions under this agreement, including the Glasgow Climate Pact and the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan. Measures must also be taken to fast-track women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in preventing and addressing climate-affected conflicts in relation to sea level rise. We also need to enhance efforts to contain the security consequences of rising sea levels through initiatives aimed at increasing the resilience of states to climate change, in particular with regard to disaster risk reduction. As such, we welcome the Secretary General's announcement on early warning systems. Madam President, it is agreed by all that climate change is causing a multidimensional crisis with repercussions of sustainable development, including climate-related displacement, food security, and growing inequalities, all of which increases the risk of conflict and prospectively increase interstate tensions. We need to recognize the links between climate change, energy security, forced displacement, peace building, human security, development, gender inequality, and protecting human rights. Recognizing the multidimensional relationship between climate change and peace is crucial to developing effective and sustainable responses to the challenges posed to peace building. In this regard, we stress the importance of the UN Secretary-General's Peace Building Fund investments in support of building and sustaining peace in relation to climate change implications. We welcome in particular the collaboration between the UN Secretary-General's Peace Building Fund, UNDP, and the International Organization for Migration in the first climate security project in the Pacific. It represents the first multi-country initiative of its kind in the Pacific region, which proposes concrete assessment and actions at all levels to tackle climate change, climate-related security risks. Likewise, in Africa, the IOM with the World Bank and the others in the UN system have been working with regional partners on the Africa Climate Mobility Initiative, which is evidence-based and aims to generate political momentum around a common policy agenda and to mobilize resources for the implementation of comprehensive and locally anchored solutions to address climate mobility and displacement. This is a good practice that could be implemented in other contexts. Madam President, we have repeatedly, and I mean repeatedly, called for the following to be considered: regular reporting by the Secretary-General on the security implications of climate change, the appointment of the Special Representative for Climate and Security, who could improve the UN's ability to address climate-related security risks, climate-sensitive prevention, mediation, and peace building, and the inclusion of women in these processes, as well as training for all relevant UN personnel on the implications of climate change on peace and security and humanitarian crisis, and finally, more cooperation with civil society, regional and national actors. The entire UN system must address this challenge in all relevant fora and with all relevant mandates. The climate security mechanism is one laudable example of interagency cooperation, strengthening the capacity of the UN system to analyze and address the adverse impacts of climate change on peace and security. We encourage all member states to continue to support and engage with the CSM. We welcome the Secretary-General's call for an increased focus on the effects of climate change has on peace and security in our common agenda, and ask the Security Council to take on our suggestions to help drive action to address the security implications of climate change and of sea level rise caused by it. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Nauru for the statement, and then I'll give the floor to the representative of Niger.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President,
je vous remercie de m'avoir donné la parole.
I thank you for giving me the floor.
Au nom de la délégation nigérienne,
on behalf of the delegation of Niger, I would like to congratulate Malta for organizing this important debate on the implications of sea level rise for international peace and security.
Nous sommes réconfortés de voir que de plus en plus de membres du Conseil placent les implications sécuritaires du changement climatique à l'ordre de leur présidence de cet organe. Cela dénote de l'intérêt croissant pour ce sujet et nous permet d'avoir une discussion franche pour présenter les faits concernant cette question urgente. Dans la droite ligne de l'initiative nigéro-irlandaise de décembre 2021, nous restons d'avis que
of a resolution
du changement climatique pour la sécurité
on the
renforcera la
security
capacité
risks
du
of
Conseil
climate
de
change
sécurité
will
des
strengthen
Nations
the
Unies
ability of the
à mieux
United Nations
comprendre
Security
ce phénomène
Council to
et à y
better
faire
understand
face
this phenomenon
dans le
and
cadre
to
de
address
son
it
mandat.
within the framework
Elle
of
lui
its mandate,
permettra de prendre les mesures
and will enable
éclairées
it
pour faire
to
face à
take
ces risques.
informed measures to deal
Il
with these
s'agira
risks.
notamment d'améliorer la
This
collecte de
would
données ainsi que le suivi
include
et
improving
l'analyse
data collection
des effets du
and
changement
monitoring and
climatique
analysis of
dans
the
le
effects
contexte
of
des
climate
conflits armés
change
et des
in the
violences
context
humanitaires.
of armed conflict and humanitarian emergencies.
Je voudrais à ce stade de mon propos remercier
At
le
this stage,
secrétaire
I'd like to
général,
thank the
le président
Secretary
de
General,
l'Assemblée
the
générale et tous les
President of
autres
the General
intervenants
Assembly, and all
pour
the
leurs
other speakers for their enlightening
présentations ce matin.
presentations this morning.
Madame la Présidente, le
Madam
changement
President,
climatique est déjà en train de remodeler notre monde.
climate change is
En
already
Afrique,
reshaping
les
our
chocs
world.
climatiques et l'élévation
In
du niveau de
Africa,
la mer
climate shocks and
sont
sea level
déjà une
rise
source
are
de pertes et de
already
dommages,
a source of losses
obligeant
and damage,
les gens à abandonner leurs
forcing
terres et
people
leurs
to
moyens de
abandon their
subsistance
lands
à
and
la
their
recherche de terrains
livelihoods
plus sûrs
in search
et
of
de
safer
nouvelles
land
possibilités de revenus.
and new income opportunities.
Les pays arides et semi-arides de la
The
ceinture
arid and
sahélienne et de
semi-arid
la Corne de
countries
l'Afrique
of the
comptent
Sahelian
parmi
Belt
les
and the
régions
Horn
les
of
plus
Africa
are amongst the most vulnerable regions of the African continent. Growing climate risks in a warming world threaten to further undermine our infrastructure, our agriculture, and the livelihoods of our people. Pastoralists, fishing communities, and small farmers are among the most vulnerable groups, leading to conflicts over access to and control of dwindling natural resources. By 2050, climate impacts are expected to intensify population movements towards growing African cities, many of which are in vulnerable coastal areas, particularly in West Africa. To avoid uncontrolled movements that expose people to new risks, it is necessary to provide people and communities facing climate stressors with the information and resources that they need to make informed decisions on if, when, and where to move. That is why, building on the continental efforts of the African Climate Mobility Initiative, the government of Niger will work closely with the Global Center for Climate Mobility to conduct an in-depth national analysis of the migration dynamics triggered by climate change in our country. The goal is to develop a master plan to integrate climate mobility into Niger's adaptation and development plans. Thanks to its unique geographical location and its experience in hosting refugees and managing its own internally displaced people in recent years, Niger is called upon to play a major role in the search for solutions to the consequences of climate disruption in the Sahel. That is why, at COP27, Prime President Mohamed Bazoum pledged to act as a champion of climate mobility and to work with other affected states to increase the attention and the support of the international community on this issue. Indeed, we consider ourselves to be in solidarity with the states and the peoples of the Pacific Islands who are facing an existential threat linked to rising sea levels. Climate change, Madam President, is a threat multiplier for states and social cohesion, including in Africa. We have seen the cross-border effects of state fragility and the risks that it poses to human and regional security in our neighborhood. Yet, while climate change has implications for international security, it is first and foremost a threat to the security and the well-being of the people and communities most affected. We must therefore prioritize the development needs and aspirations of our people and protect them through adequate investments in climate adaptation. In the interests of international peace and security, we cannot fail this test and lose the trust of the public. An opportunity to build resilience in Africa and other vulnerable regions vulnerable to the climate is presenting itself now, but the window to deliver on that promise is shrinking rapidly. It is therefore high time that the promises made to developing countries are kept. Let us work together to put people at the heart of our collective response to the climate crisis. Every organ of the United Nations, including this Council, has a role to play in this fight. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Niger for this statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Maldives.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to thank Dr. Ian Borg, Minister for Foreign Affairs and European Affairs and Trade of Malta, for convening this important debate as the President of the Council for the month of February. I would also like to thank the eminent experts for providing us with the valuable insights in their briefing this morning. I align my statement with the statement delivered by Samoa as the chair of AOSIS. Madam President, I was just 9 years old back then, but I vividly remember that day, the day the surge of tidal waves inundated my island and flooded my home. My father was desperately piling sacks of sand to prevent more water from entering our home. I remember being very scared, thinking to myself that my home, my island, was sinking. This was in 1987. When king tides inundated much of our capital city, Male, causing extensive damage. Of course, this was a time when climate change and its science was very much in its infancy. However, the floods in Male gave grave gave credence to the growing opinion on the links between greenhouse gas emissions, rise in global temperatures, and consequently sea level rise. It was soon becoming increasingly clear that the world faced a serious environmental challenge, and one that places low-lying islands among the most vulnerable. In response, the government of Maldives initiated an emergency conference on the issue of sea level rise, inviting 14 ministers from small island states as well as scientists and observers. It was the first meeting of its kind, which highlighted the threats global warming and sea level rise pose to small islands and signaled the unequivocal need for the broadest possible international cooperation to manage the impending crisis. Ultimately, it was this early conference that culminated in the establishment of Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS. Looking back, it's astonishing and in some ways depressing that we are still negotiating and discussing this more than 30 years later. The implications of the sea level rise and what needs to be done. Madam President, today, all of humanity stands on the precipice of a triple planetary crisis, an interlinking of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, that if left on its own vices could destabilize the Earth systems. This is a sentiment that echoes the very essence of the recent Earth Commission's presentation that took place at the World Economic Forum last month. While 80% of our islands a meter above sea level, and 50% of all our housing structures within just 100 meters of the coastline, rising sea levels and extreme weather events pose serious threats to the very existence of small island states such as mine, the Maldives. IPCC's sixth assessment report has made it amply evident that low-lying islands, including the Maldives, were particularly vulnerable to the cumulative and cascading risks of climate events. While we may be a small country, our size has not hindered our resolve and might in being a defined voice in climate advocacy among member states, especially since the Security Council held its first debate on security and climate almost 16 years back. To reiterate, most recently in 2021, Foreign Minister Shahid reminded this council that sea level rise 2 meters would submerge the Maldives in its entirety. Madam President, my delegation would like to highlight that human activity has contributed to abrupt and large-scale changes in Earth systems. The scientific data and evidence are abundantly clear that climate change will continue to exacerbate its impact on our oceans and their biodiversity. It is therefore impelling on policymakers to heed the planetary boundaries framework called for by scientists and experts. The IPCC anticipates sea level rise could rise by about 0.5 meter by 2100, even if the greenhouse gas emissions are sharply reduced, or rise up to 1 meter if greenhouse gas emissions continue to increase. Such a scenario suggests that low-lying coastal areas like Maldives could become uninhabitable by 2050. That's 27 years from now. This will mean losing our culture, way of life, homes, and livelihoods built upon many, many generations. At a societal level, climate change will have a cascading impact on food, water, and health security and exacerbated gender inequalities. This is the sobering reality that we are speaking of. Losing our country, losing our very identity, effectively rendering us stateless. Climate change is our #1 security threat. This is why the Maldives, with other small island developing states, have consistently reminded the international community of the importance to limit the Earth's warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is why we continue to urge the international community to raise ambition and match action towards this goal. Despite the grave circumstances of climate risk, it is disappointing to hear opposition to recognition opposition to recognize or enhance the role of Security Council in addressing the peace and security threats related to climate change, especially since this council has already established that climate change has contributed to conflicts, particularly in resolutions 2349, 2561, and 2576. These resolutions underscore what we know to be true, that climate change can and has contributed to conflict and insecurity. The Security Council's mandate is clear. It may investigate any dispute or any situation which may lead to international friction or give rise to conflict in order to determine whether the continuance of the dispute or situation is likely to endanger the maintenance of international peace and security. In short, the ask is not for the Security Council to solve the climate change crisis, but for it to recognize and address risks posed to peace and security by climate change. We must address this from a perspective of protecting people's lives, livelihoods, and territorial integrity. This Council must move beyond its expression of concern. We simply cannot bear the course of negligence and inaction. And in the true spirit of solidarity, we must take meaningful action now. We take this moment to applaud the efforts taken by several members of the Security Council over the years to discuss this matter at the Council. Because in truth, it is important to ask whether we can envision peace prevailing in a future that stands to lose populations from so many parts of the world. World development within the biophysical limits of a stable Earth system is a necessity. Scientific research has made it possible to assess, to identify, evaluate, and quantify risks of abrupt planetary and biome-level shifts due to our crossing thresholds of planetary boundaries. In this regard, we urge the Security Council to monitor and to take into account planetary boundary thresholds established by scientists for maintaining a safe operating space for humanity. In this regard, monitoring and assessing the security implications of sea level rise will greatly assist taking action to prevent tensions and conflicts that may result from it. Madam President, despite the mounting challenges, the Maldives is determined to set an example in addressing the security and humanitarian risks related to sea level rise. Almost all our 189 inhabited islands in the Maldives need coastal infrastructure, and we are working to safeguard them from tidal swells and beach erosion. Crucially, our coral reefs have served as a natural barrier of protection, and this is why building the resilience and maintaining the growth of our coral ecosystems have continually been at the forefront of our policies. We have pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2030. Madam President, as the impacts of climate change intensifies, it is undeniable that it is women who bear the brunt of these challenges, given their immense vulnerabilities across social, economic, and cultural dimensions. In these times of crisis, we recognize that women and girls invariably have less access to resources and decision-making power. In the Maldives, we are working to empower women and provide inclusive decision-making environments. Maldives government, in collaboration with NGOs and IGOs, is working to make sure women entrepreneurs and leaders lead the conversation on climate adaptation and resilience. We believe it is imperative that this Council must do more to increase the participation of women in all aspects of decision-making and peace-building processes, including as mediators, negotiators, and leaders of security forces. To conclude, Madam President, the fate of our fragile existence rests on the urgency of how best the world collectively acts today, and to which we must not delay. Let us all be the generation that is remembered to have saved a whole generation that is yet to come. The Maldives remains courageous and determined to stop the waves from washing away our beloved home, our beloved homeland, our culture, our history, and the very essence of our being on this planet. Therefore, we urge to witness that courage and determination from the international community for the sake of humanity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Maldives for this statement, and I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the observer state of the Holy See.
Madam President, the Holy See thanks Malta for holding this open debate, which recognizes the threat that climate change poses to peace and security. As Pope Francis has observed, the world's poor, though least responsible for climate change, are most vulnerable and already suffering its impact. This is especially true regarding sea level rise, which mainly affects impoverished coastal populations who have nowhere else to go. The negative effects of rising seas appear long before lands are submerged, as evidenced by coastal erosion, saltwater intrusion of aquifers, soil salinizations, and flooding of critical infrastructure. Of particular concern is the potential seawater infiltration of low-lying nuclear power plants and repositories containing radioactive waste from nuclear weapon testing, such as on Runit Island, which could contaminate widespread areas, including flora and fauna upon which local populations depend for subsistence. Such threats require timely climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies. Often, however, affected states lack the means to adopt such measures. To address this, developed states, which have disproportionately contributed to climate change, ought to make financing more easily accessible to coastal states, especially small island developing states, so that they can adapt to the adverse impacts of climate change, foster climate resilience, and respond to loss and damages. Madam President, sea level rise can increase water scarcity, food insecurity, and poverty, threatening social structures that depend on the local environment and shape cultural identity, especially for indigenous communities. As a result, many of those affected have no choice but to flee their homes. These climate migrants, however, are not recognized by international conventions as refugees and do not enjoy any legal protection whatsoever. While the Global Compact on Migration calls on states to develop solutions for migrants displaced due to sea level rise, the international community must do more to clarify where and on what legal basis affected populations can relocate across borders. Eventually, sea level rise will likely submerge the entire territories of some states. This Council has rightly expressed concern at the security implication of such a scenario, which raises legal issues concerning self-determination, maritime borders, and statelessness. Ensuring the protection of affected persons requires greater clarity as to whether such states retain their sovereignty and on the practical implication of this. Madam President, the threat of sea level rise appeals to our responsibility to promote, through collective and joint commitment, a culture of care, which places human dignity and the common good at the center. States have the duty to promote changes of lifestyle, production, and consumption to reduce the drivers of climate change and to limit the resulting environmental degradation and human suffering. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of the Holy See for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta. Agradecemos a Malta por organizar esta importante sesión. El tema de la elevación del nivel del mar ha sido abordado por los Estados miembros de las Naciones Unidas en la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, donde se señala que este fenómeno está afectando gravemente las zonas costeras, incluidos muchos países menos adelantados y pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, y por tanto dejando de lado el camino hacia el desarrollo sostenible. Como está ampliamente aceptado, la elevación del nivel del mar representa para muchos pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo una de las mayores amenazas para su supervivencia y posibilidades de crecimiento, incluso para algunos a través de la pérdida de territorio. Con relación a la condición de Estado y la continuidad del mismo ante la eventual pérdida del territorio, cabe destacar que la Comisión de Derecho Internacional es el ámbito competente con respecto a los aspectos jurídicos del tema, de acuerdo con su mandato, el cual comprende el desarrollo progresivo y la codificación del derecho internacional. En cuanto al marco jurídico aplicable a esta temática, varios instrumentos de derecho internacional contienen disposiciones relevantes relacionadas con el aumento del nivel del mar y sus impactos. La Convención de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Derecho del Mar es la primera que cabe destacar al respecto, ya que constituye el marco que regula todas las actividades en los océanos y mares. En este sentido, el punto de partida para la medición de los espacios marítimos sujetos a jurisdicción nacional son las líneas de base, donde las normales son la línea de baja mar a lo largo de la costa. Asimismo, con relación a la protección de las personas afectadas por este flagelo, hay una vasta cantidad de normas internacionales destinadas a preservar la integridad y bienestar del individuo. En tal sentido, se debe analizar cuidadosamente si resulta necesario elaborar un proyecto de tratado para abordar esta problemática o si se pueden ofrecer soluciones dentro del derecho internacional vigente. Cabe destacar que en relación con los efectos de la elevación del nivel del mar en los límites de los espacios marítimos, en términos de seguridad jurídica, parece apropiado considerar que los Estados, una vez que las líneas de base y los límites exteriores de los espacios marítimos de un Estado ribereño o un archipiélago hayan sido debidamente determinados de conformidad con los requisitos de la CONVEMAR, que también refleja el derecho internacional consuetudinario, no se debería exigir que se reajusten estas líneas de base y límites en caso de que el cambio del nivel del mar afecte la realidad geográfica de la costa. Con respecto a los efectos de los cambios en la línea a lo largo de la costa, en los límites marítimos acordados, es crítico enfatizar que el concepto de cambio fundamental de circunstancias o cláusula rebus sic stantibus no resulta aplicable a los acuerdos de frontera, tal como lo establece el artículo 62 de la Convención de Viena sobre el Derecho de los Tratados. Tanto la jurisprudencia internacional como destacados juristas coinciden con este punto de vista. Al respecto, puede mencionarse el fallo de la Corte Internacional de Justicia sobre la plataforma continental del mar Egeo, la situación de Grecia versus Turquía y el arbitraje entre Bangladesh e India, por solo nombrar algunos. En este último fallo, el tribunal subrayó lo siguiente: las delimitaciones marítimas, al igual que las fronteras terrestres, deben ser estables y definitivas para garantizar una relación pacífica entre los estados interesados a largo plazo. Y el tribunal agregó, en la opinión del tribunal, ni la perspectiva del cambio climático ni sus posibles efectos pueden poner en peligro la gran cantidad de fronteras marítimas establecidas en todo el mundo. Esto se aplica por igual a los límites marítimos acordados entre Estados y a los establecidos mediante adjudicación internacional. En esta misma línea, la Asociación de Derecho Internacional, en su estudio sobre este asunto, ha recomendado una interpretación de la CONVEMAR que favorezca la preservación de los derechos sobre los espacios marítimos. Teniendo ello en cuenta, la asociación estimó que la cuestión de los impactos de la elevación del nivel del mar en la frontera debería considerarse considerarse mucho más ampliamente en el contexto de la importancia de los principios de certeza y estabilidad de los tratados, en particular los relacionados con los límites y fronteras internacionales. Para concluir, quisiera destacar que dada la complejidad de este tema y los diversos aspectos políticos y jurídicos involucrados, es una cuestión que amerita continuar analizándose en profundidad por toda la membresía de las Naciones Unidas en el ámbito de la Asamblea General, teniendo en cuenta sus competencias, como así también los comentarios y prácticas de los Estados miembros. Tanto es así como la jurisprudencia internacional. Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
I thank the representative of Argentina for this statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, the Netherlands aligns itself with the statement made earlier by the European Union, and I make these additional remarks in my national capacity, as the issue of sea level rise is of particular importance to all parts of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, from the North Sea to the Caribbean. And I would like to therefore thank Malta for convening this meeting today, as sea level rise has become a reality, and the implication for international peace and security is real. Madam President, my first point is about the threat we are facing. The Kingdom of the Netherlands is still well protected against the sea. However, the danger of sea level rise for the longer term is severe. Famously, significant parts of our territory are below or at sea level, and we are not alone. A significant part of the global population lives in fertile river deltas and coastal areas. Throughout history, we have witnessed that loss of land can serve as a catalyst for conflict over resources, forced displacements, and other threats to peace and security. The risks to these communities if the sea level rises by almost 1 meter in the next century, something which will happen, according to IPCC reports, if we fail to curb carbon emissions, are paramount and deserve the full attention of the Council. My second point is about what we can do. If we would indeed manage to curb carbon emissions as much as the IPCC urges us to do, we will still have to deal with a certain degree of sea level rise. Coastal communities will have to adapt to this reality. We therefore welcome the Secretary-General's continued call to spend at least 50% of public climate financing on adaptation. And in fact, the Netherlands already spends close to 70% on adaptation. Other important aspects are adequate risk assessments and water management solutions to protect lives and livelihoods, especially in the Global South, both by member states as well as UN organizations. The upcoming UN Water Conference this March, the first of its kind in almost 40 years, and co-hosted by Tajikistan and the Kingdom of the Netherlands, provides a perfect platform to discuss these challenges in depth. In addition, we also need comprehensive evaluations and reports to thoroughly analyze the significant number of risks to peace and security related to sea level rise. The better we are aware, the better we can prepare. For instance, the establishment by the International Law Commission of an ILC study group on sea level rise in relation to international law is a very welcome in this regard. Madam President, the Security Council is our principal organ to maintain peace and security. It is therefore incumbent on the Council to call for appropriate action when stability is at risk, also in the case of the risks related to sea level rise. Much is at stake, as the Secretary-General said this morning. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Netherlands for this statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam President. I congratulate your delegation on your assumption of the presidency of the Security Council, and I thank your delegation for convening this very timely debate. As a low-lying coastal country, sea level rise poses an existential threat to the lives and livelihoods of the coastal population of Bangladesh. Just 1 meter rise in sea level could result into inundation of a large area of Bangladesh and could potentially displace more than 40 million people by the end of this century. To address the multidimensional threats posed by climate change and sea level rise, we have adopted comprehensive national policies and strategies. However, these measures at the national level will have no or minimal impact if the global response to sea level rise and its diverse implications remains slow and inadequate. Allow me to share a few specific thoughts on today's topic. First, we see sea level rise as a risk multiplier that may affect various dimensions of human security, especially in climate vulnerable countries. It may create new risks or exacerbate existing ones by undermining food, energy, and water security, and even cause the loss of national territory. Broad understanding and recognition of the implications of the sea level rise to peace and security are critical for taking appropriate action at the national, regional, and global levels in the spirit of solidarity and international cooperation. Second, among others, displacement of affected persons comes as a great security threat from sea level rise. In Bangladesh, each year, on an average, 110,000 people are being displaced from the low-lying areas due to sea level rise and its multifaceted adverse impacts on water, soil, flora, and fauna, to name a few. This exacerbates the existing social challenges, including in population management, housing, and social security architecture in the affected countries. Presence of 1.2 million Rohingya refugees in the southern part of my country is further aggravating the situation in an already severely land-scarce Bangladesh. We need a concrete legal framework and effective response mechanisms to address this issue of forced displacement of people. Secretary General's action agenda on internal displacement is an important opportunity to step up collective action and resolve to address climate change-related internal displacement. Third, the risks and vulnerabilities emanated from climate change and sea level rise need to be addressed in a holistic manner, including through measures that contribute to mitigation and adaptation. In this regard, climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building are crucial. Developed countries must fulfill their commitments to strengthen the supportive measures of the vulnerable countries. We welcome the Loss and Damage Fund established at the COP27 to support the global response to the adverse impact of climate change, including sea level rise. Madam President, despite repeated calls from the scientists, policymakers, and the people affected by the climate change, actions to avert climate catastrophe remains seriously inadequate. Most unfortunately, there is a persistent denial mode, while countries like Bangladesh, with no historical role in climate change or factors that contribute to sea level rise, continues to suffer the worst consequences. Against this backdrop, we believe the upcoming resolution in the General Assembly seeking advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the legal implications of climate change is a critical step for securing climate justice and equity for our people. We urge all member states to extend their support to this historic initiative. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Bangladesh for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Saudi Arabia.
معالي وزير خارجية جمهورية مالطا الدكتور إيان بورغ، وزير الخارجية والشؤون الأوروبية والتجارة لجمهورية مالطا، أصحاب المعالي الوزراء والسعادة، المندوبين الدائمين الموقرين للدول الأعضاء بمجلس الأمن، الحضور الكريم. أود في البداية أن أرحب بمعالي وزير خارجية مالطا وأن أهنئه بتولي بلاده رئاسة مجلس الأمن، وأن أعرب عن الشكر الجزيل لدعوة مالطا إلى عقد هذه الجلسة الهامة المتعلقة بمناقشة ارتفاع مستوى سطح البحر وآثاره على الأمن والسلم الدوليين، حيث تعقد هذه الجلسة في ظروف دقيقة وبالغة الحساسية والأهمية، وذلك لما يواجهه المجتمع الدولي من تحديات بيئية متزايدة تحتم تضافر الجهود الدولية لإيجاد حلول بناءة تسهم في معالجتها، وتحمي الفئات المعرضة للتهديدات البيئية وارتفاع مستوى البحار من التبعات الوخيمة التي قد تتعرض لها من جراء تدهور الأوضاع البيئية. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية دوما على أهمية التعامل مع تحديات التغير المناخي وآثاره في التنمية المستدامة بمحاورها الاقتصادية والبيئية والاجتماعية، وبلا شك أن توحيد جهود المجتمع الدولي لتطبيق الاتفاقية الإطارية للتغير المناخي واتفاقية باريس يعد نهجا متوازنا في التخفيف والتكيف، حيث أن ظاهرة ارتفاع مستوى البحار تعد من أكبر آثار التغير المناخي التي يواجهها الجميع، خاصة الدول النامية والدول الأقل نموا. وللوقاية من الظاهرة يجب العمل معا للتخفيف من آثارها والتكيف مع نتائجها المحتملة. وقد أطلقت المملكة العربية السعودية مبادرتي السعودية الخضراء والشرق الأوسط الأخضر اللتان تهدفان إلى التعامل مع تحديات التغير المناخي، وذلك من خلال تطبيق نهج الاقتصاد الدائري للكربون والتشجير وتأهيل الأراضي وحماية الشعوب المرجانية، ليس على مستوى المملكة فحسب بل على المستوى الإقليمي أيضا. أما فيما يتعلق بالتخفيف من الانبعاثات، فهناك 3 ركائز أساسية لتحولات الطاقة، هي أمن الطاقة والتنمية الاقتصادية والتغير المناخي، والتي يتحتم علينا تحقيقها بمساواة واعتدال دون الإخلال بأي منها، والتأكد من شمولية الحلول والتقنيات وتوفير التمويل لجميع الحلول المتاحة والواعدة، والتركيز على الانبعاثات دون تمييز بأي نوع من مصادر الطاقة. من هذا المنطلق تتبع المملكة نهجا متوازنا لتخفيف الانبعاثات والوصول إلى الحياد الصفري للانبعاثات بما يتوافق مع خططها التنموية وتمكين تنوعها الاقتصادي دون الإضرار بسلاسل الإمداد، مع الحرص على تطوير التقنيات التي تسهم في الحد من الانبعاثات بالتعاون مع مختلف الدول في هذا المجال. السيد الرئيس، انطلاقا من إدراك المملكة لأهمية رفع سقف التوقعات المأمولة في التصدي للتحديات البيئية المرتبطة بالتغير المناخي خصوصا في العقد الحالي، رفعت المملكة مستوى إسهاماتها المحددة وطنيا بتخفيض الانبعاثات بمقدار 278 مليون طن سنويا بحلول عام 2030، أي ما يعادل أكثر من ضعف ما أعلن عنه سابقا في عام 2015. كما أعلنت عن سعيها الطموح في الوصول إلى نقطة الحياد الصفري في عام 2060 وفق نهج الاقتصاد الدائري للكربون، إضافة إلى انضمام المملكة إلى التعهد العالمي الذي يستهدف تخفيض الانبعاثات العالمية للميثان بمقدار 30% من مستويات 2020. كما تؤكد المملكة على أهمية الحلول المتوازنة بين التخفيف والتكيف بالتعاون الدولي في ضخ الاستثمارات في كلا الجانبين لتعزيز الاقتصاد العالمي والتعامل مع تحديات المناخ وتعافي الاقتصاد العالمي، وفي المقابل لا تقل عملية التكيف عن التخفيف. فبينما العالم يركز على أعمال التخفيف، لا بد له في الوقت نفسه من التكيف مع درجات الحرارة المستهدفة في اتفاقية باريس المحصورة ما بين 1.5 ودرجتين، خصوصا في الدول النامية والدول الأكثر تعرضا للتغير المناخي، إذ تسهم أعمال التكيف في بناء بيئة أكثر تحملا للتغير المناخي واستمرار التنمية المستدامة مع التخفيف من الانبعاثات في الوقت ذاته. وتبدو الإشارة إلى أن من أهم مخرجات مؤتمر الأطراف 26 هو إطلاق برنامج غلاسكو شرم الشيخ الذي يهدف إلى تعزيز قدرات التكيف ويوطد القدرة على التحمل ويحد من آثار التغير المناخي في نطاق درجات الحرارة المستهدفة في اتفاقية باريس، وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة بما يتناسب مع القدرات والظروف الوطنية المختلفة. أخيرا السيد الرئيس، تحرص المملكة على تعزيز موضوع التكيف لأهميته وموافقته لمشاريع المملكة مثل مبادرة السعودية الخضراء التي تهدف إلى زراعة 10 مليارات شجرة في جميع أنحاء المملكة بما يعادل إعادة تأهيل 40 مليون هكتار من الأراضي وإلى زيادة المناطق المحمية إلى أكثر من 30 من إجمالي المناطق البرية والبحرية بالإضافة إلى الجهود المحلية البارزة مثل إقامة محمية الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز الطبيعية والتي تغطي 130,000 كيلومتر مربع شمال المملكة وتهدف إلى استعادة النظم البيئية والحفاظ على الحياة البرية. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Saudi Arabia for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Haiti.
Madame la Présidente, qu'il me soit permis tout d'abord, au nom du gouvernement de la République d'Haïti, de féliciter la présidence maltaise du Conseil de sécurité d'avoir pris l'initiative d'organiser ce débat important sur les défis spécifiques
on specific challenges linked to sea level rise and its implications for international peace and security.
The government of the Republic of Haiti
is particularly pleased as this meeting, which takes place in the wake of the United Nations Lisbon Conference on Oceans, is being held at a pivotal moment on the eve of the second part of the United Nations Conference on the least developed countries in Doha. Madam President,
La République d'Haïti,
the Republic of Haiti, like all island developing countries, is struggling with multiple challenges related to a lack of resources, exposure to natural disasters, environmental crises, and vulnerability to external economic shocks. This is further exacerbated by sea level rise, which is a consequence of climate change that hinders the progress of SIDS towards sustainable development. Current scientific research shows that climate change will result in a substantial sea level rise in certain regions of the world. The sea level has already risen by 10 to 25 centimeters over the last century. Global warming will accelerate this rate, leading to a sea level rise of 50 centimeters by the year 2100. Thus, rising sea levels are the biggest existential threat facing island and coastal states. This phenomenon forces populations to abandon their places of residence to find refuge elsewhere, creating major population displacements and large-scale forced migration. The Samoa Pathway recognized that rising water levels and other harmful effects of climate change pose significant risks for small island developing states, and for many of them, they constituted the greatest threat to their survival and their viability, due in particular to loss of territory. The most serious physical impacts of the gradual rise of sea levels in low-lying coastal areas are floods and the displacement of wetlands and lowlands, coastal erosion, increased vulnerability to damage caused by coastal storms and floods, and the salinization of surface water and groundwater. This is not just an environmental problem, but also one that affects the security of these populations. It has been recognized that climate change and its harmful impacts constitute a threat to the territorial integrity, security, and sovereignty, and even the very existence of island states because of the submersion of existing land and shrinking maritime heritage. Even developed countries are not spared by this phenomenon, which is increasing in magnitude daily. In addition, this can generate social tensions within a country or trigger conflicts between neighboring states. Madam President, in Haiti, the consequences of these climate changes pose a direct threat to both coastal settlements on the island, which are densely populated, and to their economies.
Les hausses anticipées du niveau moyen de la mer et de la
The anticipated increases in the average sea level and the surface temperatures of marine waters have implications for most of the country's strategic sectors, particularly fishing, agriculture, and tourism, and of course, the health and the well-being of our population. These already existing sources of pressure or concern are exacerbated by others related to climate variability and climate change, which are likely to contribute to an even greater deterioration of the Haitian coastline. This is the reason for developing recommendations for the protection of mangroves and marine ecosystems, as well as coastal infrastructure for tourism and agriculture. Madam President, all of the facts that I've described, which are linked to the consequences of sea level rise, demonstrate that climate issues have tangible effects on international peace and security. Indeed, security has a multidimensional nature, which today extends beyond traditional military issues to encompass what has become known as emerging threats to peace, which are more diffuse, more fragmented, and often more social than military in nature. Human security is one of the conditions of peace and development. Security management in all its dimensions must therefore be part of a global approach that rejects unilateralism to leverage the strength of interdependencies. The Haitian government hopes that this enriching debate on sea level rise and its implications for peace and security will lead to conclusions and recommendations that will be put to use to advance dialogue on this issue, which is crucial for our common future, for international peace and security, and for the sustainable development of small island developing states and coastal states whose viability and survival are threatened today. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Haiti for this statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Madam President, I thank you for convening this important open debate of the Security Council. The delegation of Sierra Leone congratulates Malta on its election to and assuming the presidency of the Security Council. I also thank the briefers for their important contributions. Sierra Leone recognizes the nexus between climate change, peace and security, and welcomes the debate on sea level rise and implications for international peace and security. Considering the acute awareness of the vulnerability of states, in particular developing coastal states and small island developing states to climate change, Sierra Leone, in a bid for a non-permanent seat in the Security Council for the term 2024-2025, has prioritized the serious consideration and robust engagement on climate security and risk as an imperative. In the ongoing consultations at the General Assembly to request an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change, an initiative led by Vanuatu and for which Sierra Leone is a co-member, recognition has been duly given to the unprecedented challenges of civilizational proportion of climate change, requiring immediate and urgent response. This immediate and urgent response must be comprehensive and multidimensional, taking a whole of UN approach to address climate change and its effect. Sierra Leone notes its sustained efforts to continue the Security Council's engagement on the security implications of climate change, particularly following its 13th December 2021 vote on the thematic draft resolution proposed by Ireland and Niger. We therefore acknowledge the work and efforts to integrate climate change language into country and region-specific outcomes. We call for a climate change approach to both case-specific and thematic issues, noting the development in 2022, including the expressed concerns that climate change is a risk multiplier that can exacerbate insecurity. The Security Council, having agreed on the need to combat climate change, must unite on the role it must play in addressing this threat under its mandate and in appropriate circumstances. On sea level rise, appropriate attention must be paid by the Security Council to the identifiable ocean-related climate security risk and threats, including loss of territory and attendant humanitarian consequences, threats to state sovereignty, statehood, maritime delimitation, and consequent maritime disputes. Sierra Leone therefore welcomes the study of the topic sea level rise in relation to international law by the International Law Commission. The study by the Commission, which is legal in nature, exemplifies the critical synergy that can be developed through the whole of a UN approach as part of the preventive mechanism. Let me conclude, Madam President, by expressing Sierra Leone's commitment to pursue constructive engagement on climate change, peace, and security, including ocean-related climate security, noting the nexus to peace building, addressing fragility, as well as the potential disproportionate impact on women and children. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for this statement. The representative of Japan has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. In the previous statement by the Chinese and Russian delegations, there were some reference to the discharge of the Alps treated water at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station into the sea. Japan will never approve the discharge of the water into the sea if the water does not meet regulatory standards based on the international standards. The IAEA and international experts have been reviewing our efforts, and the review will continue. Japan will take measures before the commencement of the discharge as appropriate, taking into account the observations of the review to be conducted prior to discharge. And the water to be discharged is the water which concentrations levels is far below the regulatory standard. Japan has been explaining this matter to the international community in a highly transparent manner based on the scientific evidence and will continue doing so. Madam President, as the last speaker, Japan once again would like to thank and congratulate Malta to address such an important theme like the sea level rise and implication of the international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Japan for this statement. The representative of China has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I know that you're probably hungry, but given the importance of the issue at hand, I wish to make a further statement. In response to the representative of Japan regarding the discharge by Japan of nuclear contaminated water into the sea, we'd like to further elaborate on our position. As is clear to all, the topic of our discussion today is the implications of sea level rise. One can imagine if what's rising is heavily nuclear contaminated sea, then the implications will only be more dramatic, and the negative effect would only be more far-reaching. That is the main reason why China has raised this issue. Japan has confirmed that it will release at least 400,000 tons of nuclear contaminated water into the Pacific in the first quarter of this year. The contaminated water from Fukushima contains more than 60 types of radioactive substances, and the discharge is estimated to last for as long as 30 years. Japan's discharge of nuclear contaminated water into the sea will severely endanger the global marine environment, ecosystems, and the lives and health of people of all countries. Therefore, this is by no means a private matter for Japan. Japan's neighboring countries, Pacific Island countries, and other stakeholders have all expressed serious concerns over Japan's wrong decision. And domestically, there are also strong voices of opposition within Japan. Regrettably, till today, Japan has not yet provided science-based and credible explanations on key issues such as the legitimacy of its discharge program, the reliability of its data on nuclear contaminated water, the effectiveness of the treatment systems, and the uncertainties in the environmental impact. Nor has it conducted full and meaningful consultations with stakeholders, including neighboring countries. The relevant international organization has not yet completed the assessment of Japan's disposal program, let alone reached concrete conclusions. Under such circumstances, Japan has been bent on forcibly approving the discharge program of the nuclear contaminated water and has been accelerating the preparations for the discharge. Such behavior is extremely irresponsible. Japan has indicated that the nuclear contaminated water after treatment is completely harmless, which leaves me in great doubt if that is really the case. Then there could be other ways of discharge, including discharging the water into its own rivers or lakes. China urges Japan to take seriously legitimate concerns of all parties and not to take the liberty of initiating the discharge of nuclear contaminated water without prior consultation and agreement with neighboring countries, other stakeholders, and the relevant international organizations. We also call on the international community to follow closely this important issue. Before I conclude, I wish to echo the thanks expressed by the representative of Japan to the presidency for organizing this important meeting where countries can focus on this issue that concerns the common future of mankind and the common welfare of mankind. So once again, I'd like to thank the Malta presidency. Thank you.
I thank the representative of China for this statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.